Preface of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Prefatory Material. Preface. 17 years ago, the author of this work made his first trip abroad to gather material for a book on coffee. Subsequently, he spent a year in travel among the coffee-producing countries. After the initial surveys, correspondents were appointed to make researches in the principal European libraries and museums, and this phase of the work continued until April 1922. Simultaneous researches were conducted in American libraries and historical museums up to the time of the return of the final proofs to the printer in June 1922. 10 years ago, the sorting and classification of the material was begun. The actual writing of the manuscript has extended over 4 years. Among the unique features of the book are the Coffee Thesaurus, the Coffee Chronology, containing 492 dates of historical importance, the complete reference table of the principal kinds of coffee grown in the world, and the Coffee Bibliography, containing 1,380 references. The most authoritative works on this subject have been Robinson's The Early History of Coffee Houses in England, published in London in 1893, and Jardin's Le Café, published in Paris in 1895. The author wishes to acknowledge his indebtedness to both for inspiration and guidance. Other works, Arabian, French, English, German, and Italian, dealing with particular phases of the subject, have been laid under contribution, and where this has been done, credit is given by footnote reference. In all cases where it has been possible to do so, however, statements of historical facts have been verified by independent research. Not a few items have required months of tracing to confirm or to disprove. There has been no serious American work on coffee since Hewitt's Coffee, its History, Cultivation, and Uses, published in 1872, and Thurber's Coffee from Plantation to Cup, published in 1881. Both of these are now out of print, as is also Walsh's Coffee, its History, Classification, and Description, published in 1893. The chapters on the chemistry of coffee and the pharmacology of coffee have been prepared under the author's direction by Charles W. Trigg, Industrial Fellow of the Mellon Institute of Industrial Research. The author wishes to acknowledge, with thanks, valuable assistance and numerous courtesies by the officials of the following institutions: British Museum and Guildhall Museum, London; Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris; Congressional Library, Washington; New York Public Library; Metropolitan Museum of Art and New York Historical Society, New York; Boston Public Library, and Boston Museum of Fine Arts; Smithsonian Institution, Washington; State Historical Museum, Madison, Wisconsin; Maine Historical Society, Portland; Chicago Historical Society; New Jersey Historical Society, Newark; Harvard University Library; Essex Institute, Salem, Massachusetts; Peabody Institute, Baltimore. Thanks and appreciation are due also to Charles James Jackson, London, for permission to quote from his Illustrated History of English Plate; Francis Hill Bigelow, author, and the Macmillan Company, publishers, for permission to reproduce illustrations from Historic Silver of the Colonies; H. G. Dwight, author, and Charles Scribner's Sons, publishers, for permission to quote from Constantinople, Old and New, and from the article on Turkish coffee houses in Scribner's Magazine; Walter G. Peter, Washington, D.C., for permission to photograph and reproduce pictures of articles in the Peter Collection at the United States National Museum; Mary P. Hamlin and George Arliss, authors, and George C. Tyler, producer, for permission to reproduce the Exchange Coffee House setting of the first act of Hamilton; Judge A. T. Clearwater, Kingston, New York; R.T. Haynes Halsey and Francis P. Garvin, New York, for permission to publish pictures of historic silver coffee pots in their several collections. The Secretaries of the American Chambers of Commerce in London, Paris, and Berlin. Charles Cooper, London, for his splendid cooperation and for his special contribution to Chapter 35. Alonzo H. de Graaf, London, for his invaluable aid and unflagging zeal in directing the London researches. To the Coffee Trade Association, London, for assistance rendered. To G. J. Letham, London, for his translations from the Arabic. Geoffrey Sefton, Vienna, for his nice cooperation. L. P. Debussy of the Colonial Institute, Amsterdam, Holland, for assistance rendered. Burton Holmes and Blendon R. Campbell of New York, for courtesies. John Cotton Dana, Newark, New Jersey, for assistance rendered. Charles H. Barnes, Medford, Massachusetts, for permission to publish the photograph of Peregrine White's Mayflower Mortar and Pestle. Andrew L. Winton, Ph.D., Wilton, Connecticut, for permission to quote from his The Microscopy of Vegetable Foods in the chapter on the microscopy of coffee, and to reprint Professor J. Moller's and T-shirts and Osterle's drawings. F. Hulton Frankel, Ph.D., Edward M. Frankel, Ph.D., and Arno V. Hoever, for their assistance in preparing the chapters on the botany of coffee and the microscopy of coffee. A. L. Burns, New York, for his assistance in the correction and revision of chapters 25, 26, 27, and 34, and for much historical information supplied in connection with chapters 30 and 31. Edward A. Bourne, New York, for his help in the revision of chapter 36. George W. Lawrence, former president, and T.S.B. Nielsen, president of the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, for their assistance in the revision of chapter 31. Helio Lobo, Brazilian Consul General, New York, Sebastião Sampaio, commercial attaché of the Brazilian Embassy, Washington, and T.H. Langard de Menezes, American representative of the Sociedade Promotora de Defensa do Café. Felix Costa, Secretary and Manager, the National Coffee Roasters Association, and C.B. Stroud, Superintendent, the New York Coffee and Sugar Exchange, for information supplied and assistance rendered in the revision of several chapters. F.T. Holmes, New York, for his help in the compilation of chronological and descriptive data on coffee roasting machinery. Walter Chester, New York, for critical comments on Chapter 28. The author is especially indebted to the following, who in many ways have contributed to the successful compilation of the complete reference table in Chapter 24, and of those chapters having to do with the early history and development of the green coffee and the wholesale coffee roasting trades in the United States. George S. Wright, Boston. A. E. Forbes, William Fisher, Gwyn Evans, Jerome J. Schotten, and the late Julius J. Schotten, St. Louis. James H. Taylor, William Bain, Jr., A. J. Dannemiller, B. A. Liverato, S. A. Schonbrunn, Herbert Wild, A. C. Fitzpatrick, Charles Meehan, Clarence Creighton, Abram Wakeman, A. H. Davies, Joshua Walker, Fred P. Gordon, Alex H. Purcell, George W. Vanderhoof, Colonel William P. Room, W. Lee Simmons, Herman Simmons, W. H. Aborn, B. Leahy, John C. Loudon, J. R. Westphal, Abraham Reamer, R. C. Wilhelm, C. H. Stewart, and the late August Haisler, New York. John D. Warfield, Ezra J. Warner, S. O. Blair, and George D. McLaughlin, Chicago. W. H. Harrison, James Heekin, and Charles Lewis, Cincinnati. Albro Blodgett and A. M. Wolson, Toledo. R. V. Engelhard and Lee G. Zinsmeister, Louisville. E. A. Call, San Francisco. S. Jackson, New Orleans. Louis Sherman, Milwaukee. Howard F. Boardman, Hartford. A. H. Devers, Portland, Oregon; W. James Mayhood, Pittsburgh; William B. Harris, East Orange, New Jersey. New York, June 17, 1922. Foreword. Some introductory remarks on the lore of coffee, its place in a rational dietary, its universal psychological appeal, its use and abuse. Civilization, in its onward march, has produced only three important non-alcoholic beverages: the extract of the tea plant, the extract of the cocoa bean, and the extract of the coffee bean. Leaves and beans, these are the vegetable sources of the world's favorite non-alcoholic table beverages. Of the two, the tea leaves lead in total amount consumed. The coffee beans are second, and the cocoa beans are a distant third, although advancing steadily. But in international commerce, the coffee beans occupy a far more important position than either of the others, being imported into non-producing countries to twice the extent of the tea leaves. All three enjoy a worldwide consumption, although not to the same extent in every nation. But where either the coffee bean or the tea leaf has established itself in a given country, the other gets comparatively little attention, and usually has great difficulty in making any advance. The cocoa bean, on the other hand, has not risen to the position of popular favorite in any important consuming country, and so has not aroused the serious opposition of its two rivals. Coffee is universal in its appeal. All nations do it homage. It has become recognized as a human necessity. It is no longer a luxury or an indulgence. It is a corollary of human energy and human efficiency. People love coffee because of its twofold effect: the pleasurable sensation and the increased efficiency it produces. Coffee has an important place in the rational dietary of all the civilized peoples of Earth. It is a democratic beverage. Not only is it the drink of fashionable society, but it is also a favorite beverage of the men and women who do the world's work, whether they toil with brain or brawn. It has been acclaimed the most grateful lubricant known to the human machine, and the most delightful taste in all nature. No food drink has ever encountered so much opposition as coffee. Given to the world by the church and dignified by the medical profession, nevertheless it has had to suffer from religious superstition and medical prejudice. During the 1,000 years of its development, it has experienced fierce political opposition, stupid fiscal restrictions, unjust taxes, irksome duties, but, surviving all of these, it has triumphantly moved on to a foremost place in the catalogue of popular beverages. But coffee is something more than a beverage. It is one of the world's greatest adjuvant foods. There are other auxiliary foods, but none that excels it for palatability and comforting effects, the psychology of which is to be found in its unique flavor and aroma. Men and women drink coffee because it adds to their sense of well-being. It not only smells good and tastes good to all mankind, heathen or civilized, but all respond to its wonderful stimulating properties. The chief factors in coffee goodness are the caffeine content and the caffeole. Caffeine supplies the principal stimulant. It increases the capacity for muscular and mental work without harmful reaction. The caffeole supplies the flavor and the aroma, that indescribable oriental fragrance that woos us through the nostrils, forming one of the principal elements that make up the lore of coffee. There are several other constituents, including certain innocuous so-called cafetanic acids, that in combination with the caffeole give the beverage its rare gustatory appeal. The year 1919 awarded coffee one of its brightest honors. An American general said that coffee shared with bread and bacon the distinction of being one of the three nutritive essentials that helped win the World War for the Allies. So this symbol of human brotherhood has played a not inconspicuous part in making the world safe for democracy. The new age, ushered in by the Peace of Versailles and the Washington Conference, has for its handmaidens temperance and self-control. It is to be a world democracy of right living and clear thinking, and among its most precious adjuncts are coffee, tea, and cocoa, because these beverages must always be associated with rational living, with greater comfort, and with better cheer. Like all good things in life, the drinking of coffee may be abused. Indeed, those having an idiosyncratic susceptibility to alkaloids should be temperate in the use of tea, coffee, or cocoa. In every high-tension country, there is likely to be a small number of people who, because of certain individual characteristics, cannot drink coffee at all. These belong to the abnormal minority of the human family. Some people cannot eat strawberries, but that would not be a valid reason for a general condemnation of strawberries. One may be poisoned, says Thomas A. Edison, from too much food. Horace Fletcher was certain that overfeeding causes all our ills. Overindulgence in meat is likely to spell trouble for the strongest of us. Coffee is perhaps less often abused than wrongly accused. It all depends. A little more tolerance. Trading upon the credulity of the hypochondriac and the caffeine sensitive, in recent years there has appeared in America and abroad a curious collection of so-called coffee substitutes. They are neither fish nor flesh nor good red herring. Most of them have been shown by official government analyses to be sadly deficient in food value, their only alleged virtue. One of our contemporary attackers of the national beverage bewails the fact that no palatable hot drink has been found to take the place of coffee. The reason is not hard to find. There can be no substitute for coffee. Dr. Harvey W. Wiley has ably summed up the matter by saying, "A substitute should be able to perform the functions of its principle. A substitute to war must be able to fight. A bounty jumper is not a substitute." It has been the aim of the author to tell the whole coffee story for the general reader, yet with the technical accuracy that will make it valuable to the trade. The book is designed to be a work of useful reference covering all the salient points of coffee's origin, cultivation, preparation, and development, its place in the world's commerce, and in a rational dietary. Good coffee, carefully roasted and properly brewed, produces a natural beverage that, for tonic effect, cannot be surpassed even by its rivals, tea and cocoa. Here is a drink that 97% of individuals find harmless and wholesome, and without which life would be drab indeed, a pure, safe, and helpful stimulant compounded in nature's own laboratory and one of the chief joys of life. A coffee thesaurus. Encomiums and descriptive phrases applied to the plant, the berry, and the beverage. The plant. The precious plant, this friendly plant, Mocha's happy tree, the gift of heaven, the plant with the jessamine-like flowers, the most exquisite perfume of Araby, the blessed, given to the human race by the gift of the gods. The berry. The magic bean, the divine fruit, fragrant berries, rich royal berry, voluptuous berry, the precious berry, the healthful bean, the heavenly berry, the marvelous berry, this all-healing berry, Yemen's fragrant berry, the little aromatic berry, little brown Arabian berry, thought-inspiring bean of Arabia, the smoking ardent beans Aleppo sends, that wild fruit which gives so beloved a drink. The beverage. Nepenthe, festive cup, juice divine, nectar divine, ruddy mocha, a man's drink, lovable liquor, delicious mocha, the magic drink, this rich cordial, its stream divine, the family drink, the festive drink. Coffee is our gold, nectar of all men, the golden mocha, this sweet nectar, celestial ambrosia, the friendly drink, the cheerful drink, the essential drink, the sweet draught, the divine draught, the grateful liquor, the universal drink, the American drink, the amber beverage, the convivial drink, the universal thrill, king of all perfumes, the cup of happiness, the soothing draught, ambrosia of the gods, the intellectual drink, the aromatic draught, the salutary beverage, the good fellow drink, the drink of democracy, the drink ever glorious, wakeful and civil drink, the beverage of sobriety, a psychological necessity, the fighting man's drink, loved and favored drink, the symbol of hospitality, this rare Arabian cordial, inspirer of men of letters, the revolutionary beverage, triumphant stream of sable, grave and wholesome liquor, the drink of the intellectuals, a restorative of sparkling wit, its color is the seal of its purity, the sober and wholesome drink, lovelier than 1,000 kisses, this honest and cheering beverage, a wine which no sorrow can resist, the symbol of human brotherhood, at once a pleasure and a medicine, the beverage of the friends of God, the fire which consumes our griefs, gentle panacea of domestic troubles, the autocrat of the breakfast table, the beverage of the children of God, king of the American breakfast table, soothes you softly out of dull sobriety, the cup that cheers but not inebriates, coffee which makes the politician wise, its aroma is the pleasantest in all nature, the sovereign drink of pleasure and health, the indispensable beverage of strong nations, the stream in which we wash away our sorrows, the enchanting perfume that a zephyr has brought, favored liquid which fills all my soul with delight, the delicious libation we pour on the altar of friendship, this invigorating drink which drives sad care from the heart. Evolution of a cup of coffee. Evolution of a cup of coffee, showing the various steps through which the bean passes from plantation to cup. 1. Planting the seed in nursery. 2. Transplanting into rows. 3. Cultivating and pruning. 4. Picking the cherries. 5. Pulping. 6. Fermenting. 7. Washing. 8. Drying in the parchment. 9. Hulling. 10. Polishing. 11. Grading. 12. Transporting to the seaport. 13. Buying and selling for export. 14. Transshipment overseas. 15. Buying and selling at wholesale. 16. Shipment to the point of manufacture. 17. Separating. 18. Milling. 19. Mixing or blending. 20. Roasting. 21. Cooling and stoning. 22. Buying and selling at retail. 23. Grinding. 24. Making the beverage. End of prefatory material.
Section 1 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rochelle Bereni. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 1. Dealing with the Etymology of Coffee. Origin and translation of the word from the Arabian into various languages. Views of many writers. The history of the word coffee involves several phonetic difficulties. The European languages got the name of the beverage about 1600 from the original Arabic kahwa kahwa, not directly, but through its Turkish form kahve. This was the name not of the plant, but the beverage made from its infusion, being originally one of the names employed for wine in Arabic. Sir James Murray, in the New English Dictionary, says that some have conjectured that the word is a foreign, perhaps African word disguised, and have thought it connected with the name Kaffa, a town in Shoa, southwest Abyssinia, reputed native place of the coffee plant. But that of this there is no evidence, and the name kahwa is not given to the berry or plant, which is called bun, the native name in Shoa being bun. Contributing to a symposium on the etymology of the word coffee in Notes and Queries, 1909, James Platt Jr. said, "The Turkish form might have been written kahve, as its final H was never sounded at any time." Sir James Murray draws attention to the existence of two European types, one like the French café, Italian café, the other like the English coffee, Dutch coffee. He explains the vowel O in the second series as apparently representing AU, from Turkish av. This seems unsupported by evidence, and the V is already represented by the FF. So on Sir James' assumption, coffee must stand for kav, V, which is unlikely. The change from A to O, in my opinion, is better accounted for as an imperfect appreciation. The exact sound of A in Arabic and other Oriental languages is that of the English short U, as in kaf. This sound, so easy to us, is a great stumbling block to other nations. I judge that Dutch coffee and kindred forms are imperfect attempts at the notation of a vowel which the writers could not grasp. It is clear that the French type is more correct. The Germans have corrected their coffee, which they may have got from the Dutch, into café. The Scandinavian languages have adopted the French form. Many must wonder how the HV of the original so persistently becomes FF in the European equivalents. Sir James Murray makes no attempt to solve this problem. Virendranath Chattopadhyay, who also contributed to the Notes and Queries Symposium, argued that the HW of the Arabic kahwa becomes sometimes FF and sometimes only F or V in European translations because some languages, such as English, have strong syllabic accents, stresses, while others, as French, have none. Again, he points out that the surd aspirate H is heard in some languages, but is hardly audible in others. Most Europeans tend to leave it out altogether. Colonel W. F. Prideaux, another contributor, argued that the European languages got one form of the word coffee directly from the Arabic kahwa and quoted from Hobson Jobson in support of this. Chawa in 1598, Kauhwa in 1610, Kahyu in 1615. While Sir Thomas Herbert, 1638, expressly states that they drink in Persia, above all the rest, koho or kofa, by Turk and Arab called coffee and kahwa. Here, the Persian, Turkish, and Arabic pronunciations are clearly differentiated. Colonel Prideaux then calls as a witness to the Anglo-Arabic pronunciation one whose evidence was not available when the New England Dictionary and Hobson-Jobson articles were written. This is John Jourdain, a Dorsetshire seaman whose diary was printed by the Hakluyt Society in 1905. On May 28, 1609, he records that, in the afternoon we departed out of Hatch, Al-Huta, the capital of the Lahej district near Aden, and travelled until 3 in the morning, and then we rested in the plain fields until 3 the next day, near unto a Kaho house in the desert. On June 5th, the party, travelling from Hippa, lay in the mountains, our camels being weary, and ourselves little better. This mountain is called Nazmard, Nakil Sumara, where all the coho grows. Farther on was a little village where there is sold cohu and fruit. The seeds of the cohu is a great merchandise, for it is carried to Grand Cairo and all other places of Turkey and to the Indias. Prideaux, however, mentions that another sailor, William Revitt, in his journal, 1609, says, referring to Mocha, that Shaumer Shadli, Shaikh Ali bin Omar Ash-Sharil, was the first inventor for drinking of coffee, and therefore had an estimation. This rather looks to Prideaux as if, on the coast of Arabia and in the mercantile towns, the Persian pronunciation was in vogue, whilst in the interior, where Jourdain travelled, the Englishmen reproduced the Arabic. Mr. Chattopadhyay, discussing Colonel Prideaux's views as expressed above, said, Colonel Prideaux may doubt if the worthy mariner, in entering the word in his log, was influenced by the abstruse principles of phonetics enunciated by me, but he will admit that the change from kava to coffee is a phonetic change, and must be due to the operation of some phonetic principle. The average man, when he endeavors to write a foreign word in his own tongue, is handicapped considerably by his inherited and acquired phonetic capacity. And, in fact, if we take the quotations made in Hobson-Jobson and classify the various forms of the word coffee according to the nationality of the writer, we obtain very interesting results. Let us take Englishmen and Dutchmen first. In Danvers' Letters, 1611, we have both coho pots and coffao pots. Sir T. Rowe, 1615, and Terry, 1616, have cohu. Sir T. Herbert, 1638, has coho and kofa. Evelyn, 1637, coffee. Fryer, 1673, coho. Ovington, 1690, coffee. And Valentine, 1726, coffee. And from the two examples given by Colonel Prideaux, we see that Jourdain, 1609, has coho, and Revitt, 1609, has coffee. To the above should be added the following by English writers given in Foster's English Factories in India, 1618-21, 1622-23, 1624-29. Kauha, 1619, Kauhe, Kauhua, 1621, Kofa, 1628. Let us now see what foreigners, chiefly French and Italian, write. The earliest European mention is by Rauwolf, who knew it in Aleppo in 1573. He has the form Schaube. Prospera Alpini, 1580, has Kauva. Paludinus, 1598, Chaua. Piard de Laval, 1610, Cahoa. P. de Laval, 1615, Cahu. Jacques Botanis, 1631, Cavea, and the journal d'Antoine Galland, 1673, Cave. That is, Englishmen use forms of a certain distinct type, viz. Cohu, coho, cafao, coffee, cofa, coffee, which differ from the more correct transliteration of foreigners. In 1610, the Portuguese Jew Pedro Teixeira, in the Hakluyt Society's edition of his travels, used the word cava. The inferences from these transitional forms seems to be 1. The word found its way into the languages of Europe both from the Turkish and from the Arabic. 2. The English forms, which have strong stress on the first syllable, have O instead of A and F instead of H. 3. The foreign forms are unstressed and have no H. The original V or W, or labialized U, is retained or changed into F. It may be stated accordingly that the chief reason for the existence of two distinct types of spelling is the omission of H in unstressed languages, and the conversion of H into F under strong stress in stressed languages. Such conversion often takes place in Turkish. For example, Sila dar in Persian, which is a highly stressed language, becomes Zilif dar in Turkish. In the languages of India, on the other hand, in spite of the fact that the aspirate is usually very clearly sounded, the word kava pronounced keva by the less educated classes, owing to the syllables being equally stressed. Now for the French viewpoint. Jardin opines that, as regards the etymology of the word coffee, scholars are not agreed and perhaps never will be. Dufour says the word is derived from kahoué, a name given by the Turks to the beverage prepared from the seed. Chevalier d'Arvieux, French consul at Alais, Savaray, and Trevoux, in his dictionary think that coffee comes from the Arabic, but from the word kahoué or kahoué, meaning to give vigor or strength, because, says d'Arvieux, its most general effect is to fortify and strengthen. Tavernier combats this opinion. Moseley attributes the origin of the word coffee to kaffa. Sylvester de Sacy, in his Chrestomathie Arabe, published in 1806, thinks that the word kahwa, synonymous with maklai, roasted in a stove, might very well be the etymology of the word coffee. D'Alembert, in his encyclopedic dictionary, writes the word café. Jardin concludes that whatever there may be in these various etymologies, it remains a fact that the word coffee comes from an Arabian word, whether it be kahwa, kahoué, kafa, or kahwa, and that the peoples who have adopted the drink have all modified the Arabian word to suit their pronunciation. This is shown by giving the word as written in various modern languages. French café, Breton café, German Kaffee, coffee tree Kaffeebaum, Dutch coffee, coffee tree Koffiebuenen, Danish café, Finnish kavi, Hungarian kave, Bohemian kava, Polish kahwa, Romanian kafje, Croatian kafa, Serbian kava, Russian kofi, Swedish kafe, Spanish cafe, Basque kafja, Italian cafe, Portuguese café, Latin, scientific, kafia, Turkish kahwe, Greek kafeo, Arabic kahua, coffeeberry bun, Persian kehve, coffeeberry bun, Annamite cafe, Cambodian cafe, Dukni bun bound, Taluyan kaprivitulu, Tamil kapi kotai, or kopi, Canarese kapi bija, Chinese kiafe, tautse, Japanese kehi, Malayan kawa kopi, Abyssinian bon, Fulak legal cafe, Susu hori kaf, Marquesan kapi chinook, kaufi, Valapuk kaf, Esperanto kafva. End of section 1. Read by Rochelle Bereni.
Section 2 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 2. History of Coffee Propagation. A brief account of the cultivation of the coffee plant in the Old World and its introduction into the New. A romantic coffee adventure. The history of the propagation of the coffee plant is closely interwoven with that of the early history of coffee drinking. But for the purposes of this chapter, we shall consider only the story of the inception and growth of the cultivation of the coffee tree or shrub, bearing the seeds or berries from which the drink coffee is made. Careful research discloses that most authorities agree that the coffee plant is indigenous to Abyssinia, and probably Arabia, whence its cultivation spread throughout the tropics. The first reliable mention of the properties and uses of the plant is by an Arabian physician toward the close of the 9th century AD, and it is reasonable to suppose that before that time the plant was found growing wild in Abyssinia and perhaps in Arabia. If it be true, as Ludolphus writes, that the Abyssinians came out of Arabia into Ethiopia in the early ages, it is possible that they may have brought the coffee tree with them. But the Arabians must still be given the credit for discovering and promoting the use of the beverage and also for promoting the propagation of the plant, even if they found it in Abyssinia and brought it to Yemen. Some authorities believe that the first cultivation of coffee in Yemen dates back to 575 AD, when the Persian invasion put an end to the Ethiopian rule of the Negus Caleb, who conquered the country in 525. Certainly, the discovery of the beverage resulted in the cultivation of the plant in Abyssinia and in Arabia, but its progress was slow until the 15th and 16th centuries, when it appears as intensively carried on in the Yemen district of Arabia. The Arabians were jealous of their newfound and lucrative industry and for a time successfully prevented its spread to other countries by not permitting any of the precious berries to leave the country unless they had first been steeped in boiling water or parched, so as to destroy the powers of germination. It may be that many of the early failures successfully to introduce the cultivation of the coffee plant into other lands was also due to the fact, discovered later, that the seeds soon lose their germinating power. However, it was not possible to watch every avenue of transport, with thousands of pilgrims journeying to and from Mecca every year, and so there would appear to be some reason to credit the Indian tradition concerning the introduction of coffee cultivation into southern India by Baba Budan, a Muslim pilgrim, as early as 1600, although a better authority gives the date as 1695. Indian tradition relates that Baba Budan planted his seeds near the hut he built for himself at Chikmagalur, in the mountains of Mysore, where, only a few years since, the writer found the descendants of these first plants growing under the shade of the centuries-old original jungle trees. The greater part of the plants cultivated by the natives of Kurg and Mysore appear to have come from Baba Budan importation. It was not until 1840 that the English began the cultivation of coffee in India. The plantations extend now from the extreme north of Mysore to Tuticorin. Early cultivation by the Dutch. In the latter part of the 16th century, German, Italian, and Dutch botanists and travelers brought back from the Levant considerable information regarding the new plant and the beverage. In 1614, enterprising Dutch traders began to examine into the possibilities of coffee cultivation and coffee trading. In 1616, a coffee plant was successfully transported from Mocha to Holland. In 1658, the Dutch started the cultivation of coffee in Ceylon, although the Arabs are said to have brought the plant to the island prior to 1505. In 1670, an attempt was made to cultivate coffee on European soil at Dijon, France, but the result was a failure. In 1696, at the instigation of Nicolaas Witsen, then burgomaster of Amsterdam, Adrian van Omen, commander at Malabar, India, caused to be shipped from Cananur, Malabar, to Java the first coffee plants introduced into that island. They were grown from seed of the Coffea arabica brought to Malabar from Arabia. They were planted by Governor-General Willem van Uithoorn on the Kadewoeng estate near Batavia, but were subsequently lost by earthquake and flood. In 1699, Enriques Zwaardekroon imported some slips or cuttings of coffee trees from Malabar to Java. These were more successful and became the progenitors of all the coffees of the Dutch East Indies. The Dutch were then taking the lead in the propagation of the coffee plant. In 1706, the first samples of Java coffee and a coffee plant grown in Java were received at the Amsterdam Botanical Gardens. Many plants were afterward propagated from the seeds produced in the Amsterdam gardens, and these were distributed to some of the best-known botanical gardens and private conservatories in Europe. While the Dutch were extending the cultivation of the plant to Sumatra, the Celebes, Timor, Bali, and other islands of the Netherlands Antilles, the French were seeking to introduce coffee cultivation into their colonies. Several attempts were made to transfer young plants from the Amsterdam Botanical Gardens to the Botanical Gardens at Paris, but all were failures. In 1714, however, as a result of negotiations entered into between the French government and the municipality of Amsterdam, a young and vigorous plant, about 5 feet tall, was sent to Louis XIV at the Chateau of Marly by the burgomaster of Amsterdam. The day following, it was transferred to the Jardin des Plantes at Paris, where it was received with appropriate ceremonies by Antoine de Jesus, professor of botany in charge. This tree was destined to be the progenitor of most of the coffees of the French colonies, as well as those of South America, Central America, and Mexico. The Romance of Captain Gabriel de Clieu. 2 unsuccessful attempts were made to transport to the Antilles plants grown from the seed of the tree presented to Louis XIV, but the honor of eventual success was won by a young Norman gentleman, Gabriel Mathieu de Clieu, a naval officer serving at the time as captain of infantry at Martinique. The story of de Clieu's achievement is the most romantic chapter in the history of the propagation of the coffee plant. His personal affairs calling him to France, de Clieu conceived the idea of utilizing the return voyage to introduce coffee cultivation into Martinique. His first difficulty lay in obtaining several of the plants then being cultivated in Paris, a difficulty at last overcome through the instrumentality of Monsieur de Chirac, royal physician, or, according to a letter written by de Clieu himself, through the kindly offices of a lady of quality to whom de Chirac could give no refusal. The plants selected were kept at Rochefort by Monsieur Begnon, commissary of the department, until the departure of de Clieu for Martinique. Concerning the exact date of de Clieu's arrival at Martinique with the coffee plant or plants, there is much conflict of opinion. Some authorities give the date as 1720, others 1723. Jardin suggests that the discrepancy in dates may arise from de Clieu, with praiseworthy perseverance having made the voyage twice. The first time, according to Jardin, the plants perished, but the second time de Clieu had planted the seeds when leaving France, and these survived, due, they say, to his having given of his scanty ration of water to moisten them. No reference to a preceding voyage, however, is made by de Clieu in his own account, given in a letter written to the Année littéraire in 1774. There is also a difference of opinion as to whether de Clieu arrived with 1 or 3 plants. He himself says 1 in the letter referred to. According to the most trustworthy data, de Clieu embarked at Nantes in 1723. He had installed his precious plant in a box covered with a glass frame in order to absorb the rays of the sun and thus better to retain the stored-up heat for cloudy days. Among the passengers, one man, envious of the young officer, did all in his power to wrest from him the glory of success. Fortunately, his dastardly attempt failed of its intended effect. It is useless, writes de Clieu in his letter to the Année littéraire, to recount in detail the infinite care that I was obliged to bestow upon this delicate plant during a long voyage, and the difficulties I had in saving it from the hands of a man who, basely jealous of the joy I was about to taste through being of service to my country, and being unable to get this coffee plant away from me, tore off a branch. The vessel carrying de Clieu was a merchantman, and many were the trials that beset passengers and crew. Narrowly escaping capture by a corsair of Tunis, menaced by a violent tempest that threatened to annihilate them, they finally encountered a calm that proved more appalling than either. The supply of drinking water was well nigh exhausted, and what was left was rationed for the remainder of the voyage. Water was lacking to such an extent, says de Clieu, that for more than a month I was obliged to share the scanty ration of it assigned to me with this my coffee plant, upon which my happiest hopes were founded and which was the source of my delight. It needed such succor the more in that it was extremely backward, being no larger than the slip of a pink. Many stories have been written and verses sung recording and glorifying this generous sacrifice that has given luster to the name of de Clieu. Arrived in Martinique, de Clieu planted his precious slip on his estate at Prefatory, one of the cantons of the island, where, says Raynal, it multiplied with extraordinary rapidity and success. From the seedlings of this plant came most of the coffee trees of the Antilles. The first harvest was gathered in 1726. De Clieu himself describes his arrival as follows. Arriving at home, my first care was to set out my plant with great attention in the part of my garden most favorable to its growth. Although keeping it in view, I feared many times that it would be taken from me, and I was at last obliged to surround it with thorn bushes and to establish a guard about it until it arrived at maturity. This precious plant, which had become still more dear to me for the dangers it had run and the cares it had cost me. Thus the little stranger thrived in a distant land, guarded day and night by faithful slaves. So tiny a plant to produce in the end all the rich estates of the West India Islands and the regions bordering on the Gulf of Mexico. What luxuries, what future comforts and delights resulted from this one small talent confided to the care of a man of rare vision and fine intellectual sympathy, fired by the spirit of real love for his fellows. There is no instance in the history of the French people of a good deed done by stealth being of greater service to humanity. De Clieu thus describes the events that followed fast upon the introduction of coffee into Martinique, with particular reference to the earthquake of 1727. Success exceeded my hopes. I gathered about 2 pounds of seed, which I distributed among all those whom I thought most capable of giving the plants the care necessary to their prosperity. The first harvest was very abundant. With the second, it was possible to extend the cultivation prodigiously. But what favored multiplication, most singularly, was the fact that 2 years afterward all the cocoa trees of the country, which were the resource and occupation of the people, were uprooted and totally destroyed by horrible tempests accompanied by an inundation which submerged all the land where these trees were planted, land which was at once made into coffee plantations by the natives. These did marvelously and enabled us to send plants to Santo Domingo, Guadalupe, and other adjacent islands, where since that time they have been cultivated with the greatest success. By 1777, there were 18,791,680 coffee trees in Martinique. De Clieu was born in Anglequeville-sur-Seine, Seine-Inférieure, Normandy, in 1686 or 1688. In 1705, he was a ship's ensign. In 1718, he became a chevalier of St. Louis. In 1720, he was made a captain of infantry. In 1726, a major of infantry. In 1733, he was a ship's lieutenant. In 1737, he became governor of Guadalupe. In 1746, he was a ship's captain. In 1750, he was made honorary commander of the Order of St. Louis. In 1752, he retired with a pension of 6,000 francs. In 1753, he re-entered the naval service. In 1760, he again retired with a pension of 2,000 francs. In 1746, de Clieu, having returned to France, was presented to Louis XV by the Minister of Marine, Rouyer de Jure, as a distinguished officer to whom the colonies, as well as France itself and commerce generally, are indebted for the cultivation of coffee. Reports to the king in 1752 and 1759 recall his having carried the first coffee plant to Martinique, and that he had ever been distinguished for his zeal and disinterestedness. In the Mercure de France, December 1774, was the following death notice. Gabriel de Chigny de Clieu, former ship's captain and honorary commander of the Royal and Military Order of St. Louis, died in Paris on the 30th of November in the 88th year of his age. A notice of his death appeared also in the Gazette de France for December 5th, 1774, a rare honor in both cases, and it has been said that at this time his praise was again on every lip. One French historian, Sidney Daney, records that de Clieu died in poverty at Saint-Pierre at the age of 97, but this must be an error, although it does not anywhere appear that at his death he was possessed of much, if any means. Daney says, "This generous man received as his sole recompense for a noble deed the satisfaction of seeing this plant for whose preservation he had shown such devotion prosper throughout the Antilles." The illustrious de Clieu is among those to whom Martinique owes a brilliant reparation. Daney tells also that in 1804 there was a movement in Martinique to erect a monument upon the spot where de Clieu planted his first coffee plant, but that the undertaking came to naught. Pardon, in his La Martinique, says, "Honor to this brave man. He has deserved it from the people of 2 hemispheres. His name is worthy of a place beside that of Parmentier, who carried to France the potato of Canada. These 2 men have rendered immense service to humanity, and their memory should never be forgotten. Yet, alas, are they even remembered?" Toussac, in his Flora de las Antilles, writing of de Clieu, says, "Though no monument be erected to this beneficent traveler, yet his name should remain engraved in the heart of every colonist." In 1774, the Année littéraire published a long poem in de Clieu's honor. In the feuilleton of the Gazette de France, April 12, 1816, we read that Monsieur Don, a wealthy Hollander and a coffee connoisseur, sought to honor de Clieu by having painted upon a porcelain service all the details of his voyage and its happy results. "I have seen the cups," says the writer, who gives many details and the Latin inscription. That singer of navigation, Esmenard, has pictured de Clieu's devotion in the following lines. "Forget not how de Clieu with his light vessels sail, brought distant Mocha's gift, that timid plant and frail. The waves fell suddenly, young zephyrs breathed no more. Beneath fierce Cancer's fires behold the fountain's store. Exhausted, fails, while now inexorable need makes her unpitying law with measured dole obeyed. Now each soul fears to prove Tantalus' torment first. De Clieu alone defies, while still that fatal thirst, fierce, stifling, day by day his noble strength devours, and still a heaven of brass inflames the burning hours. With that refreshing draught his life he will not cheer, but drop by drop revives the plant he holds more dear. Already, as in dreams, he sees great branches grow. One look at his dear plant assuages all his woe." The only memorial to de Clieu in Martinique is the Botanical Garden at Fort-de-France, which was opened in 1918 and dedicated to de Clieu, whose memory has been too long left in oblivion. In 1715 through 1717, the French Company of the Indies introduced the cultivation of the plant into Ile of Bourbon, now Réunion, by a ship captain named du Fougeray-Grenier from St. Malo. It did so well that 9 years later the island began to export coffee. The Dutch brought the cultivation of coffee to Suriname in 1718. The first coffee plantation in Brazil was started at Para in 1723 with plants brought from French Guiana, but it was not a success. The English brought the plant to Jamaica in 1730. In 1740, Spanish missionaries introduced coffee cultivation into the Philippines from Java. In 1748, Don José Antonio Gelabert introduced coffee into Cuba, bringing the seed from Santo Domingo. In 1750, the Dutch extended the cultivation of the plant to the Celebes. Coffee was introduced into Guatemala about 1750 through 1760. The intensive cultivation in Brazil dates from the efforts begun in the Portuguese colonies in Para and Amazonas in 1752. Puerto Rico began the cultivation of coffee about 1755. In 1760, Heyo Alberta Castelo Branco brought to Rio de Janeiro a coffee tree from Goya, Portuguese India. The news spread that the soil and climate of Brazil were particularly adapted to the cultivation of coffee. Moltke, a British monk, presented some seeds to the Capuchin monastery at Rio in 1774. Later, the Bishop of Rio, Joaquim Bruno, became a patron of the plant and encouraged its propagation in Rio, Minas, Espírito Santo, and Sao Paulo. The Spanish voyager, Don Francisco Javier Navarro, is credited with the introduction of coffee into Costa Rica from Cuba in 1779. In Venezuela, the industry was started near Caracas by a priest, José Antonio Mojedano, with seed brought from Martinique in 1784. Coffee cultivation in Mexico began in 1790, the seed being brought from the West Indies. In 1817, Don Juan Antonio Gomez instituted intensive cultivation in the state of Veracruz. In 1825, the cultivation of the plant was begun in the Hawaiian Islands with seeds from Rio de Janeiro. As previously noted, the English began to cultivate coffee in India in 1840. In 1852, coffee cultivation was begun in Salvador with plants brought from Cuba. In 1878, the English began the propagation of coffee in British Central Africa, but it was not until 1901 that coffee cultivation was introduced into British East Africa from Réunion. In 1887, the French introduced the plant into Tonkin, Indochina. Coffee growing in Queensland, introduced in 1896, has been successful in a small way. In recent years, several attempts have been made to propagate the coffee plant in the southern United States, but without success. It is believed, however, that the topographic and climatic conditions in Southern California are favorable for its cultivation. End of section 2. Section 3 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 3, Part 1. Early History of Coffee Drinking. Coffee in the Near East in the early centuries. Stories of its origin. Discovery by physicians and adoption by the Church. It spread through Arabia, Persia, and Turkey. Persecutions and intolerances. Early coffee manners and customs. The coffee drink had its rise in the classical period of Arabian medicine, which dates from Raziz, Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria el-Razi, who followed the doctrines of Galen and sat at the feet of Hippocrates. Raziz, 850 through 922, was the first to treat medicine in an encyclopedic manner and, according to some authorities, the first writer to mention coffee. He assumed the poetical name of Razi because he was a native of the city of Raj in Persian Iraq. He was a great philosopher and astronomer, and at one time was superintendent of the hospital at Baghdad. He wrote many learned books on medicine and surgery, but his principal work is Al-Haywi, or The Continent, a collection of everything relating to the cure of disease from Galen to his own time. Philippe Sylvestre Dufour, 1622 through 1687, a French coffee merchant, philosopher, and writer, in an accurate and finished treatise on coffee tells us, see the early edition of the work translated from the Latin, that the first writer to mention the properties of the coffee bean under the name of bunchum was this same Raziz, in the 9th century after the birth of our Savior, from which, if true, it would appear that coffee has been known for upwards of 1,000 years. Robinson, however, is of the opinion that Bunchum meant something else and had nothing to do with coffee. Dufour himself, in a later edition of his Traités Nouveaux et Curieux du Café, The Hague, 1693, is inclined to admit that bunchum may have been a root and not coffee after all. However, he is careful to add that there is no doubt that the Arabs knew coffee as far back as the year 800. Other, more modern authorities place it as early as the 6th century. Wiji Kawi is mentioned in a Kavi, Javan, inscription AD 856, and it is thought that the bean broth in David Taperi's list of Javanese beverages, 1667 through 1682, may have been coffee. While the true origin of coffee drinking may be forever hidden among the mysteries of the Purple East, shrouded as it is in legend and fable, scholars have marshaled sufficient facts to prove that the beverage was known in Ethiopia from time immemorial, and there is much to add for similitude to Dufour's narrative. The first coffee merchant prince, skilled in languages and polite learning, considered that his character as a merchant was not inconsistent with that of an author, and he even went so far as to say there were some things, for instance coffee, on which a merchant could be better informed than a philosopher. Granting that by bunchum Raziz meant coffee, the plant and the drink must have been known to his immediate followers, and this indeed seems to be indicated by similar references in the writings of Avicenna, Ibn Sina, the Mohammedan physician and philosopher, who lived from 980 to 1037 AD. Raziz, in the quaint language of Dufour, assures us that bunchum, coffee, is hot and dry and very good for the stomach. Avicenna explains the medicinal properties and uses of the coffee bean, bon or bun, which he also calls bunchum after this fashion. As to the choice thereof, that of a lemon color, light, and of a good smell is the best. The white and the heavy is not. It is hot and dry in the first degree, and according to others, cold in the first degree. It fortifies the members, it cleans the skin, and dries up the humidities that are under it, and gives an excellent smell to all the body. The early Arabians called the bean and the tree that bore it bun, the drink bunchum. A. Galland, 1646 through 1715, the French Orientalist who first analyzed and translated from the Arabic the Abd al-Qadir manuscript, the oldest document extant telling of the origin of coffee, observes that Avicenna speaks of the bun or coffee, as do also Prospero Alpini and Veslingius, Vesling. Ben Giazla, another great physician, contemporary with Avicenna, likewise mentions coffee, by which, says Galland, one may see that we are indebted to physicians for the discovery of coffee, as well as of sugar, tea, and chocolate. Raoul Wolff, died 1596, German physician and botanist, and the first European to mention coffee, who became acquainted with the beverage in Aleppo in 1573, telling how the drink was prepared by the Turks, says, "In this same water they take a fruit called banu, which in its bigness, shape, and color is almost like unto a bayberry, with two thin shells surrounded, which, as they informed me, are brought from the Indies. But as these in themselves are, and have within them two yellowish grains in two distinct cells, and besides, being they agree in their virtue, figure, looks, and name with the bunchum of Avicenna and bunco of Rasis ad Almans exactly. Therefore, I take them to be the same." In Dr. Edward Pocock's translation, Oxford, 1659, of "The nature of the drink cowhee or coffee, and the berry of which it is made, described by an Arabian physician," we read, "Bun is a plant in Yemen, which is planted in Adar, and groweth up and is gathered in Ab. It is about a cubit high, on a stalk about the thickness of one's thumb. It flowers white, leaving a berry like a small nut, but that sometimes it is broad like a bean, and when it is peeled, parteth in two. The best of it is that which is weighty and yellow, the worst that which is black. It is hot in the first degree, dry in the second. It is usually reported to be cold and dry, but it is not so, for it is bitter, and whatsoever is bitter is hot. It may be that the scorce is hot and the bun itself either of equal temperature or cold in the first degree. That which makes for its coldness is its stypticness. In summer, it is by experience found to conduce to the drying of rheums, and phlegmatic coughs and distillations, and the opening of obstructions, and the provocation of urine. It is now known by the name of kowa. When it is dried and thoroughly boiled, it allays the ebullition of the blood, is good against the smallpox and measles, the bloody pimples, yet causeth vertiginous headache, and maketh lean much, occasioneth waking, and the emerods, and assuageous lust, and sometimes breeds melancholy. He that would drink it for liveliness' sake, and to discuss slothfulness, and the other properties that we have mentioned, let him use much sweet meats with it, and oil of pistachios, and butter. Some drink it with milk, but it is an error, and such as may bring in danger of the leprosy. Dufour concludes that the coffee beans of commerce are the same as the bunchum, bun, described by Avicenna, and the bunca, bunchum, of Raziz. In this he agrees, almost word for word, with Rauwolf, indicating no change in opinion among the learned in 100 years. Christopher Campen thinks Hippocrates, father of medicine, knew and administered coffee. Robinson, commenting upon the early adoption of coffee into materia medica, charges that it was a mistake on the part of the Arab physicians, and that it originated the prejudice that caused coffee to be regarded as a powerful drug instead of as a simple and refreshing beverage. Homer, the Bible, and coffee. In early Grecian and Roman writings, no mention is made of either the coffee plant or the beverage made from the berries. Pietro Delia Vale, 1586 through 1652, however, maintains that the nepenthe, which Homer says Helen brought with her out of Egypt, and which she employed as surcease for sorrow, was nothing else but coffee mixed with wine. This is disputed by Monsieur Petit, a well-known physician of Paris, who died in 1687. Several later British authors, among them Sandys the poet, Burton, and Sir Henry Blount, have suggested the probability of coffee being the black broth of the Lacedaemonians. George Pascius, in his Latin treatise of the New Discoveries Made Since the Time of the Ancients, printed at Leipzig in 1700, says he believes that coffee was meant by the 5 measures of parched corn included among the presents Abigail made to David to appease his wrath, as recorded in the Bible, 1 Samuel chapter 25, verse 18. The Vulgate translates the Hebrew words sain kali into sata polenta, which signify wheat roasted or dried by fire. Pierre-Étienne Louis Dumont, the Swiss Protestant minister and author, is of the opinion that coffee, and not lentils as others have supposed, was the red pottage for which Esau sold his birthright. Also that the parched grain that Boaz ordered to be given Ruth was undoubtedly roasted coffee berries. Dufour mentions as a possible objection against coffee that the use and eating of beans were heretofore forbidden by Pythagoras, but intimates that the coffee bean of Arabia is something different. Scheuser, in his Physique Sacrée, says, "The Turks and the Arabs make with the coffee bean a beverage which bears the same name, and many persons use as a substitute the flour of roasted barley." From this we learned that the coffee substitute is almost as old as coffee itself. Some early legends. After medicine, the church. There are several Mohammedan traditions that have persisted through the centuries, claiming for the faithful the honor and glory of the first use of coffee as a beverage. One of these relates how, about 1258 AD, Sheikh Omar, a disciple of Sheikh Abul Hassan Shadeli, patron saint and legendary founder of Mocha, by chance discovered the coffee drink at Usab in Arabia, whither he had been exiled for a certain moral remissness. Facing starvation, he and his followers were forced to feed upon the berries growing around them. And then, in the words of the faithful Arab chronicle in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris, having nothing to eat except coffee, they took of it and boiled it in a saucepan, and drank of the decoction. Former patients in Mocha, who sought out the good doctor priest in his Usab retreat for physic with which to cure their ills, were given some of this decoction, with beneficial effect. As a result of the stories of its magical properties carried back to the city, Sheikh Omar was invited to return in triumph to Mocha, where the governor caused to be built a monastery for him and his companions. Another version of this Oriental legend gives it as follows. The dervish Haji Omar was driven by his enemies out of Mocha into the desert, where they expected he would die of starvation. This undoubtedly would have occurred if he had not plucked up courage to taste some strange berries which he found growing on a shrub. While they seemed to be edible, they were very bitter, and he tried to improve the taste by roasting them. He found, however, that they had become very hard, so he attempted to soften them with water. The berries seemed to remain as hard as before, but the liquid turned brown, and Omar drank it on the chance that it contained some of the nourishment from the berries. He was amazed at how it refreshed him, enlivened his sluggishness, and raised his drooping spirits. Later, when he returned to Mocha, his salvation was considered a miracle. The beverage to which it was due sprang into high favor, and Omar himself was made a saint. A popular and much-quoted version of Omar's discovery of coffee, also based upon the Abd al-Qadir manuscript, is the following. In the year of the Hegira 656, the Mullah Shadeli went on a pilgrimage to Mecca. Arriving at the mountain of the Emeralds, Usab, he turned to his disciple Omar and said, I shall die in this place. When my soul has gone forth, a veiled person will appear to you. Do not fail to execute the command which he will give you. The venerable Shadelhi being dead, Omar saw in the middle of the night a gigantic specter covered by a white veil. Who are you? He asked. The phantom drew back his veil, and Omar saw with surprise Shadelhi himself, grown 10 cubits since his death. The mullah dug in the ground, and water miraculously appeared. The spirit of his teacher bade Omar fill a bowl with the water and to proceed on his way and not to stop till he reached the spot where the water would stop moving. It is there, he added, that a great destiny awaits you. Omar started his journey. Arriving at Mocha in Yemen, he noticed that the water was immovable. It was here that he must stop. The beautiful village of Mocha was then ravaged by the plague. Omar began to pray for the sick, and, as the saintly man was close to Muhammad, many found themselves cured by his prayers. The plague, meanwhile, progressing, the daughter of the king of Mocha fell ill, and her father had her carried to the home of the dervish who cured her. But as the young princess was of rare beauty, after having cured her, the good dervish tried to carry her off. The king did not fancy this new kind of reward. Omar was driven from the city and exiled on the mountain of Usab, with herbs for food and a cave for a home. "Oh, Shadelhi, my dear master," cried the unfortunate dervish one day, "if the things which happened to me at Mocha were destined, was it worth the trouble to give me a bowl to come here?" To these just complaints there was heard immediately a song of incomparable harmony, and a bird of marvelous plumage came to rest in a tree. Omar sprang forward quickly toward the little bird which sang so well, but then he saw on the branches of the tree only flowers and fruit. Omar laid hands on the fruit and found it delicious. Then he filled his great pockets with it and went back to his cave. As he was preparing to boil a few herbs for his dinner, the idea came to him of substituting for this sad soup some of his harvested fruit. From it, he obtained a savory and perfumed drink. It was coffee. The Italian Journal of the Savants, for the year 1760, says that two monks, Scialdi and Aeduus, were the first to discover the properties of coffee, and for this reason became the object of special prayers. Was not this Scialdi identical with the Sheikh Shadeli? Asked Jardin. The most popular legend ascribes the discovery of the drink to an Arabian herdsman in Upper Egypt or Abyssinia, who complained to the abbot of a neighboring monastery that the goats confided to his care became unusually frolicsome after eating the berries of certain shrubs found near their feeding grounds. The abbot, having observed the fact, determined to try the virtues of the berries on himself. He, too, responded with a new exhilaration. Accordingly, he directed that some be boiled and the decoction drunk by his monks, who thereafter found no difficulty in keeping awake during the religious services of the night. The Abbé Massieu, in his poem Carmen Cafeum, thus celebrates the event. The monks each in turn, as the evening draws near, drink round the great cauldron a circle of cheer, and the dawn in amaze, revisiting that shore, on idle beds of ease, surprised them nevermore. According to the legend, the news of the wakeful monastery spread rapidly, and the magical berry soon came to be in request throughout the whole kingdom, and in progress of time other nations and provinces of the East fell into the use of it. The French have preserved the following picturesque version of this legend. A young goatherd named Caldi noticed one day that his goats, whose deportment up to that time had been irreproachable, were abandoning themselves to the most extravagant prancings. The venerable buck, ordinarily so dignified and solemn, bounded about like a young kid. Caldi attributed this foolish gaiety to certain fruits of which the goats had been eating with delight. The story goes that the poor fellow had a heavy heart, and in the hope of cheering himself up a little, he thought he would pick and eat of the fruit. The experiment succeeded marvelously. He forgot his troubles and became the happiest herder in happy Arabia. When the goats danced, he gaily made himself one of the party and entered into their fun with admirable spirit. One day, a monk chanced to pass by and stopped in surprise to find a ball going on. A score of goats were executing lively pirouettes like a lady's chain, while the buck solemnly balanced, and the herder went through the figures of an eccentric pastoral dance. The astonished monk inquired the cause of this saltatorial madness, and Caldi told him of his precious discovery. Now this poor monk had a great sorrow. He always went to sleep in the middle of his prayers, and he reasoned that Mohammed, without doubt, was revealing this marvelous fruit to him to overcome his sleepiness. Piety does not exclude gastronomic instincts. Those of our good monk were more than ordinary, because he thought of drying and boiling the fruit of the herder. This ingenious concoction gave us coffee. Immediately all the monks of the realm made use of the drink, because it encouraged them to pray and perhaps also because it was not disagreeable. In those early days, it appears that the drink was prepared in two ways, one in which the decoction was made from the hull and the pulp surrounding the bean, and the other from the bean itself. The roasting process came later, and is an improvement generally credited to the Persians. There is evidence that the early Mohammedan churchmen were seeking a substitute for the wine forbidden to them by the Koran when they discovered coffee. The word for coffee in Arabic, kahwa, is the same as one of those used for wine, and later on, when coffee drinking grew so popular as to threaten the very life of the church itself, this similarity was seized upon by the church leaders to support their contention that the prohibition against wine applied also to coffee. Larocque, writing in 1715, says that the Arabian word kahwa signified at first only wine, but later was turned into a generic term applied to all kinds of drink. So there were really three sorts of coffee, namely wine, including all intoxicating liquors, the drink made with the shells or cods of the coffee bean, and that made from the bean itself. Originally, then, the coffee drink may have been a kind of wine made from the coffee fruit. In the coffee countries, even today, the natives are very fond and eat freely of the ripe coffee cherries, voiding the seeds. The pulp surrounding the coffee seeds, beans, is pleasant to taste, has a sweetish aromatic flavor, and quickly ferments when allowed to stand. Still another tradition, was the wish father to the thought, tells how the coffee drink was revealed to Muhammad himself by the angel Gabriel. Coffee's partisans found satisfaction in a passage in the Quran which, they said, foretold its adoption by the followers of the Prophet. They shall be given to drink an excellent wine, sealed. Its seal is that of the musk. The most diligent research does not carry a knowledge of coffee back beyond the time of Raziz, 200 years after Muhammad, so there is little more than speculation or conjecture to support the theory that it was known to the ancients in Bible times or in the days of the Praised One. Our knowledge of tea, on the other hand, antedates the Christian era. We know also that tea was intensively cultivated and taxed under the Tang dynasty in China, AD 793, and that Arab traders knew of it in the following century. The first reliable coffee date. About 1454, Sheikh Gamaluddin Abu Muhammad bin Said, Mufti of Aden, surnamed al-Dabani, from Daban, a small town where he was born, became acquainted with the virtues of coffee on a journey into Abyssinia. Upon his return to Aden, his health became impaired, and remembering the coffee he had seen his countrymen drinking in Abyssinia, he sent for some in the hope of finding relief. He not only recovered from his illness, but because of its sleep-dispelling qualities, he sanctioned the use of the drink among the dervishes that they might spend the night in prayers or other religious exercises with more attention and presence of mind. It is altogether probable that the coffee drink was known in Aden before the time of Sheikh Gamaluddin, but the endorsement of the very learned Imam, whose science and religion had already made famous, was sufficient to start a vogue for the beverage that spread throughout Yemen, and thence to the far corners of the world. We read in the Arabian manuscript at the Bibliothèque Nationale that lawyers, students, as well as travelers who journeyed at night, artisans, and others who worked at night to escape the heat of the day, took to drinking coffee, and even left off another drink, then becoming popular, made from the leaves of a plant called khat or cat, Catha edulis. Sheikh Gamaluddin was assisted in his work of spreading the gospel of this, the first propaganda for coffee, by one Muhammad al-Hadrami, a physician of great reputation, born in Hadramaut, Arabia Felix. A recently unearthed and little-known version of coffee's origin shows how features of both the Omar tradition and the Gamaluddin story may be combined by a professional Occidental tale writer. Toward the middle of the 15th century, a poor Arab was traveling in Abyssinia. Finding himself weak and weary, he stopped near a grove. For fuel wherewith to cook his rice, he cut down a tree that happened to be covered with dried berries. His meal being cooked and eaten, the traveler discovered that these half-burnt berries were fragrant. He collected a number of them and, on crushing them with a stone, found that the aroma was increased to a great extent. While wondering at this, he accidentally let the substance fall into an earthen vessel that contained his scanty supply of water. A miracle! The almost putrid water was purified. He brought it to his lips. It was fresh and agreeable, and after a short rest the traveler so far recovered his strength and energy as to be able to resume his journey. The lucky Arab gathered as many berries as he could, and having arrived at Aden, informed the Mufti of his discovery. That worthy was an inveterate opium smoker, who had been suffering for years from the influence of the poisonous drug. He tried an infusion of the roasted berries, and was so delighted at the recovery of his former vigor that in gratitude to the tree he called it kahuha, which in Arabic signifies force. Galland, in his analysis of the Arabian manuscript already referred to, that has furnished us with the most trustworthy account of the origin of coffee, criticizes Antoine Faustus Néron, Maronite professor of Oriental languages at Rome, who was the author of the first printed treatise on coffee only, for accepting the legends relating to Omar and the Abyssinian goatherd. He says they are unworthy of belief as facts of history, although he is careful to add that there is some truth in the story of the discovery of coffee by the Abyssinian goats and the abbot who prescribed the use of the berries for his monks. The Eastern Christians, being willing to have the honor of the invention of coffee for the abbot or prior of the convent and his companions, are only the Mufti Gamaluddin and Muhammad al-Hadrami, and the monks are the dervishes. Amid all these details, Jourdain reaches the conclusion that it is to chance we must attribute the knowledge of the properties of coffee, and that the coffee tree was transported from its native land to Yemen, as far as Mecca, and possibly into Persia, before being carried into Egypt. Coffee being thus favorably introduced into Aden, it has continued there ever since, without interruption. By degrees, the cultivation of the plant and the use of the beverage passed into many neighboring places. Toward the close of the 15th century, 1470 through 1500, it reached Mecca and Medina, where it was introduced, as at Aden, by the dervishes, and for the same religious purpose. About 1510, it reached Grand Cairo in Egypt, where the dervishes from Yemen, living in a district by themselves, drank coffee on the nights they intended to spend in religious devotion. They kept it in a large red earthen vessel, each in turn receiving it respectfully from their superior in a small bowl, which he dipped into the jar, in the meantime chanting their prayers, the burden of which was always, "There is no God but one God, the true King, whose power is not to be disputed." After the dervishes, the bowl was passed to lay members of the congregation. In this way, coffee came to be so associated with the act of worship that they never performed a religious ceremony in public and never observed any solemn festival without taking coffee. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Mecca became so fond of the beverage that, disregarding its religious associations, they made of it a secular drink to be sipped publicly in café khanes, the first coffee houses. Here, the idle congregated to drink coffee, to play chess and other games, to discuss the news of the day, and to amuse themselves with singing, dancing, and music, contrary to the manners of the rigid Mohammedans, who were very properly scandalized by such performances. In Medina, and in Cairo too, coffee became as common a drink as in Mecca and Aden. The first coffee persecution. At length, the pious Mohammedans began to disapprove of the use of coffee among the people. For one thing, it made common one of the best psychology adjuncts of their religion. Also, the joy of life that it helped to liberate among those who frequented the coffee houses precipitated social, political, and religious arguments, and these frequently developed into disturbances. Dissensions arose even among the churchmen themselves. They divided into camps for and against coffee. The law of the prophet on the subject of wine was variously construed as applying to coffee. About this time, 1511, Khair Bey was governor of Mecca for the Sultan of Egypt. He appears to have been a strict disciplinarian, but lamentably ignorant of the actual conditions obtaining among his people. As he was leaving the mosque one evening after prayers, he was offended by seeing in a corner a company of coffee drinkers who were preparing to pass the night in prayer. His first thought was that they were drinking wine, and great was his astonishment when he learned what the liquor really was, and how common was its use throughout the city. Further investigation convinced him that indulgence in this exhilarating drink must incline men and women to extravagances prohibited by law, and so he determined to suppress it. First, he drove the coffee drinkers out of the mosque. The next day, he called a council of officers of justice, lawyers, physicians, priests, and leading citizens, to whom he declared what he had seen the evening before at the mosque, and, being resolved to put a stop to the coffee house abuses, he sought their advice upon the subject. The chief count in the indictment was that in these places men and women met and played tambourines, violins, and other musical instruments. There were also people who played chess, mancala, and other similar games for money. And there were many other things done contrary to our sacred law. May God keep it from all corruption until the day when we shall all appear before him. The lawyers agreed that the coffee houses needed reforming, but as to the drink itself, inquiry should be made as to whether it was in any way harmful to mind or body, for if not, it might not be sufficient to close the places that sold it. It was suggested that the opinion of the physicians be sought. 2 brothers, Persian physicians, named Hakimani, and reputed the best in Mecca, were summoned, although we are told they knew more about logic than they did about physic. One of them came into the council fully prejudiced, as he had already written a book against coffee, and filled with concern for his profession, being fearful lest the common use of the new drink would make serious inroads on the practice of medicine. His brother joined with him in assuring the assembly that the plant, bun, from which coffee was made, was cold and dry, and so unwholesome. When another physician present reminded them that Ben Ghiasla, the ancient and respected contemporary of Avicenna, taught that it was hot and dry, they made arbitrary answer that Ben Ghiasla had in mind another plant of the same name, and that, anyhow, it was not material, for if the coffee drink disposed people to things forbidden by religion, the safest course for Mohammedans was to look upon it as unlawful. The friends of coffee were covered with confusion. Only the mufti spoke out in the meeting in its favor. Others, carried away by prejudice or misguided zeal, affirmed that coffee clouded their senses. One man arose and said it intoxicated like wine, which made everyone laugh, since he could hardly have been a judge of this if he had not drunk wine, which is forbidden by the Mohammedan religion. Upon being asked whether he had ever drunk any, he was so imprudent as to admit that he had, thereby condemning himself out of his own mouth to the bastinado. The Mufti of Aden, being both an officer of the court and a divine, undertook with some heat a defense of coffee, but he was clearly in an unpopular minority. He was rewarded with the reproaches and affronts of the religious zealots. So the governor had his way, and coffee was solemnly condemned as thing forbidden by the law. And a presentment was drawn up, signed by a majority of those present, and dispatched post-haste by the governor to his royal master, the Sultan, at Cairo. At the same time, the governor published an edict forbidding the sale of coffee in public or private. The officers of justice caused all the coffee houses in Mecca to be shut, and ordered all the coffee found there, or in the merchants' warehouses, to be burned. Naturally enough, being an unpopular edict, there were many evasions, and much coffee drinking took place behind closed doors. Some of the friends of coffee were outspoken in their opposition to the order, being convinced that the assembly had rendered a judgment not in accordance with the facts, and above all, contrary to the opinion of the mufti, who, in every Arab community, is looked up to as the interpreter or expounder of the law. One man, caught in the act of disobedience, besides being severely punished, was also led through the most public streets of the city, seated on an ass. However, the triumph of the enemies of coffee was short-lived, for not only did the Sultan of Cairo disapprove the indiscreet zeal of the governor of Mecca and order the edict revoked, but he read him a severe lesson on the subject. How dared he condemn a thing approved at Cairo, the capital of his kingdom, where there were physicians whose opinions carried more weight than those of Mecca, and who had found nothing against the law in the use of coffee? The best things might be abused, added the Sultan, even the sacred waters of Zamzam, but this was no reason for an absolute prohibition. The fountain or well of Zamzam, according to the Mohammedan teaching, is the same which God caused to spring up in the desert to comfort Hagar and Ishmael when Abraham banished them. It is in the enclosure of the temple at Mecca, and the Mohammedans drink of it with much show of devotion, ascribing great virtues to it. It is not recorded whether this misguided governor was shocked at this seeming profanity, but it is known that he hastened to obey the orders of his lord and master. The prohibition was recalled, and thereafter he employed his authority only to preserve order in the coffee houses. The friends of coffee and the lovers of poetic justice found satisfaction in the governor's subsequent fate. He was exposed as an extortioner and a public robber, and tortured to death, his brother killing himself to avoid the same fate. The two Persian physicians who had played so mean a part in the first coffee persecution likewise came to an unhappy end. Being discredited in Mecca, they fled to Cairo, where, in an unguarded moment, having cursed the person of Salim I, Emperor of the Turks, who had conquered Egypt, they were executed by his order. Coffee, being thus re-established at Mecca, met with no opposition until 1524, when, because of renewed disorders, the Cadi of the town closed the coffee houses, but did not seek to interfere with coffee drinking at home and in private. His successor, however, relicensed them, and continuing on their good behavior since then, they have not been disturbed. In 1542, a ripple was caused by an order issued by Solyman the Great, forbidding the use of coffee. But no one took it seriously, especially as it soon became known that the order had been obtained by surprise and at the desire of only one of the court ladies, a little too nice in this point. One of the most interesting facts in the history of the coffee drink is that whenever it has been introduced, it has spelled revolution. It has been the world's most radical drink in that its function has always been to make people think. And when the people began to think, they became dangerous to tyrants and to foes of liberty, of thought and action. Sometimes the people became intoxicated with their newfound ideas, and, mistaking liberty for license, they ran amok and called down upon their heads persecutions and many petty intolerances. So history repeated itself in Cairo 23 years after the first Mecca persecution. End of section 3. Section 4 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 3, Part 2. Early History of Coffee Drinking. Coffee's second religious persecution. Salim I, after conquering Egypt, had brought coffee to Constantinople in 1517. The drink continued its progress through Syria and was received in Damascus about 1530 and in Aleppo about 1532 without opposition. Several coffee houses of Damascus attained wide fame, among them the Café of the Roses and the Café of the Gate of Salvation. Its increasing popularity, and perhaps the realization that the continued spread of the beverage might lessen the demand for his services, caused a physician of Cairo to propound, about 1523, to his fellows this question: "What is your opinion concerning the liquor called coffee, which is drank in company, as being reckoned in the number of those we have free leave to make use of, notwithstanding it is the cause of no small disorders, that it flies up into the head and is very pernicious to health? Is it permitted or forbidden?" At the end he was careful to add, as his own opinion, and without prejudice, that coffee was unlawful. To the credit of the physicians of Cairo as a class, it should be recorded that they looked with unsympathetic eyes upon this attempt on the part of one of their number to stir up trouble for a valuable adjunct to their materia medica, and so the effort died aborning. If the physicians were disposed to do nothing to stop coffee's progress, not so the preachers. As places of resort, the coffee houses exercised an appeal that proved stronger to the popular mind than that of the temples of worship. This to men of sound religious training was intolerable. The feeling against coffee smoldered for a time, but in 1534 it broke out afresh. In that year, a fiery preacher in one of Cairo's mosques so played upon the emotions of his congregation with a preachment against coffee, claiming that it was against the law and that those who drank it were not true Mohammedans, that upon leaving the building, a large number of his hearers, enraged, threw themselves into the first coffee house they found in their way, burned the coffee pots and dishes, and maltreated all the persons they found there. Public opinion was immediately aroused, and the city was divided into two parties, one maintaining that coffee was against the law of Muhammad, and the other taking the contrary view. And then arose a Solomon in the person of the Chief Justice, who summoned into his presence the learned physicians for consultation. Again, the medical profession stood by its guns. The medical men pointed out to the Chief Justice that the question had already been decided by their predecessors on the side of coffee, and that the time had come to put some check on the furious zeal of the bigots and the indiscretions of ignorant preachers. Whereupon the wise judge caused coffee to be served to the whole company and drank some himself. By this act he reunited the contending parties and brought coffee into greater esteem than ever. Coffee in Constantinople. The story of the introduction of coffee into Constantinople shows that it experienced much the same vicissitudes that marked its advent at Mecca and Cairo. There were the same disturbances, the same unreasoning religious superstition, the same political hatreds, the same stupid interference by the civil authorities, and yet, in spite of it all, coffee attained new honors and new fame. The Oriental Coffee House reached its supreme development in Constantinople. Although coffee had been known in Constantinople since 1517, it was not until 1554 that the inhabitants became acquainted with that great institution of early Eastern democracy, the coffee house. In that year, under the reign of Solomon the Great, son of Selim I, one Skemsi of Damascus and one Hakem of Aleppo opened the first two coffee houses in the quarter called Taktakala. They were wonderful institutions for those days, remarkable alike for their furnishings and their comforts, as well as for the opportunity they afforded for social intercourse and free discussion. Skemsi and Hakem received their guests on very neat couches or sofas, and the admission was the price of a dish of coffee, about 1 cent. Turks, high and low, took up the idea with avidity. Coffee houses increased in number. The demand outstripped the supply. In the seraglio itself, special officers, kavejibachi, were commissioned to prepare the coffee drink for the Sultan. Coffee was in favor with all classes. The Turks gave to the coffee houses the name kave kanes, diversoria, Kotovicus called them, and as they grew in popularity, they became more and more luxurious. There were lounges, richly carpeted, and in addition to coffee, many other means of entertainment. To these schools of the wise came the young men ready to enter upon offices of judicature, cadis from the provinces seeking reinstatement or new appointments, mudiris or professors, officers of the seraglio, bashaws, and the principal lords of the port, not to mention merchants and travelers from all parts of the then-known world. Coffee house persecutions. About 1570, just when coffee seemed settled for all time in the social scheme, the imams and dervishes raised a loud wail against it, saying the mosques were almost empty, while the coffee houses were always full. Then the preachers joined in the clamor, affirming it to be a greater sin to go to a coffee house than to enter a tavern. The authorities began an examination, and the same old debate was on. This time, however, appeared a mufti who was unfriendly to coffee. The religious fanatics argued that Muhammad had not even known of coffee, and so could not have used the drink, and therefore it must be an abomination for his followers to do so. Further, coffee was burned and ground to charcoal before making a drink of it, and the Quran distinctly forbade the use of charcoal, including it among the unsanitary foods. The Mufti decided the question in favor of the zealots, and coffee was forbidden by law. The prohibition proved to be more honored in the breach than in the observance. Coffee drinking continued in secret instead of in the open, and when, about 1580, Amurath III, at the further solicitation of the churchmen, declared in an edict that coffee should be classed with wine, and so prohibited in accordance with the law of the prophet, the people only smiled and persisted in their secret disobedience. Already they were beginning to think for themselves on religious as well as political matters. The civil officers, finding it useless to try to suppress the custom, winked at violations of the law, and for a consideration permitted the sale of coffee privately, so that many Ottoman speakeasies sprung up, places where coffee might be had behind shut doors, shops where it was sold in back rooms. This was enough to re-establish the coffee houses by degrees. Then came a mufti less scrupulous or more knowing than his predecessor, who declared that coffee was not to be looked upon as coal, and that the drink made from it was not forbidden by the law. There was a general renewal of coffee drinking. Religious devotees, preachers, lawyers, and the mufti himself indulging in it, their example being followed by the whole court and the city. After this, the coffee houses provided a handsome source of revenue to each succeeding Grand Vizier, and there was no further interference with the beverage until the reign of Amurath IV, when Grand Vizier Kuprilli, during the war with Candia, decided that for political reasons the coffee houses should be closed. His argument was much the same as that advanced more than 100 years later by Charles II of England, namely, that they were hotbeds of sedition. Kuprilli was a military dictator with nothing of Charles's vacillating nature, and although, like Charles, he later rescinded his edict, he enforced it, while it was effective, in no uncertain fashion. Kuprilli was no petty tyrant. For a first violation of the order, cudgeling was the punishment. For a second offense, the victim was sewn in a leather bag and thrown into the Bosporus. Strangely enough, while he suppressed the coffee houses, he permitted the taverns that sold wine forbidden by the Koran to remain open. Perhaps he found the latter produced a less dangerous kind of mental stimulation than that produced by coffee. Coffee, says Viry, was too intellectual a drink for the fierce and senseless administration of the pashas. Even in those days, it was not possible to make people good by law. Paraphrasing the copybook, suppressed desires will arise, though all the world o'erwhelm them to men's eyes. An unjust law was no more enforceable in those centuries than it is in the 20th century. Men are humans first, although they may become brutish when bereft of reason. But coffee does not steal away their reason, rather it sharpens their reasoning faculties. As Galland has truly said, coffee joins men, born for society, in a more perfect union. Protestations are more sincere in being made at a time when the mind is not clouded with fumes and vapors, and therefore not easily forgotten, which too frequently happens when made over a bottle. Despite the severe penalties staring them in the face, violations of the law were plentiful among the people of Constantinople. Vendors of the beverage appeared in the marketplace with large copper vessels with fire under them, and those who had a mind to drink were invited to step into a neighboring shop where everyone was welcome on such an account. Later, Kuprilli, having assured himself that coffee houses were no longer a menace to his policies, permitted the free use of the beverage that he had previously forbidden. Coffee and coffee houses in Persia. Some writers claim for Persia the discovery of the coffee drink, but there is no evidence to support the claim. There are, however, sufficient facts to justify a belief that here, as in Ethiopia, coffee has been known from time immemorial, which is a very convenient phrase. At an early date, the coffee house became an established institution in the chief towns. The Persians appear to have used far more intelligence than the Turks in handling the political phase of the coffee house question, and so it never became necessary to order them suppressed in Persia. The wife of Shah Abbas, observing that great numbers of people were wont to gather and to talk politics in the leading coffee house of Ispahan, appointed a mullah, an ecclesiastical teacher and expounder of the law, to sit there daily to entertain the frequenters of the place with nicely turned points of history, law, and poetry. Being a man of wisdom and great tact, he avoided controversial questions of state, and so politics were kept in the background. He proved a welcome visitor and was made much of by the guests. This example was generally followed, and as a result, disturbances were rare in the coffee houses of Ispahan. Adam Olearius, 1599 through 1671, who was secretary to the German embassy that traveled in Turkey in 1633 through 1636, tells of the great diversions made in Persian coffee houses by their poets and historians who are seated in a high chair from whence they make speeches and tell satirical stories, playing in the meantime with a little stick and using the same gestures as our jugglers and legerdemain men do in England. At court conferences, conspicuous among the Shah's retinue were always to be seen the kavajibachi, or coffee pourers. Early coffee manners and customs. Carstens Niebuhr, 1733 through 1815, the Hanoverian traveler, furnishes the following description of the early Arabian, Syrian, and Egyptian coffee houses. They are commonly large halls, having their floors spread with mats, and illuminated at night by a multitude of lamps. Being the only theaters for the exercise of profane eloquence, poor scholars attend here to amuse the people. Select portions are read, e.g., the adventures of Rustan Sal, a Persian hero. Some aspire to the praise of invention and compose tales and fables. They walk up and down as they recite, or assuming oratorial consequence, harangue upon subjects chosen by themselves. In one coffee house at Damascus, an orator was regularly hired to tell his stories at a fixed hour. In other cases, he was more directly dependent upon the taste of his hearers, as at the conclusion of his discourse, whether it had consisted of literary topics or of loose and idle tales, he looked to the audience for a voluntary contribution. At Aleppo, again, there was a man with a soul above the common, who, being a person of distinction, and one that studied merely for his own pleasure, had yet gone the round of all the coffee houses in the city to pronounce moral harangues. In some coffee houses there were singers and dancers, as before, and many came to listen to the marvelous tales of the 1,001 Nights. In Oriental countries, it was once the custom to offer a cup of bad coffee, i.e., coffee containing poison, to those functionaries or other persons who had proven themselves embarrassing to the authorities. While coffee drinking started as a private religious function, it was not long after its introduction by the coffee houses that it became secularized still more in the homes of the people, although for centuries it retained a certain religious significance. Galland says that in Constantinople, at the time of his visit to the city, there was no house, rich or poor, Turk or Jew, Greek or Armenian, where it was not drunk at least twice a day, and many drank of it oftener, for it became a custom in every house to offer it to all visitors, and it was considered an incivility to refuse it. 20 dishes a day per person was not an uncommon average. Galland observes that as much money must be spent in the private families of Constantinople for coffee as for wine at Paris, and relates that it is as common for beggars to ask for money to buy coffee as it is in Europe to ask for money to buy wine or beer. At this time, to refuse or to neglect to give coffee to their wives was a legitimate cause for divorce among the Turks. The men made promise when marrying never to let their wives be without coffee. That, says Foubert de Montieth, is perhaps more prudent than to swear fidelity. Another Arabic manuscript by Bicheville in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris furnishes us with this pen picture of the coffee ceremony as practiced in Constantinople in the 16th century. In all the great men's houses, there are servants whose business it is only to take care of the coffee, and the head officer among them, or he who has the inspection over all the rest has an apartment allowed him near the hall, which is destined for the reception of visitors. The Turks call this officer kaveghi, that is, overseer or steward of the coffee. In the harem, or ladies' apartment, in the seraglio, there are a great many such officers, each having 40 or 50 baltagis under them, who, after they have served a certain time in these coffee houses, are sure to be well provided for, either by an advantageous post or a sufficient quantity of land. In the houses of persons of quality likewise, there are pages called ichoglans, who receive the coffee from the stewards and present it to the company with surprising dexterity and address, as soon as the master of the family makes a sign for that purpose, which is all the language they ever speak to them. The coffee is served on salvers without feet, made commonly of painted or varnished wood, and sometimes of silver. They hold from 15 to 20 china dishes each, and such as can afford it have these dishes half set in silver. The dish may be easily held with the thumb below and 2 fingers on the upper edge. In his Relation of a Journey to Constantinople in 1657, Nicholas Rolamb, the Swedish traveler and envoy to the Ottoman Porte, gives us this early glimpse of coffee in the home life of the Turks. This coffee is a kind of pea that grows in Egypt, which the Turks pound and boil in water, and take it for pleasure instead of brandy, sipping it through the lips boiling hot, persuading themselves that it consumes catarrhs and prevents the rising of vapors out of the stomach into the head. The drinking of this coffee and smoking tobacco, for though the use of tobacco is forbidden on pain of death, yet it is used in Constantinople more than anywhere by men as well as women, though secretly, makes up all the pastime among the Turks, and is the only thing they treat one another with, for which reason all people of distinction have a particular room next to their own, built on purpose for it, where there stands a jar of coffee continually boiling. It is curious to note that among several misconceptions that were held by some of the peoples of the Levant was one that coffee was a promoter of impotence, although a Persian version of the angel Gabriel legend says that Gabriel invented it to restore the prophet's failing metabolism. Often in Turkish and Arabian literature, however, we meet with the suggestion that coffee drinking makes for sterility and barrenness, a notion that modern medicine has exploded, for now we know that coffee stimulates the racial instinct for which tobacco is a sedative. End of section 4.
Section 5 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Introduction of Coffee into Western Europe. Of the world's 3 great temperance beverages, cocoa, tea, and coffee, cocoa was the first to be introduced into Europe in 1528 by the Spanish. It was nearly a century later, in 1610, that the Dutch brought tea to Europe. Venetian traders introduced coffee into Europe in 1715. Europe's first knowledge of coffee was brought by travellers returning from the Far East and the Levant. Leonard Rauwolf started on his famous journey into the eastern countries from Marseilles in September 1573, having left his home in Augsburg the 18th of the preceding May. He reached Aleppo in November 1573 and returned to Augsburg February 12, 1576. He was the first European to mention coffee, and to him also belongs the honour of being the first to refer to the beverage in print. Rauwolf was not only a doctor of medicine and a botanist of great renown, but also official physician to the town of Augsburg. When he spoke, it was as one having authority. The first printed reference to coffee appears as Schaube in chapter 8 of Rauwolf's Travels, which deals with the manners and customs of the city of Aleppo. The exact passage is reproduced herewith as it appears in the original German edition of Rauwolf published at Frankfort and Lauingen in 1582-1583. The translation is as follows: "If you have a mind to eat something or to drink other liquors, there is commonly an open shop near it, where you sit down upon the ground or carpets and drink together. Among the rest they have a very good drink by them called Schaube, coffee, that is almost as black as ink, and very good in illness, chiefly that of the stomach. Of this they drink in the morning early in the open places before everybody, without any fear or regard, out of china cups, as hot as they can. They put it often to their lips, but drink but little at a time, and let it go round as they sit. In this same water they take a fruit called bunnu, which in its bigness, shape, and colour is almost like unto a bayberry, with two thin shells surround it, which, as they informed me, are brought from the Indies. But as these in themselves are, and have within them, two yellowish grains in two distinct cells, and besides being they agree in their virtue, figure, looks, and name, with the bunchum of Avicenna and bunca of Rasis at Almans exactly, therefore I take them to be the same, until I am better informed by the learned. This liquor is very common among them, wherefore there are a great many of them that sell it, and others that sell the berries, everywhere in their bazaars." The early days of coffee in Italy. It is not easy to determine just when the use of coffee spread from Constantinople to the western parts of Europe, but it is more than likely that the Venetians, because of their close proximity to, and their great trade with, the Levant, were the first acquainted with it. Prospero Alpini (Alpinus, 1553 1617), a learned physician and botanist of Padua, journeyed to Egypt in 1580, and brought back news of coffee. He was the first to print a description of the coffee plant and drink in his treatise The Plants of Egypt, written in Latin and published in Venice, 1592. He says: "I have seen this tree at Cairo, it being the same tree that produces the fruit, so common in Egypt, to which they give the name bon or ban. The Arabians and the Egyptians make a sort of decoction of it, which they drink instead of wine, and it is sold in all their public houses, as wine is with us. They call this drink caoba. The fruit of which they make it comes from Arabia the Happy, and the tree that I saw looks like a spindle tree, but the leaves are thicker, tougher, and greener. The tree is never without leaves." Alpini makes note of the medicinal qualities attributed to the drink by dwellers in the Orient, and many of these were soon incorporated into Europe's materia medica. Johann Wessling (Wesslingius, 1598 1649), a German botanist and traveller, settled in Venice, where he became known as a learned Italian physician. He edited, in 1640, a new edition of Alpini's work, but earlier, in 1638, published some comments on Alpini's findings, in the course of which he distinguished certain qualities found in a drink made from the husks (skins) of the coffee berries, from those found in the liquor made from the beans themselves, which he calls the stones of the coffee fruit. He says: "Not only in Egypt is coffee in much request, but in almost all the other provinces of the Turkish Empire, whence it comes to pass that it is dear even in the Levant and scarce among the Europeans, who by that means are deprived of a very wholesome liquor." From this we may conclude that coffee was not wholly unknown in Europe at that time. Wessling adds that when he visited Cairo he found there 2,000 or 3,000 coffee houses, and that some did begin to put sugar in their coffee to correct the bitterness of it, and others made sugar plums of the berries. Coffee baptized by the Pope. Shortly after coffee reached Rome, according to a much quoted legend, it was again threatened with religious fanaticism, which almost caused its excommunication from Christendom. It is related that certain priests appealed to Pope Clement VIII, 1535 1605, to have its use forbidden among Christians, denouncing it as an invention of Satan. They claimed that the Evil One, having forbidden his followers, the infidel Moslems, the use of wine, no doubt because it was sanctified by Christ and used in the Holy Communion, had given them as a substitute this hellish black brew of his, which they called coffee. For Christians to drink it was to risk falling into a trap set by Satan for their souls. It is further related that the Pope, made curious, desired to inspect this devil's drink, and had some brought to him. The aroma of it was so pleasant and inviting that the Pope was tempted to try a cupful. After drinking it he exclaimed, "Why, this Satan's drink is so delicious that it would be a pity to let the infidels have exclusive use of it. We shall fool Satan by baptizing it and making it a truly Christian beverage." Thus, whatever harmfulness its opponents try to attribute to coffee, the fact remains, if we are to credit the story, that it has been baptized and proclaimed unharmful and a truly Christian beverage by His Holiness the Pope. The Venetians had further knowledge of coffee in 1585, when Gianfrancesco Morzini, city magistrate at Constantinople, reported to the Senate that the Turks "drink a black water as hot as they can suffer it, which is the infusion of a bean called Cavi, which is said to possess the virtue of stimulating mankind." Dr. A. Couget, in an Italian review, asserts that Europe's first cup of coffee was sipped in Venice, towards the close of the 16th century. He is of the opinion that the first berries were imported by Mocengio, who was called the Pevere because he made a huge fortune trading in spices and other specialties of the Orient. In 1615, Pier Pietro della Valle (1586 1652), the well-known Italian traveller and author of travels in India and Persia, wrote a letter from Constantinople to his friend Mario Schipano at Venice. The Turks have a drink of black colour, which during the summer is very cooling, whereas in winter it heats and warms the body, remaining always the same beverage and not changing its substance. They swallow it hot as it comes from the fire, and they drink it in long draughts, not at dinner table, but as a kind of dainty, and sipped slowly while talking with one's friends. One cannot find any meetings among them where they drink it not. With this drink, which they call cahue, they diverge themselves in their conversations. It is made with the grain of fruit of a certain tree called cahue. When I return I will bring some with me, and I will impart the knowledge to the Italians. Della Valle's countrymen, however, were in a fair way to become well acquainted with the beverage, for already, in 1615, it had been introduced into Venice. At first it was used largely for medicinal purposes, and high prices were charged for it. Wessling says of its use in Europe as a medicine: "The first step it made from the cabinets of the curious as an exotic seed, being into the apothecaries' shops as a drug." The first coffee house in Italy is said to have been opened in 1645, but convincing confirmation is lacking. In the beginning the beverage was sold with other drinks by lemonade vendors. The Italian word acquacedrataio means one who sells lemonade and similar refreshments, also one who sells coffee, chocolate, liquor, etc. Jardine says the beverage was in general used throughout Italy in 1645. It is certain, however, that a coffee shop was opened in Venice in 1683 under the Procuratie Nuove. The famous Café Florian was opened in Venice by Florono Francesconi in 1720. The first authoritative treatise devoted to coffee only appeared in 1671. It was written in Latin by Antoine Faustus Nairon (1635 1707), Maronite professor of the Chaldean and Syrian languages in the College of Rome. During the latter part of the 17th century and the first half of the 18th, the coffee house made great progress in Italy. It is interesting to note that this first European adaptation of the Oriental coffee house was known as a café. The double F is retained by the Italians to this day, and by some writers is thought to have been taken from coffea, without the double F being lost, as in the case of the French and some other continental forms. To Italy then belongs the honour of having given to the Western world the real coffee house, although the French and Austrians greatly improved upon it. It was not long after its beginning that nearly every shop on the Piazza di San Marco in Venice was a café. Near the Piazza was the Café della Ponte dell'Angelo, where in 1792 died the dog Tabacchio, celebrated by Vincenzo Formaleoni in a satirical eulogy that is a parody of the oration of Ubaldo Bergolini upon the death of Angelo Emo. In the Café della Spaderia, kept by Marco Ancillotto, some radicals proposed to open a reading room to encourage the spread of liberal ideas. the Inquisitors sent a foot soldier to notify the proprietor that he should inform the first person entering the room that he was to present himself before their tribunal. The idea was thereupon abandoned. Among other celebrated coffee houses was the one called Menegazzo, from the name of the rotund proprietor Menico. This place was much frequented by men of letters, and heated discussions were common there between Angelo Maria Barbaro, Lorenzo da Ponte, and others of their time. The coffee house gradually became the common resort of all classes. In the mornings came the merchants, lawyers, physicians, brokers, workers, and wandering vendors. In the afternoons, and until the late hours of the nights, the leisure classes, including the ladies. For the most part, the rooms of the first Italian café were low, simple, unadorned, without windows, and only poorly illuminated by tremulous and uncertain lights. Within them, however, joyous throngs passed to and fro, clad in vari-coloured garments, men and women chatting in groups here and there, and always above the buzz there were to be heard such choice bits of scandal as made worth while a visit to the coffee house. Smaller rooms were devoted to gaming. In the little square described by Goldoni in his comedy The Coffee House, where the combined barber shop and gambling house was located, Don Marzio, that marvellous type of slanderous old romancer, is shown as one typical of the period, for Goldoni was a satirist. The other characters of the play were also drawn from the types then to be seen every day in the coffee houses on the Piazza. In the square of St. Mark's, in the 18th century, under the Procuratie Vecchie, were the Café Re di Francia, Abbondanza, Pitt, L'Eroe, Regina d'Ungheria, Orfeo, Redentore, Coraggio Speranza, Arco Celeste, and Quadri. The last named was opened in 1775 by Giorgio Quadri of Corfu, who served genuine Turkish coffee for the first time in Venice. Under the Procuratie Nuove were to be found the Café Angelo Custode, Duca di Toscana, Buon Genio Doge, Imperatore Imperatrice della Russia, Tamellano, Fontane di Diana, Dame Venete, Aurora Piante d'Oro, Arabo Piastrelle, Pace, Venezia Trionfante, and Florian. Probably no coffee house in Europe has acquired so worldwide a celebrity as that kept by Florian, the friend of Canova the sculptor, and the trusted agent and acquaintance of hundreds of persons in and out of the city, who found him a mine of social information and a convenient city directory. Persons leaving Venice left their cards and itineraries with him, and newcomers inquired at Florian's for tidings of those whom they wished to see. He long concentrated in himself a knowledge more varied and multifarious than that possessed by any individual before or since, says Hazlitt, who has given us this delightful pen picture of café life in Venice in the 18th century. Venetian coffee was said to surpass all others, and the article placed before his visitors by Florian was the best in Venice. Of some of the establishments as they then existed, Molmenti has supplied us with illustrations, in one of which Goldoni the dramatist is represented as a visitor, and a female mendicant is soliciting alms. So cordial was the esteem of the great sculptor Canova for him, that when Florian was overtaken by gout he made a model of his leg, that the poor fellow might be spared the anguish of fitting himself with boots. The friendship had begun when Canova was entering on his career, and he never forgot the substantial services which had been rendered to him in the hour of need. In latter days the Café Florian was under the superintendence of a female chef, and the waitresses used, in the case of certain visitors, to fasten a flower in the buttonhole, perhaps allusively to the name. In the Piazza itself girls would do the same thing. A good deal of hospitality is and has ever been dispensed at Venice in the cafés and restaurants which do service for the domestic hearth. There were many other establishments devoted, more especially in the latest period of Venetian independence, to the requirements of those who desired such resorts for the purposes of conversation and gossip. These houses were frequented by various classes of patrons. The patrician, the politician, the soldier, the artist, the old and the young, all had their special homes where the company and the tariff were in accordance with the guests. The upper circles of male society, all above the actually poor, gravitated hither to a man. For the Venetian of all ranks, the coffee house was almost the last place visited on departure from the city, and the first visited on his return. His domicile was the residence of his wife and the repository of his possessions, but only on exceptional occasions was it the scene of domestic hospitality, and rare were the instances where the husband and wife might be seen abroad together, and when the former would invite the lady to enter a café or a confectioner's shop to partake of an ice. The Café Florian has undergone many changes, but it still survives as one of the favourite cafés in the Piazza San Marco. By 1775 coffee house history had begun to repeat itself in Venice. Charges of immorality, vice, and corruption were preferred against the café, and the Council of Ten in 1775 and again in 1776 directed the Inquisitors of State to eradicate these social cankers. However, they survived all attempts of the reformers to suppress them. The Café Pedrocchi in Padua was another of the early Italian coffee houses that became famous. Antonio Pedrocchi, 1776 to 1852, was a lemonade vendor, who, in the hope of attracting the gay youth, the students of his time, bought an old house with the idea of converting the ground floor into a series of attractive rooms. He put all his ready money and all he could borrow into the venture, only to find there were no cellars, indispensable for making ices and beverages on the premises, and that the walls and floors were so old that they crumbled when repairs were started. He was in despair, but nothing daunted, he decided to have a cellar dug. What was his surprise to find the house was built over the vault of an old church, and that the vault contained considerable treasure. The lucky proprietor found himself free to continue his trade of lemonade vendor and coffee seller, or to live a life of ease. Being a wise man, he adhered to his original plan, and soon his luxurious rooms became the favourite rendezvous for the smart set of his day. In his period lemonade and coffee frequently went together. The Café Pedrocchi is considered one of the finest pieces of architecture erected in Italy in the 19th century. It was begun in 1816, opened in 1831, and completed in 1842. Coffee houses were early established in other Italian cities, particularly in Rome, Florence, and Genoa. In 1764 Il Caffè, a purely philosophical and literary periodical, made its appearance in Milan, being founded by Count Pietro Verri (1728 1797). Its chief editor was Cesare Beccaria. Its object was to counteract the influence and superficiality of the Arcadians. It acquired its title from the fact that Count Verri and his friends were wont to meet at a coffee house in Milan, kept by a Greek named Demetrio. It lived only 2 years. Other periodicals of the same name appeared at later periods. End of section 5.
Section 6 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Beginnings of Coffee in France. Chapter 5. The Beginnings of Coffee in France. What French travelers did for coffee. The introduction of coffee by P. de la Roque into Marseille in 1644. The first commercial importation of coffee from Egypt. The first French coffee house. Failure of the attempt by physicians of Marseille to discredit coffee. Soliman Aga introduces coffee into Paris. Cabaret à Café. Celebrated works on coffee by French writers. We are indebted to 3 great French travellers for much valuable knowledge about coffee, and these gallant gentlemen first fired the imagination of the French people in regard to the beverage that was destined to play so important a part in the French Revolution. They are Tavernier, 1605 1689, Thévenot, 1633 1667, and Bernier, 1625 1688. Then there is Jean Larocque, 1661 1745, who made a famous Voyage to Arabia the Happy, Voyage d'Arabie Heraus in 1708 through 1713, and whose father, P. de la Roche, is due the honor of having brought the first coffee into France in 1644. Also, there is Antoine Galland, 1646 to 1715, the French Orientalist, first translator of the Arabian Nights, and antiquary to the king, who in 1699 published an analysis and translation from the Arabic of the Abd al-Qadir manuscript, 1587, giving the first authentic account of the origin of coffee. Probably the earliest reference to coffee in France is to be found in the simple statement that Aronio Bellis, the Italian botanist and author, in 1596 sent to Charles de la Cluse, 1526 to 1609, a French physician, botanist, and traveler. Quote, seeds used by the Egyptians to make a liquid they call cave. P. de la Roque, accompanied by M. de la Haye, the French ambassador, to Constantinople, and afterward travelled into the Levant. Upon his return to Marseilles in 1644, he brought with him not only some coffee, but, quote, all the little implements used about it in Turkey, which were then looked upon as great curiosities in France, end quote. There were included in the coffee service of some finegans or china dishes, and small pieces of muslin embroidered with gold, silver, and silk, which the Turks used as napkins. Jean de la Roche gives credit to Jean de Thévenot for introducing coffee privately into Paris in 1657, and for teaching the French how to use coffee. De Thévenot writes in his entertaining fashion concerning the use of the drink in Turkey in the middle of the 17th century. Quote, they have another drink in ordinary use. They call it cave, and take it all hours of the day. This drink is made from a berry roasted in a pan or other utensil over the fire. They pound it into a very fine powder. When they wish to drink it, they take a boiler made expressly for the purpose, which they call an ibrick, and having filled it with water, they let it boil. When it boils, they add to about 3 cups of water a heaping spoonful of the powder, and, when it boils, they remove it quickly from the fire, or sometimes they stir it, otherwise it would boil over, and it rises very quickly. When it has boiled up thus 10 or 12 times, they pour it into porcelain cups, which they place upon a platter of painted wood and bring it to you thus boiling. One must drink it hot, but in several installments, otherwise it is not good. One takes it in little swallows, for fear of burning oneself, in such a fashion that in Cavacane, so they call the places where it is sold ready prepared, one hears a pleasant little musical sucking sound. There are some who mix it with a small quantity of cloves and cardamom seeds. Others add sugar. End quote. It was really out of curiosity that the people of France took to coffee, says Chardin. Quote, they wanted to know this oriental beverage, so much vaunted, although its blackness at first sight was far from attractive. About the year 1660, several merchants of Marseilles, who had lived for a time in the Levant, and felt that they were not able to do without coffee, brought some coffee beans home with them, and later a group of apothecaries and other merchants brought in the first commercial importation of coffee in bales from Egypt. The Lyons merchants soon followed suit, and the use of coffee became general in those parts. In 1671, certain private persons opened a coffee house in Marseilles, near the Exchange, which at once became popular with merchants and travelers. Others started up, and all were crowded. The people did not, however, drink any less at home. In fine, said La Roque, the use of the beverage increased so amazingly that, as was inevitable, the physicians became alarmed, thinking it would not agree with the inhabitants of a country hot and extremely dry. The age-old controversy was on. Some sided with the physicians, others opposed them, as at Mecca, Cairo, and Constantinople. Only here the argument turned mainly on the medicinal question, the Church this time having no part in the dispute. Quote, the lovers of coffee used the physicians very ill when they met together, and the physicians on their side threatened the coffee drinkers with all sorts of diseases." End quote. Matters came to a head in 1679 when an ingenious attempt by the physicians of Marseille to discredit coffee took the form of having a young student, about to be admitted to the College of Physicians, dispute before the magistrate in the town hall a question proposed by two physicians of the faculty of Aix as to whether coffee was or was not prejudicial to the inhabitants of Marseille. The thesis recited that coffee had won the approval of all nations, had almost wholly put down the use of wine, although it was not to be compared even with the lees of that excellent beverage; that it was a vile and worthless foreign novelty; that its claim to be a remedy against distempers was ridiculous, because it was not a bean but the fruit of a tree discovered by goats and camels; that it was hot and not cold, as alleged; that it burned up the blood, and so induced palsies, impotence, and leanness. "From all of which we must necessarily conclude that coffee is hurtful to the greater part of the inhabitants of Marseille." Thus did the good doctors of the faculty of Aix set forth their prejudices, and this was their final decision upon coffee. Many thought they overreached themselves in their misguided zeal. They were handled somewhat roughly in the disputation, which disclosed many false reasonings, to say nothing of blunders as to matter of fact. The world had already advanced too far to have another decision against coffee count for much, and this latest effort to stop its onward march was of even less force than the diatribes of the Mohammedan priests. The coffee houses continued to be as much frequented as before, and the people drank no less coffee in their homes. Indeed, the indictment proved a boomerang, for consumption received such an impetus that the merchants of Lyons and Marseille, for the first time in history, began to import green coffee from the Levant by the shipload in order to meet the increased demand. Meanwhile, in 1669, Solomon Aga, the Turkish ambassador from Mohammed IV to the court of Louis XIV, had arrived in Paris. He brought with him a considerable quantity of coffee, and introduced the coffee drink, made in Turkish style, to the French capital. The ambassador remained in Paris only from July 1669 to May 1670, but long enough firmly to establish the custom he had introduced. 2 years later, Pascal, an Armenian, opened his coffee drinking booth at the fair of Saint Germain, and this event marked the beginning of the Parisian coffee houses. The story is told in detail in Chapter 11. The custom of drinking coffee having become general in the capital, as well as in Marseille and Lyons, the example was followed in all the provinces. Every city soon had its coffee houses, and the beverage was largely consumed in private homes. La Roque writes, "None, from the meanest citizen to the persons of the highest quality, failed to use it every morning, or at least soon after dinner, it being the custom likewise to offer it in all visits." The persons of high quality encouraged the fashion of having cabaret à café, and soon it was said that there could be seen in France all that the East could furnish of magnificence in coffee houses. "The china jars and the other Indian furniture being richer and more valuable than the gold and silver with which they were lavishly adorned." In 1671 there appeared in Lyons a book entitled "The Most Excellent Virtues of the Mulberry called Coffee," showing the need for an authoritative work on the subject, a need that was ably filled that same year in Lyons by the publication of Philippe Silvestre Dufour's admirable treatise concerning the use of coffee, tea, and chocolate. Again at Lyons, Dufour published (1684) his more complete work on "The Manner of Making Coffee, Tea, and Chocolate." This was followed (1715) by the publication in Paris of Jean Larocque's Voyage de l'Arabie Heureuse, containing the story of the author's journey to the court of the king of Yemen in 1711, a description of the coffee tree and its fruit, and a critical and historical treatise on its first use and its introduction to France. Laroque's description of his visit to the king's gardens is interesting because it shows the Arabs still held to the belief that coffee grew only in Arabia. Here it is. Quote, "There was nothing remarkable in the king's gardens, except the great pains taken to furnish it with all the kinds of trees that are common in the country, amongst which there were the coffee trees, the finest that could be had. When the deputies represented to the king how much that was contrary to the customs of the princes of Europe, who endeavor to stock their gardens chiefly with the rarest and most uncommon plants that can be found, the king returned them this answer, that he valued himself as much upon his good taste and generosity as any prince in Europe. The coffee tree, he told them, was indeed common in his country, but it was not the less dear to him upon that account. The perpetual verdure of it pleased him extremely, and also the thoughts of its producing a fruit which was nowhere else to be met with, and when he made a present of that came from his own gardens, it was a great satisfaction to him to be able to say that he had planted the trees that produced it with his own hands." End quote. The first merchant licensed to sell coffee in France was one Damam François, a bourgeois of Paris, who secured the privilege through an edict of 1692. He was given the sole right for 10 years to sell coffees and teas in all the provinces and towns of the kingdom, and in all territories under the sovereignty of the king, and received also authority to maintain a warehouse. To Santo Domingo, 1738, and other French colonies, the café was soon transported from the homeland, and thrived under special license from the king. In 1858 there appeared in France a leaflet periodical entitled The Café, Literary, Artistic, and Commercial. Charles Oignes, the editor, said in announcing it, quote, "The salon stood for privilege, the café stands for equality." End quote. Its publication was of short duration. End of section 6.
Section 7 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 6. The Introduction of Coffee into England. The first printed reference to coffee in English. Early mention of coffee by noted English travelers and writers. The Lacedaemonian black broth controversy. How Canopios introduced coffee drinking at Oxford. The first English coffee house in Oxford. 2 English botanists on coffee. English travelers and writers of the 16th and 17th centuries were quite as enterprising as their continental contemporaries in telling about the coffee bean and the coffee drink. The first printed reference to coffee in English, however, appears as Chaoyua in a note by a Dutchman, Paludanus, in Linschotten's Travels, the title of an English translation from the Latin of a work first published in Holland in 1595 or 1596, the English edition appearing in London in 1598. A reproduction made from a photograph of the original work with the quaint black-letter German text and the Paludanus notation in Roman is shown herewith. Hans Hugo, or John Huygen, van Linschoten, 1563 through 1611, was one of the most intrepid of Dutch travelers. In his description of Japanese manners and customs, we find one of the earliest tea references. He says, "Their manner of eating and drinking is, every man hath a table alone, without tablecloths or napkins, and eateth with 2 pieces of wood like the men of Chino. They drink wine of rice, wherewith they drink themselves drunk, and after their meat they use a certain drink, which is a pot with hot water, which they drink as hot as ever they may endure, whether it be winter or summer." Just here, Bernard ten Broek Paludanus, 1550 through 1633, Dutch savant and author, professor of philosophy at the University of Leiden, himself a traveler over the 4 quarters of the globe, inserts his note containing the coffee reference. He says, "The Turks hold almost the same manner of drinking of their chaona, which they make of certain fruit, which is like unto the bacalaire, and by the Egyptians called bon or ban. They take of this fruit 1 pound and a half, and roast them a little in the fire, and then seeth them in 20 pounds of water, till the half be consumed away. This drink they take every morning fasting in their chambers, out of an earthen pot, being very hot, as we do here drink aqua composita in the morning, and they say that it strengtheneth and maketh them warm, breaketh wind, and openeth any stopping." Van Linschoten then completes his tea reference by saying, "The manner of dressing their meat is altogether contrary unto other nations. The aforesaid warm water is made with the powder of a certain herb called cha, which is much esteemed, and is well accounted among them." The cha is, of course, tea, dialect te. In 1599, Sir Anthony, or Anthony, Shirley, 1565 through 1630, a picturesque gentleman adventurer, the first Englishman to mention coffee drinking in the Orient, sailed from Venice on a kind of self-appointed, informal Persian mission to invite the Shah to ally himself with the Christian princes against the Turks, and incidentally to promote English trade interests in the East. The English government knew nothing of the arrangement, disavowed him, and forbade his return to England. However, the expedition got to Persia, and the account of the voyage thither was written by William Parry, one of the Shirley party, and was published in London in 1601. It is interesting because it contains the first printed reference to coffee in English employing the more modern form of the word. The original reference was photographed for this work in the Worth Library of the British Museum and is reproduced herewith on page 39. The passage is part of an account of the manners and customs of the Turks, who, Parry says, are damned infidels, in Aleppo. It reads, "They sit at their meat, which is served to them upon the ground, as tailors sit upon their stalls, cross-legged, for the most part passing the day in banqueting and carousing, until they surfeit, drinking a certain liquor which they do call coffee, which is made of seed much like mustard seed, which will soon intoxicate the brain like our metheglin." Another early English reference to coffee, wherein the word is spelled kofa, is in Captain John Smith's book of Travels and Adventure, published in 1603. He says of the Turks, "Their best drink is kofa, of a grain they call koava." This is the same Captain John Smith who, in 1607, became the founder of the colony of Virginia and brought with him to America probably the earliest knowledge of the beverage given to the New Western world. Samuel Purchas, 1527 through 1626, an early English collector of travels, in Purchas His Pilgrims, under the head of Observations of William Finch, Merchant, at Socotra, an island in the Indian Ocean, in 1607, says of the Arab inhabitants, "Their best entertainment is a china dish of coho, a black, bitterish drink, made of a berry like a bayberry, brought from Mecca, supped off hot, good for the head and stomach." Still other early and favorite English references to coffee are those to be found in the Travels of William Biddulph. This work was published in 1609. It is entitled The Travels of Certain Englishmen in Africa, Asia, etc., begun in 1600 and by some of them finished this year, 1608. These references are also reproduced herewith from the black letter originals in the British Museum. Biddulph's description of the drink and of the coffee house customs of the Turks was the first detailed account to be written by an Englishman. It also appears in Purchas His Pilgrims, 1625. But, to quote, "Their most common drink is kofa, which is a black kind of drink, made of a kind of pulse like peas, called koawa, which being ground in the mill and boiled in water, they drink it as hot as they can suffer it, which they find to agree very well with them against their crudities, and feeding on herbs and raw meats. Other compounded drinks they have, called sherbet, made of water and sugar, or honey, with snow therein to make it cool. For although the country be hot, yet they keep snow all the year long to cool their drink. It is accounted a great courtesy amongst them to give unto their friends when they come to visit them, a finian or scudella of kaffa, which is more wholesome than toothsome, for it causeth good concoction, and driveth away drowsiness. Some of them also drink birch or opium, which maketh them forget themselves, and talk idly of castles in the air, as though they saw visions and heard revelations. Their kofa houses are more common than alehouses in England, but they use not so much to sit in the houses as on benches on both sides of the streets. Ne'er unto a kofa house every man with his finian full, which being smoking hot, they use to put it to their noses and ears, and then sup it off by leisure, being full of idle and alehouse talk whiles they are amongst themselves drinking it. If there be any news, it is talked of there. Among other early English references to coffee, we find an interesting one by Sir George Sandys, 1577 through 1644, the poet who gave a start to classical scholarship in America by translating Ovid's Metamorphoses during his pioneer days in Virginia. In 1610, he spent a year in Turkey, Egypt, and Palestine, and records of the Turks, although they be destitute of taverns, yet have they their kofa houses, which something resemble them. There sit they chatting most of the day, and sip of a drink called kofa, of the berry that it is made of, in little china dishes as hot as they can suffer it, black as soot, and tasting not much unlike it. Why not that black broth which was in use amongst the Lacedaemonians, which helpeth, as they say, digestion, and procureth alacrity, many of the kofa men keeping beautiful boys who serve as stales to procure them customers. Edward Terry, 1590 through 1660, an English traveler, writes under date of 1616 that many of the best people in India who are strict in their religion and drink no wine at all use a liquor more wholesome than pleasant, they call coffee, made by a black seed boiled in water, which turns it almost into the same color, but doth very little alter the taste of the water, notwithstanding it is very good to help digestion, to quicken the spirits, and to cleanse the blood. In 1623, Francis Bacon, 1561 through 1626, in his Historia Vitae et Mortis, says, "The Turks use a kind of herb, which they call café," and in 1624, in his Silva Savarum, published in 1627 after his death, he writes, "They have in Turkey a drink called kofa, made of a berry of the same name, as black as soot, and of a strong scent, but not aromatical, which they take, beaten into powder, in water, as hot as they can drink it. And they take it and sit at in their coffee houses, which are like our taverns. This drink comforteth the brain and heart, and helpeth digestion. Certainly this berry kofa, the root and leaf beetle, and leaf tobacco, and the tare of poppy, opium, of which the Turks are great talkers, supposing it expelleth all fear, do all condense the spirits, and make them strong and alleger. But it seemeth they were taken after several manners, for kofa and opium are taken down, tobacco but in smoke, and betel is but champed in the mouth with a little lime." Robert Burton, 1577 through 1640, English philosopher and humorist, in his Anatomy of Melancholy, writes in 1632, "The Turks have a drink called kofa, for they use no wine, so named of a berry as black as soot and as bitter, like that black drink which was in use amongst the Lacedaemonians, and perhaps the same, which they sip still of, and sup as warm as they can suffer. They spend much time in those kofa houses, which are somewhat like our ale houses or taverns, and there they sit, chatting and drinking, to drive away the time, and to be merry together, because they find, by experience, that kind of drink so used helpeth digestion and procureth alacrity." Later English scholars, however, found sufficient evidence in the works of Arabian authors to assure their readers that coffee sometimes breeds melancholy, causes headache, and maketh lean much. One of these, Dr. Pocock, 1659, see Chapter 3, stated that he that would drink it for liveliness' sake and to discuss slothfulness, let him use much sweet meats with it, and oil of pistachios, and butter. Some drink it with milk, but it is an error, and such as may bring in danger of the leprosy. Another writer observed that any ill effects caused by coffee, unlike those of tea, etc., ceased when its use was discontinued. In this connection, it is interesting to note that in 1785, Dr. Benjamin Moseley, physician to the Chelsea Hospital, member of the College of Physicians, etc., probably having in mind the popular idea that the Arabic original of the word coffee meant force or vigor, once expressed the hope that the coffee drink might return to popular favor in England as a cheap substitute for those enervating teas and beverages which produce the pernicious habit of dram drinking. About 1628, Sir Thomas Herbert, 1606 through 1681, English traveler and writer, records among his observations on the Persians that they drink above all the rest coho or kofa, by Turk and Arab called café and kahua, a drink imitating that in the Stygian lake, black, thick, and bitter, distrained from bunchi, bunu, or bayberries. Wholesome, they say, if hot, for it expels melancholy, but not so much regarded for those good properties as from a romance that it was invented and brewed by Gabriel to restore the decayed radical moisture of kind-hearted Mahomet. In 1634, Sir Henry Blount, 1602 through 1682, sometimes referred to as the father of the English coffee house, made a journey on a Venetian galley into the Levant. He was invited to drink café in the presence of Amurath IV, and later in Egypt he tells of being served the beverage again in a porcelain dish. This is how he describes the drink in Turkey. They have another drink not good at meat called kaufe, made of a berry as big as a small bean, dried in a furnace and beat to powder, of a soot color, in taste a little bitterish, that they seethe and drink as hot as may be endured. It is good all hours of the day, but especially morning and evening, when, to that purpose, they entertain themselves 2 or 3 hours in kaufe houses, which in all Turkey abound more than inns and alehouses with us. It is thought to be the old black broth used so much by the Lacedaemonians, and drieth ill humours in the stomach, comforteth the brain, never causeth drunkenness or any other surfeit, and is a harmless entertainment of good fellowship. For there upon scaffolds 1/2 yard high, and covered with mats, they sit cross-legged, after the Turkish manner, many times 200 or 300 together, talking, and likely with some poor music passing up and down. This reference to the Lacedaemonians' black broth, first by Sandys, then by Burton, again by Blount, and concurred by James Howell, 1595 through 1666, the first historiographer royal, gave rise to considerable controversy among English men of letters in later years. It is, of course, a gratuitous speculation. The black broth of the Lacedaemonians was pork cooked in blood and seasoned with salt and vinegar. William Harvey, 1578 through 1657, the famous English physician who discovered the circulation of the blood, and his brother are reputed to have used coffee before coffee houses came into vogue in London. This must have been previous to 1652. I remember, says Aubrey, he was wont to drink coffee, which his brother Eliab did, before coffee houses were the fashion in London. Houghton, in 1701, speaks of the famous inventor of the circulation of the blood, Dr. Harvey, who some say did frequently use it. Although it seems likely that coffee must have been introduced into England sometime during the first quarter of the 17th century, with so many writers and travelers describing it, and with so much trading going on between the merchants of the British Isles and the Orient, yet the first reliable record we have of its advent is to be found in the diary and correspondence of John Evelyn, F.R.S., under Notes of 1637, where he says, "There came in my time to the college, Balliol, Oxford, one Nathaniel Konopios out of Greece, from Cyril, the Patriarch of Constantinople, who, returning many years after, was made, as I understand it, Bishop of Smyrna. He was the first I ever saw drink coffee, which custom came not into England till 30 years thereafter." Evelyn should have said 13 years after, for then it was that the first coffee house was opened, 1650. Konopius was a native of Crete, trained in the Greek church. He became primore to Cyril, Patriarch of Constantinople. When Cyril was strangled by the vizier, Konopios fled to England to avoid a like barbarity. He came with credentials to Archbishop Laud, who allowed him maintenance in Balliol College. It was observed that while he continued in Balliol College, he made the drink for his own use called coffee, and usually drank it every morning, being the first, as the ancients of that house have informed me, that was ever drank in Oxon. In 1640, John Parkinson, 1567 through 1650, English botanist and herbalist, published his Theatrum Botanicum, containing the first botanical description of the coffee plant in English, referred to as Arbor bon cumswa buna, the Turk's berry drink. His work being somewhat rare, it may be of historical interest to quote the quaint description here. Alpinus, in his Book of Egyptian Plants, giveth us a description of this tree, which, as he saith, he saw in the garden of a certain captain of the Ianissaries, which was brought out of Arabia Felix and there planted as a rarity, never seen growing in those places before. The tree, saith Alpinus, is somewhat like unto the Evonimus pricktimber tree, whose leaves were thicker, harder, and greener, and always abiding green on the tree. The fruit is called buna, and is somewhat bigger than an hazelnut, and longer, round also, and pointed at the end, furrowed also on both sides, yet on one side more conspicuous than the other, that it might be parted in two, in each side whereof lieth a small long white kernel. Flat on that side they join together, covered with a yellowish skin, of an acid taste, and somewhat bitter withal, and contained in a thin shell, of a darkish ash color, which these berries generally in Arabia and Egypt, and in other places of the Turks' dominions, they make a decoction or drink, which is in the stead of wine to them, and generally sold in all their tap houses, called by the name of coava. Paludanus saith chaova, and Ralvophus chaube. This drink hath many good physical properties therein, for it strengthened a weak stomach, helpeth digestion, and the tumors and obstructions of the liver and spleen, being drunk fasting for some time together. In 1650, a certain Jew from Lebanon, in some accounts Jacob or Jacobs by name, in others Jobson, opened at the Angel in the parish of St. Peter in the East, Oxford, the earliest English coffee houses, and there it, coffee, was by some who delighted in novelty, drank. Chocolate was also sold at this first coffee house. Authorities differ, but the confusion as to the name of the coffee house keeper may have arisen from the fact that there were two Jacobs who began in 1650, and another, Cirque Jobson, a Jewish Jacobite, who followed him in 1654. The drink at once attained great favor among the students. Soon it was in such demand that about 1655 a society of young students encouraged one Arthur Tilliard, apothecary and royalist, to sell coffee publicly in his house against All Souls College. It appears that a club composed of admirers of the young Charles met at Tilliard's and continued until after the Restoration. This Oxford Coffee Club was the start of the Royal Society. Jacobs removed to Old Southampton Buildings, London, where he was in 1671. Meanwhile, the first coffee house in London had been opened by Pasquale Rosé in 1652, and as the remainder of the story of coffee's rise and fall in England centers around the coffee houses of Old London, we shall reserve it for a separate chapter. Of course, the coffee house idea and the use of coffee in the home quickly spread to other cities in Great Britain, but all the coffee houses were patterned after the London model. Moll's Coffee House at Exeter, Devonshire, which is pictured on page 41, was one of the first coffee houses established in England and may be regarded as typical of those that sprang up in the provinces. It had previously been a noted clubhouse, and the old hall, beautifully paneled with oak, still displays the arms of noted members. Here Sir Walter Raleigh and congenial friends regaled themselves with smoking tobacco. This was one of the first places where tobacco was smoked in England. It is now an art gallery. When the Bishop of Beirut, was on his way to Cochin, China in 1666, he reported that the Turks used coffee to correct the indisposition caused in the stomach by the bad water. This drink, he says, imitates the effect of wine, has not an agreeable taste but rather bitter, yet it is much used by these people for the good effects they find therein. In 1686, John Ray, 1628 through 1704, one of the most celebrated of English naturalists, published his Universal History of Plants, notable among other things for being the first work of its kind to extol the virtues of coffee and a scientific treatise. R. Bradley, professor of botany at Cambridge, published, 1714, a short historical account of coffee, all trace of which appears to be lost. Dr. James Douglas published in London, 1727, his Arbor Yemenis Fructum Coffee Ferens, or a description and history of the coffee tree, in which he laid under heavy contribution the Arabian and French writers that had preceded him. End of section 7.
Section 8 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Introduction of Coffee into Holland. How the enterprising Dutch traders captured the first world's market for coffee. Activities of the Netherlands East India Company. The first coffee house at The Hague. The first public auction at Amsterdam in 1711 when Java coffee brought 47 cents a pound green. The Dutch had early knowledge of coffee because of their dealings with the Orient and with the Venetians, and of their nearness to Germany, where Rauwolf first wrote about it in 1582. They were familiar with Alpini's writings on the subject in 1592. Paludanus, in his coffee note on Linschotten's travels, finished further enlightenment in 1598. The Dutch were always great merchants and shrewd traders. Being of a practical turn of mind, they conceived an ambition to grow coffee in their colonial possessions so as to make their home markets headquarters for a world's trade in the product. In considering modern coffee trading, the Netherlands East India Company may be said to be the pioneer, as it established in Java one of the first experimental gardens for coffee cultivation. The Netherlands East India Company was formed in 1602. As early as 1614, Dutch traders visited Aden to examine into the possibilities of coffee and coffee trading. In 1616, Pieter van der Broek brought the first coffee from Mocha to Holland. In 1640, a Dutch merchantman named Werfbeen offered for sale in Amsterdam the first commercial shipment of coffee from Mocha. As indicating the enterprise of the Dutch, note that this was 4 years before the beverage was introduced into France, and only 3 years after Canopius had privately instituted the breakfast coffee cup at Oxford. About 1650, Warna, the Dutch minister resident at the Ottoman Porte, published a treatise on coffee. When the Dutch at last drove the Portuguese out of Ceylon in 1658, they began the cultivation of coffee there, although the plant had been introduced into the island by the Arabs prior to the Portuguese invasion in 1505. However, it was not until 1690 that the more systematic cultivation of the coffee plant by the Dutch was undertaken in Ceylon. Regular imports of coffee from Mocha to Amsterdam began in 1663. Later, supplies began to arrive from the Malabar coast. Pascal Rosé, who introduced the coffee house into London in 1652, is said to have made coffee popular as a beverage in Holland by selling it there publicly in 1664. The first coffee house was opened in Keutenvoorhat in The Hague under the protection of the Writer van Essen. Others soon followed in Amsterdam and Haarlem. At the instigation of Nicolaas Witsen, Burgomaster of Amsterdam and Governor of the East India Company, Adrian van Ommen, commander of Malabar, sent the first Arabian coffee seedlings to Java in 1696, recorded in the chapter on the history of coffee propagation. These were destroyed by flood, but were followed in 1699 by a second shipment, from which developed the coffee trade of the Netherlands East Indies that made Java coffee a household word in every civilized country. A trial shipment of the coffee grown near Batavia was received at Amsterdam in 1706, also a plant for the botanical gardens. This plant subsequently became the progenitor of most of the coffees in West Indies and America. The first Java coffee for the trade was received at Amsterdam in 1711. The shipment consisted of 894 pounds from the Jakarta plantations and from the interior of the island. At the first public auction, this coffee brought 23 2/3 suivers, about 47 cents, per Amsterdam pound. The Netherlands East India Company contracted with the regents of Netherlands India for the compulsory delivery of coffee, and the natives were enjoined to cultivate coffee, the production thus becoming a forced industry worked by government. A general system of cultivation was introduced into Java in 1832 by the government, which decreed the employment of forced labour for different products. Coffee growing was the only forced industry that existed before this system of cultivation, and it was only the government cultivation that survived the abolition of the system in 1905 to 08. The last direct government interest in coffee was closed out in 1918. From 1870 to 1874, the government plantations yielded an average of 844,854 piculs a year, a picul being a weight from 133 to 140 pounds. From 1875 to 1878, the average was 866,674 piculs. Between 1879 and 1883, it rose to 987,682 piculs. From 1884 to 1888, the average annual yield was only 629,942 piculs. Holland readily adopted the coffee house, and among the earliest coffee pictures preserved to us is one depicting a scene in a Dutch coffee house of the 17th century, the work of Adriaan van Ostade, 1610 to 1675. History records no intolerance of coffee in Holland. The Dutch attitude was ever that of the constructionist. Dutch inventors and artisans gave us many new designs in coffee mortars, coffee roasters, and coffee serving pots. End of section 8. Read by Ware Tortoise in Manchester, UK, 3rd of February 2022.
Section number 9 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. The Introduction of Coffee into Germany. The Introduction of Coffee into Germany. The contributions made by German travelers and writers to the literature of the early history of coffee. The first coffee house in Hamburg opened by an English merchant. Famous coffee houses of Old Berlin. The first coffee periodical and the first coffee klatsch. Frederick the Great's coffee roasting monopoly. Coffee persecutions. Coffee smellers, and the first Coffee King. As we have already seen, Leonard Raulwolf in 1573 made his memorable trip to Aleppo, and in 1582 won for Germany the honor of being the first European country to make printed mention of the coffee drink. Adam Ollerius, or Ohlschlager, a German Orientalist from 1599 to 1671, traveled in Persia as secretary to a German embassy in 1633 to 1636. Upon his return, he published an account of his journeys. In it, under date of 1637, he says of the Persians, "They drink with their tobacco a certain black water, which they call kawa, made of a fruit brought out of Egypt, and which is in color like ordinary wheat, and in taste like Turkish wheat, and is of the bigness of a little bean. The Persians think it allays the natural heat." In 1637, Johann Albrecht von Mendelssohn, in his Oriental Trip, mentions the black water of the Persians called kawe, saying it must be drunk hot. Coffee drinking was introduced into Germany about 1670. The drink appeared at the court of the great Elector of Brandenburg in 1675. North Germany got its first taste of the beverage from London, an English merchant opening the first coffee house in Hamburg in 1679 to 1680. Regensburg followed in 1689, Leipzig in 1694, Nuremberg in 1696, Stuttgart in 1712, Augsburg in 1713, and Berlin in 1721. In that year, 1721, King Frederick William I granted a foreigner the privilege of conducting a coffee house in Berlin, free of all rental charges. It was known as the English Coffee House, as was also the first coffee house in Hamburg. And for many years, English merchants supplied the coffees consumed in northern Germany, while Italy supplied southern Germany. Other well-known coffee houses of old Berlin were the Royal in Behrenstrasse, that of the widow Dobert in Steckbahn, the City of Rome in Unter den Linden, Arnoldi in Kronenstrasse, Milk in Taubenstrasse, and Schmidt in Poststrasse. Later, Philip Falk opened a Jewish coffee house in Spandauer Strasse. In the time of Frederick the Great, from 1712 to 1786, there were at least a dozen coffee houses in the metropolitan district of Berlin. In the suburbs were many tents where coffee was served. The first coffee periodical, the New and Curious Coffee House, was issued in Leipzig in 1707 by Theophilo Georgi. The full title was The New and Curious Coffee House, formerly in Italy but now opened in Germany. First Water Debauchery, City of the Well, Brunnenstraat by Lorenz Schaffwasser, 1707. The second issue gave the name of Georgi as the real publisher. It was intended to be in the nature of an organ for the first real German coffee clutch. It was a chronicle of the comings and goings of the savants, page 46, who frequented the Tusculum of a well-to-do gentleman in the outskirts of the city. At the beginning, the master of the house declared, "I know that the gentlemen here speak French, Italian, and other languages. I know also that in many coffee and tea meetings it is considered requisite that French be spoken. May I ask, however, that he who calls upon me should use no other language but German. We are all Germans. We are in Germany. Shall we not conduct ourselves like true Germans?" In 1721, Leonard Ferdinand Meisner published at Nuremberg the first comprehensive German treatise on coffee, tea, and chocolate. During the second half of the 18th century, coffee entered the homes and began to supplant flour, soup, and warm beer at breakfast tables. Meanwhile, coffee met with some opposition in Prussia and Hanover. Frederick the Great became annoyed when he saw how much money was paid to foreign coffee merchants for supplies of the green bean and tried to restrict its use by making coffee a drink of the quality. Soon, all the German courts had their own coffee roasters, coffee pots, and coffee cups. Many beautiful specimens of the first porcelain cups and saucers made in Meissen and used at court fetes of this period survive in the collections at the Potsdam and Berlin museums. The wealthy classes followed suit, but when the poor grumbled because they could not afford the luxury and demanded their coffee, they were told, in effect, you had better leave it alone. Anyhow, it's bad for you because it causes sterility. Many doctors lent themselves to a campaign against coffee, one of their favorite arguments being that women using the beverage must forego childbearing. Bach's Coffee Cantata, 1732, was a notable protest in music against such libels. On September 13, 1777, Frederick issued a coffee and beer manifesto, a curious document which recited, "It is disgusting to notice the increase in the quantity of coffee used by my subjects and the amount of money that goes out of the country in consequence. Everybody is using coffee. If possible, this must be prevented. My people must drink beer." His Majesty was brought up on beer, and so were his ancestors and his officers. Many battles have been fought and won by soldiers nourished on beer, and the king does not believe that coffee-drinking soldiers can be depended upon to ensure hardship or to beat his enemies in case of the occurrence of another war. Richter's Coffee House in Leipzig, 17th century. For a time, beer was restored to its honored place, and coffee continued to be a luxury afforded only by the rich. Soon, a revulsion of feeling set in, and it was found that even Prussian military rule could not enforce coffee prohibition. Whereupon, in 1781, finding that all his efforts to reserve the beverage for the exclusive court circles, the nobility, and the officers of his army were vain, the king created a royal monopoly in coffee and forbade its roasting except in royal roasting establishments. At the same time, he made exceptions in the cases of the nobility, the clergy, and the government officials, but rejected all applications for coffee roasting licenses from the common people. His object, plainly, was to confine the use of the drink to the elect. To these representatives of the cream of Prussian society, the king issued special licenses permitting them to do their own roasting. Of course, they purchased their supplies from the government, and as the price was enormously increased, the sales yielded Frederick a handsome income. Incidentally, the possession of a coffee roasting license became a kind of badge of membership in the upper class. The poorer classes were forced to get their coffee by stealth, and failing this, they fell back upon numerous barley, wheat, corn, chicory, and dried fig substitutes that soon appeared in great numbers. This singular coffee ordinance was known as the Déclaration des Rois concernant la vente du café brûlé, and was published in January 1781. After placing the coffee revenue in the hands of a Frenchman, Count Delaunay, so many deputies were required to make collections that the administration of the law became a veritable persecution. Discharged wounded soldiers were mostly employed, and their principal duty was to spy upon the people day and night, following the smell of roasting coffee whenever detected, in order to seek out those who might be found without roasting permits. The spies were given 1/4 of the fines collected. These deputies made themselves so great a nuisance and became so cordially disliked that they were called coffee smellers by the indignant people. Taking a leaf out of Frederick's book, The Elector of Cologne, Maximilian Frederick, Bishop of Munster, Duchy of Westphalia, on February 17, 1784, issued a manifesto which said, "To our great displeasure we have learned that in our Duchy of Westphalia the misuse of the coffee beverage has become so extended that to counteract the evil we command that 4 weeks after the publication of this decree, no one shall sell coffee roasted or not roasted under a fine of $100 or 2 years in prison for each offense. Every coffee roasting and coffee serving place shall be closed, and dealers and hotel keepers are to get rid of their coffee supplies in 4 weeks. It is only permitted to obtain from the outside coffee for one's own consumption in lots of 50 pounds. Housefathers and mothers shall not allow their work people, especially their washing and ironing women, to prepare coffee or to allow it in any manner under a penalty of $100. All officials and government employees, to avoid a penalty of 100 gold florins, are called upon to closely to follow and to keep a watchful eye over this decree. To the one who reports such persons as act contrary to this decree shall be granted 1/2 of the said money fine, with absolute silence as to his name. This decree was solemnly read in the pulpits and was published besides in the usual places and ways. There immediately followed a course of telling-ons and of coffee smellings that led to many bitter enmities and caused much unhappiness in the Duchy of Westphalia. Apparently, the purpose of the Archduke was to prevent persons of small means from enjoying the drink, while those who could afford to purchase 50 pounds at a time were to be permitted the indulgence, as was to be expected. The scheme was a failure. Well, the King of Prussia exploited his subjects by using the state coffee monopoly as a means of extortion. The Duke of Württemberg had a scheme of his own. He sold to Joseph Suess Oppenheimer, an unscrupulous financier, the exclusive privilege of keeping coffee houses in Württemberg. Suess Oppenheimer, in turn, sold the individual coffee house licenses to the highest bidders and accumulated a considerable fortune. He was the first coffee king. But coffee outlived all these unjust slanders and cruel taxations of 2 paternal governments, and gradually took its rightful place as one of the favorite beverages of the German people. End of section number 9.
Section 10 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2022. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Telling how coffee came to Vienna. The romantic adventure of Franz George Kolschitsky, who carried a message to Garcia through the enemy's lines and won for himself the honor of being the first to teach the Viennese the art of making coffee, to say nothing of falling heir to the supplies of the green beans left behind by the Turks. Also the gift of a house from a grateful municipality and a statue after death. Affectionate regard in which Brotherhard Kolschitsky is held as the patron saint of the Vienna Kaffeesieder. Life in the early Vienna cafes. A romantic tale has been woven around the introduction of coffee into Austria. When Vienna was besieged by the Turks in 1683, so runs the legend, Franz George Kolschitsky, a native of Poland, formerly an interpreter in the Turkish army, saved the city and won for himself undying fame, with coffee as his principal reward. It is not known whether, in the first siege of Vienna by the Turks in 1529, the invaders boiled coffee over their campfires that surrounded the Austrian capital, although they might have done so, as Selim I, after conquering Egypt in 1517, had brought with him to Constantinople large stores of coffee as part of his booty. But it is certain that when they returned to the attack 154 years later, they carried with them a plentiful supply of the green beans. Mohammed IV mobilized an army of 300,000 men and sent it forth under his vizier Kara Mustafa, Cuprili's successor, to destroy Christendom and to conquer Europe. Reaching Vienna July 7, 1683, the army quickly invested the city and cut it off from the world. Emperor Leopold had escaped the net and was several miles away. Nearby was the Prince of Lorraine with an army of 33,000 Austrians, awaiting the succor promised by John Sobieski, King of Poland, and an opportunity to relieve the besieged capital. Count Rüdiger von Staremberg, in command of the forces in Vienna, called for a volunteer to carry a message through the Turkish lines to hurry along the rescue. He found him in the person of Franz Georg Kolschitsky, who had lived for many years among the Turks and knew their language and customs. On August 13, 1683, Kolschitsky donned a Turkish uniform, passed through the enemy's lines, and reached the Emperor's army across the Danube. Several times he made the perilous journey between the camp of the Prince of Lorraine and the garrison of the governor of Vienna. One account says that he had to swim the 4 intervening arms of the Danube each time he performed the feat. His messages did much to keep up the morale of the city's defenders. At length, King John and his army of rescuing Poles arrived and were consolidated with the Austrians on the summit of Mount Kahlenberg. It was one of the most dramatic moments in history. The fate of Christian Europe hung in the balance. Everything seemed to point to the triumph of the crescent over the cross. Once again Kolschitsky crossed the Danube and brought back word concerning the signals that the Prince of Lorraine and King John would give from Mount Kahlenberg to indicate the beginning of the attack. Count Staremberg was to make a sortie at the same time. The battle took place September 12th, and thanks to the magnificent generalship of King John, the Turks were routed. The Poles here rendered a never-to-be-forgotten service to all Christendom. The Turkish invaders fled, leaving 25,000 tents, 10,000 oxen, 5,000 camels, 10,000 bushels of grain, a great quantity of gold, and many sacks filled with coffee, at that time unknown in Vienna. The booty was distributed, but no one wanted the coffee. They did not know what to do with it, that is, no one except Kolschitsky. He said, "If nobody wants those sacks, I will take them," and everyone was heartily glad to be rid of the strange beans. But Kolschitsky knew what he was about, and he soon taught the Viennese the art of preparing coffee. Later he established the first public booth where Turkish coffee was served in Vienna. This, then, is the story of how coffee was introduced into Vienna, where was developed that typical Vienna café, which has become a model for a large part of the world. Kolschitsky is honored in Vienna as the patron saint of coffee houses. His followers, united in the Guild of Coffee Makers, Kaffeesieder, even erected a statue in his honor. It still stands as part of the facade of a house where the Kolschitsky-Gasse merges into the Favoritengasse, as shown in the accompanying picture. Vienna is sometimes referred to as the mother of cafés. Café Sacher is world renowned. Tarte à la Sacher is to be found in every cookbook. The Viennese have their Jause every afternoon. When one drinks coffee at a Vienna café, one generally has a Kipfel with it. This is a crescent-shaped roll, baked for the first time in the eventful year 1683, when the Turks besieged the city. A baker made these crescent rolls in a spirit of defiance of the Turk. Holding sword in one hand and Kipfel in the other, the Viennese would show themselves on top of their redoubts and challenge the cohorts of Mohammed IV. Mohammed IV was deposed after losing the battle, and Kara Mustafa was executed for leaving the stores, particularly the sacks of coffee beans, at the gates of Vienna. But Vienna coffee and Vienna Kipfel are still alive, and their appeal is not lessened by the years. The hero Kolschitsky was presented with a house by the grateful municipality, and there, at the sign of the blue bottle, according to one account, he continued as a coffee-house keeper for many years. This, in brief, is the story that, although not authenticated in all its particulars, is seriously related in many books, and is firmly believed throughout Vienna. It seems a pity to discredit the hero of so romantic an adventure, but the archives of Vienna throw a light upon Kolschitski's later conduct that tends to show that, after all, the Svianese idol's feet were of common clay. It is said that Kolschitski, after receiving the sacks of green coffee left behind by the Turks, at once began to peddle the beverage from house to house, serving it in little cups from a wooden platter. Later he rented a shop in Bischofhof. Then he began to petition the municipal council that, in addition to the sum of 100 ducats already promised him as further recognition of his valor, he should receive a house with goodwill attached, that is, a shop in some growing business section. His petitions to the municipal council, writes M. Beermann, are amazing examples of measureless self-conceit and the boldest greed. He seemed determined to get the utmost out of his own self-sacrifice. He insisted upon the most highly deserved reward, such as the Romans bestowed upon their Curtius, the Lacedaemonians upon their Pompilius, the Athenians upon Seneca, with whom he modestly compared himself. At last he was given his choice of 3 houses in the Leopoldstadt, any one of them worth from 400 to 450 gulden, in place of the money reward that had been fixed by a compromise agreement at 300 gulden. But Kolschitski was not satisfied with this, and urged that if he was to accept a house in full payment, it should be one valued at no less than 1,000 gulden. Then ensued much correspondence and considerable haggling. To put an end to the acrimonious dispute, the municipal council in 1685 directed that there should be deeded over to Kolschitski and his wife, Maria Ursula, without further argument, the house known at the time as 30, now 8, Heidgasse. It is further recorded that Kolschitski sold the house within a year, and, after many moves, he died of tuberculosis, February 20, 1694, aged 54 years. He was courier to the emperor at the time of his death, and was buried in the Stephansfriedhof cemetery. Kolschitski's heirs moved the coffee house to Donaustrand, near the wooden Schlagbrücke, later known as Ferdinandsbrücke, bridge. The celebrated coffee house of Franz Mose, died 1860, stood on this same spot. In the city records for the year 1700, a house in the Stock im Eisenplatz, square, is designated by the words Allwo das erste Kaffeegewölbe. Here was the first coffee house. Unfortunately, the name of the proprietor is not given. Many stories are told of Kolschitski's popularity as a coffee house keeper. He is said to have addressed everyone as Bruderherz, brother heart, and gradually he himself acquired the name Bruderherz. A portrait of Kolschitski, painted about the time of his greatest vogue, is carefully preserved by the Innung der Wiener Kaffeesieder, the Coffee Makers' Guild of Vienna. Even during the lifetime of the first Kaffeesieder, a number of others opened coffee houses and acquired some little fame. Early in the 18th century, a tourist gives us a glimpse of the progress made by coffee drinking and by the coffee house idea in Vienna. We read: The city of Vienna is filled with coffee houses, where the novelists, or those who busy themselves with the newspapers, delight to meet, to read the gazettes and discuss their contents. Some of these houses have a better reputation than others, because such Zeitungsdoctors, newspaper doctors, an ironical title, gather there to pass most unhesitating judgment on the weightiest events, and to surpass all others in their opinions concerning political matters and considerations. All this wins them such respect that many congregate there because of them, and to enrich their minds with inventions and foolishness which they immediately run through the city to bring to the ears of the said personalities. It is impossible to believe what freedom is permitted in furnishing this gossip. They speak without reverence, not only of the doings of generals and ministers of state, but also mixed themselves in the life of the Kaiser, Emperor himself. Vienna liked the coffee house so well that by 1839 there were 80 of them in the city proper and 50 more in the suburbs. End of section 10.
Section 11 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 10. The Coffee Houses of Old London, Part 1. One of the most picturesque chapters in the history of coffee. The first coffee house in London. The first coffee handbill and the first newspaper advertisement for coffee. Strange coffee mixtures. Fantastic coffee claims. Coffee prices and coffee licenses. Coffee Club of the Rota. Early coffee house manners and customs. Coffee house keepers' tokens. Opposition to the coffee house. Penny universities. Weird coffee substitutes. The proposed coffee house newspaper monopoly. Evolution of the club. Decline and fall of the coffee house. Pen pictures of coffee house life. Famous coffee houses of the 17th and 18th centuries. Some old world pleasure gardens. Locating the notable coffee houses. The two most picturesque chapters in the history of coffee have to do with the period of the old London and Paris coffee houses of the 17th and 18th centuries. Much of the poetry and romance of coffee centers around this time. The history of coffee houses, says Disraeli, ere the invention of clubs, was that of the manners, the morals, and the politics of a people. And so the history of the London coffee houses of the 17th and 18th centuries is indeed the history of the manners and customs of the English people of that period. The first London coffee house. The first coffee house in London, says John Aubrey, 1626 through 1697, the English antiquary and folklorist, was in St. Michael's Alley in Cornhill, opposite to the church which was set up by one Bowman, coachman to Mr. Hodges, a Turkey merchant, who put him upon it, in or about the year 1652. 'Twas about 4 years before any other was set up, and that was by Mr. Farr. Jonathan Painter, over against to St. Michael's Church, was the first apprentice to the trade, viz. To Bowman. Another account, for which we are indebted to William Oldys, 1696 through 1761, the bibliographer, relates that Mr. Edwards, a London merchant, acquired the coffee habit in Turkey and brought home with him from Ragusa, in Dalmatia, Pasqua Rosé, an Armenian or Greek youth who prepared the beverage for him. But the novelty thereof, says Oldys, drawing too much company to him, he allowed the said servant with another of his son-in-law to set up the first coffee house in London, at St. Michael's Alley, in Cornhill. From this it would appear that Pasqua Rosé had as partner in this enterprise the Bowman, who, according to Aubrey, was coachman to Mr. Hodges, the son-in-law of Mr. Edwards, and a fellow merchant traveler. Oldys tells us that Rosé and Bowman soon separated. John Timms, 1801 through 1875, another English antiquary, says they quarreled, Rosé keeping the house and his partner Bowman obtaining leave to pitch a tent and to sell the drink in St. Michael's churchyard. Still another version of this historic incident is to be found in Houghton's collection, 1698. It reads, "It appears that a Mr. Daniel Edwards, an English merchant of Smyrna, brought with him to this country a Greek of the name of Pasqua in 1652, who made his coffee. This Mr. Edwards married one Alderman Hodges's daughter, who lived in Walbrook, and set up Pasqua for a coffee man in a shed in the churchyard in St. Michael, Cornhill, which is now a scrivener's brave house. When, having great custom, the ale sellers petitioned the Lord Mayor against him as being no freeman. This made Alderman Hodges join his coachman, Bowman, who was free, as Pasqua's partner. But Pasqua, for some misdemeanor, was forced to run the country, and Bowman, by his trade and a contribution of 1,000 sixpences, turned the shed to a house. Bowman's apprentices were first John Painter, then Humphrey, from whose wife I had this account. This account makes it appear that Edwards was Hodges's son-in-law. Whatever the relationship, most authorities agree that Pasqua Rosé was the first to sell coffee publicly, whether in a tent or shed, in London in or about the year 1652. His original shop bill or handbill, the first advertisement for coffee, is in the British Museum, and from it the accompanying photograph was made for this work. It sets forth in direct fashion the virtue of the coffee drink first publicly made and sold in England by Pasqua Rosé in St. Michael's Alley in Cornhill, at the sign of his own head. H.R. Fox Bourne, about 1870, is alone in an altogether different version of this historic event. He says, in 1652, Sir Nicholas Crisp, a Levant merchant, opened in London the first coffee house known in England, the beverage being prepared by a Greek girl brought over for the work. There is nothing to substantiate this story. The preponderance of evidence is in support of the Edwards Rosé version. Such then was the advent of the coffee house in London, which introduced to English-speaking people the drink of democracy. Oddly enough, coffee and the Commonwealth came in together. The English coffee house, like its French contemporary, was the home of liberty. Robinson, who accepts that version of the event wherein Edwards marries Hodges's daughter, says that after the partners Rosé and Bowman separated, and Bowman had set up his tent opposite Rosé, a zealous partisan addressed these verses to Pasqua Rosé at the sign of his own head and half his body in St. Michael's Alley, next to the first coffee tent in London. Were not the fountain of my tears, each day exhausted by the steam, of your coffee no doubt appears, but they would swell to such a stream as could admit of no restriction, to see, poor Pasqua, thy affliction. What, Pasqua, you at first did broach, this nectar for the public good, must you call Kit down from the coach to drive a trade he understood, no more than you did then your creed, or he doth now to write or read? Pull courage, Pasqua, fear no harms, from the besieging foe. Make good your ground, stand to your arms, hold out this summer, and then, though he'll storm, he'll not prevail. Your face shall give the coffee pot the chase. Eventually, Pasqua Rosé disappeared. Some say to open a coffee house on the continent, in Holland or Germany. Bowman, having married Alderman Hodges's cook, and having also prevailed upon about 1,000 of his customers to lend him 6 pence apiece, converted his tent into a substantial house, and eventually took an apprentice to the trade. Concerning London's second coffee-house keeper, James Farr, proprietor of the Rainbow, who had as his most distinguished visitor Sir Henry Blount, Edward Hatton says, I find it recorded that one James Farr, a barber, who kept the coffee-house which is now the Rainbow by the Inner Temple Gate, one of the first in England, was in the year 1657 prosecuted by the inquest of St. Dunstan's in the West for making and selling a sort of liquor called coffee as a great nuisance and prejudice to the neighborhood, etc., and who would then have thought London would ever have had near 3,000 such nuisances, and that coffee would have been, as now, so much drank by the best of quality and physicians. Hatton evidently attributed Farr's nuisance to the coffee itself, whereas the presentment clearly shows it was in Farr's chimney and not in the coffee. Mention has already been made that Sir Henry Blount was spoken of as the father of English coffee houses, and in his claim to this distinction would seem to be a valid one, for his strong personality stamped itself upon the system. His favorite motto, Loquendum est cum vulgo, sentiendum cum sapientibus, the crowd may talk about it, the wise decide it, says Robinson, expresses well their colloquial purpose and was natural enough on the lips of one whose experience had been worldwide. Aubrey says of Sir Henry Blount, he is now near or altogether 80 years, his intellectuals good still and body pretty strong. Women played a not inconspicuous part in establishing businesses for the sale of the coffee drink in England, although the coffee houses were not for both sexes, as in other European countries. The London City Queries for 1660 makes mention of the she coffee merchant. Mary Stringar ran a coffee house in Little Trinity Lane in 1669. Anne Blunt was mistress of one of the Turk's Head houses in Cannon Street in 1672. Mary Long was the widow of William Long, and her initials, together with those of her husband, appear on a token issued from the Rose Tavern in Bridge Street, Covent Garden. Mary Long's token from the Rose Coffee House by the Playhouse in Covent Garden is shown among the group of coffee house keepers' tokens herein illustrated. The first newspaper advertisement. The first newspaper advertisement for coffee appeared May 26, 1657, in the Public Adviser of London, one of the first weekly pamphlets. The name of this publication was erroneously given as the Public Advertiser by an early writer on coffee, and the error has been copied by succeeding writers. The first newspaper advertisement was contained in the issue of the Public Adviser for the week of May 19 to May 26, and read, "In Bartholomew Lane, on the back side of the Old Exchange, the drink called coffee, which is a very wholesome and physical drink, having many excellent virtues, closes the orifice of the stomach, fortifies the heat within, helpeth digestion, quickeneth the spirits, maketh the heart lightsome, is good against eyesores, coughs or colds, rheums, consumptions, headache, dropsy, gout, scurvy, king's evil, and many others, is to be sold in the morning and at 3 of the clock in the afternoon." Chocolate was also advertised for sale in London this same year. The issue of the Public Adviser for June 16, 1657 contained this announcement. "In Bishopgate Street, in Queen's Head Alley, at a Frenchman's house, is an excellent West India drink called chocolate, to be sold, where you may have it ready at any time, and also unmade at reasonable rates." Tea was first sold publicly at Garraway's, or Garway's, in 1657. Strange coffee mixtures. The doctors were loath to let coffee escape from the mysteries of the pharmacopoeia and become a simple and refreshing beverage that anyone might obtain for a penny in the coffee houses, or if preferred might prepare at home. In this they were aided and abetted by many well-meaning but misguided persons, some of them men of considerable intelligence, who seemed possessed of the idea that coffee drink was an unpleasant medicine that needed something to take away its curse, or else that it required a complex method of preparation. Witness Judge Walter Rumsey's Electuary of Coffee, which appeared in 1657 in connection with a curious work of his called Organon Salutis, an instrument to cleanse the stomach. The instrument itself was a flexible whalebone, 2 or 3 feet long, with a small linen or silk button at the end, and was designed to be introduced into the stomach to produce the effect of an emetic. The electuary of coffee was to be taken by the patient before and after using the instrument, which the judge called his provang, and this was the judge's new and superior way of preparing coffee, as found in his prescription for making electuary of coffee. Take equal quantity of butter and salad oil, melt them well together, but not boil them. Then stir them well that they may incorporate together. Then melt therewith 3 times as much honey, and stir it well together. Then add thereunto powder of Turkish coffee to make it a thick electuary. A little consideration will convince anyone that the electuary was most likely to achieve the purpose for which it was recommended. Another concoction invented by the judge was known as wash brew and included oatmeal, powder of coffee, a pint of ale or any wine, ginger, honey, or sugar to please the taste. To these ingredients butter might be added, and any cordial powder or pleasant spice. It was to be put into a flannel bag and so keep it at pleasure like starch. This was a favorite medicine among the common people of Wales. The book contained in a prefix an interesting historical document in the shape of a letter from James Howell, 1595 through 1666, the writer and historiographer, which read, "Touching coffee, I concur with them in opinion, who hold it to be that black broth which was used of old in Lacedaemon, where the poets sing. Surely it must needs be salutiferous, because so many sagacious and the wittiest sort of nations use it so much, as they who have conversed with shashes and turbants do well know. But besides the execrant quality it hath to dry up the crudities of the stomach, as also to comfort the brain, to fortify the sight with the steam, and prevent dropsies, gouts, the scurvy, together with the spleen and hypochondriacal winds, all of which it doth without any violence or distemper at all. I say, besides all these qualities, 'tis found already that this coffee drink hath caused a greater sobriety among the nations. For whereas formerly apprentices and clerks with others used to take their morning's draught in ale, beer, or wine, which by the dizziness they cause in the brain make many unfit for business, they use now to play the good fellows in this wakeful and civil drink. Therefore that worthy gentleman, Mr. Mudiford, who introduced the practice hereof first to London, deserves much respect of the whole nation. The coffee drink at one time was mixed with sugar candy and also with mustard. In the coffee houses, however, it was usually served black. Few people then mixed it with either sugar or milk. Fantastic coffee claims. One cannot fail to note, in connection with the introduction of coffee into England, that the beverage suffered most from the indiscretions of its friends. On the one hand, the quacks of the medical profession sought to claim it for their own, and on the other, more or less ignorant laymen attributed to the drink such virtues as its real champions among the physicians never dreamed of. It was the favorite pastime of its friends to exaggerate coffee's merits, and of its enemies to vilify its users. All this furnished good copy for and against the coffee house, which became the central figure in each new controversy. From the early English author who damned it by calling it more wholesome than toothsome, to Pasquale Rosé and his contemporaries who urged its more fantastic claims, it was forced to make its way through a veritable morass of misunderstanding and intolerance. No harmless drink in history has suffered more at hands of friend and foe. Did its friends hail it as a panacea? Its enemies retorted that it was a slow poison. In France and in England there were those who contended that it produced melancholy, and those who argued it was a cure for the same. Dr. Thomas Willis, 1621 through 1673, a distinguished Oxford physician, whom Antoine Portal, 1742 through 1832, called one of the greatest geniuses that have ever lived, said he would sometimes send his patients to the coffee house rather than to the apothecary's shop. An old broadside described later in this chapter stressed the notion that if you do but this rare Arabian cordial use, and thou mayst all the doctor's slops refuse. As a cure for drunkenness, its magic power was acclaimed by its friends and grudgingly admitted by its foes. This will appear presently in a description of the War of the Broadsides and the pamphlets. Coffee was praised by one writer as a deodorizer. Another, Richard Bradley, in his treatise concerning its use with regard to the plague, said if its qualities had been fully known in 1665, Dr. Hodges and other learned men of that time would have recommended it. As a matter of fact, in Gideon Harvey's Advice Against the Plague, published in 1665, we find, "Coffee is commended against the contagion." This is how the drink's sobering virtue was celebrated by the author of the Rebellious Antidote. Come, frantic fools, leave off your drunken fits, obsequious be, and all recall your wits, from perfect madness to a modest strain, for farthings four I'll fetch you back again. Enable all your men with tricks of state, enter and sip, and then attend your fate. Come drunk or sober, for a gentle fee, come ne'er so mad, I'll your physician be. Dr. Willis, in his Pharmacutis Rationalis, 1674, was one of the first to attempt to do justice to both sides of the coffee question. At best, he thought it a somewhat risky beverage, and its votaries must, in some cases, be prepared to suffer languor and even paralysis. It may attack the heart and cause tremblings in the limbs. On the other hand, it may, if judiciously used, prove a marvelous benefit. Being daily drunk, it wonderfully clears and enlightens each part of the soul, and disperses all the clouds of every function. It was a long time before recognition was obtained for the truth about the novelty drink, especially that, if there were any beyond purely social virtues to be found in coffee, they were political rather than medical. Dr. James Duncan of the Faculty of Montpellier, in his book Wholesome Advice Against the Abuse of Hot Liquors, done into English in 1706, found coffee no more deserving of the name of panacea than that of poison. George Cheney, 1671 through 1743, the noted British physician, proclaimed his neutrality in the words, "I have neither great praise nor bitter blame for the thing." Coffee prices and coffee licenses. Coffee, with tea and chocolate, was first mentioned in the English statute books in 1660, when a duty of 4d was laid upon every gallon made and sold, to be paid by the maker. Coffee was classed by the House of Commons with other outlandish drinks. It is recorded in 1662 that the right of coffee powder was being sold at the Turk's Head Coffee House in Exchange Alley for 4 shillings to 6 shillings 8d per pound, that pounded into a mortar 2 shillings, East India berry 1 shilling 6d, and the right turkey berry, well garbled, ground at 3 shillings. The ungarbled, in the bean, for less, with directions how to use the same. Chocolate was also to be had at 2 shillings 6d the pound, the perfumed from 4 shillings to 10 shillings. At one time, coffee sold for 5 guineas a pound in England, and even 40 crowns, about $48, a pound was paid for it. In 1663, all English coffee houses were required to be licensed. The fee was 12d. Failure to obtain a license was punished by a fine of £5 for every month's violation of the law. The coffee houses were under close surveillance by government officials. One of these was Mudman, a good scholar and an arch rogue who had formerly written for the Parliament, but who later became a paid spy. L'Estrange, who had a patent on the sole right of intelligence, wrote in his Intelligencer that he was alarmed at the ill effects of the ordinary written papers of Parliament's news, making coffee houses and all the popular clubs judges of those councils, and deliberations which they have nothing to do with at all. The first royal warrant for coffee was given by Charles II to Alexander Mann, a Scotsman who had followed General Monk to London and set up in Whitehall. Here he advertised himself as Coffee Man to Charles II. Owing to increased taxes on tea, coffee, and newspapers, near the end of Queen Anne's reign, 1714, coffee house keepers generally raised their prices as follows: coffee, 2d per dish; green tea, 1.5d per dish; all drams, 2d per dram. At retail, coffee was then sold for 5 shillings per pound, while tea brought from 12 to 28 shillings per pound. Coffee Club of the Rota. Coffee and Commonwealth, says a pamphleteer of 1665, came in together for a reformation, to makes a free and sober nation. The writer argues that liberty of speech should be allowed where men of differing judgments crowd, and he adds, "That's a coffee house, for where should men discourse so free as there?" Robinson's comments are apt. Now, perhaps we do not always connect the ideas of sociableness and freedom of discussion with the days of Puritan rule, yet it must be admitted that something like geniality and openness characterized what Pepys called the Coffee Club of the Rota. This free and open society of ingenious gentlemen was founded in the year 1659 by certain members of the Republican Party, whose peculiar opinions had been timidly expressed and not very cordially tolerated under the great Oliver. By the weak government that followed, these views were regarded with extreme dislike and with some amount of terror. They met, says Aubrey, who was himself of their number, at the Turk's Head, Miles's coffee house, in New Palace Yard, Westminster, where they take water, at one Miles's, the next house to the stairs, where was made purposely a large oval table with a passage in the middle for Miles to deliver his coffee. Robinson continues, this curious refreshment bar and the interest with which the beverage itself was regarded were quite secondary to the excitement caused by another novelty. When, after heated disputation, a member desired to test the opinion of the meeting, any particular point might, by agreement, be put to the vote, and then everything depended upon our wooden oracle, the first balloting box ever seen in England. Formal methods of procedure and the intensely practical nature of the subjects discussed combined to give a real importance to this amateur parliament. The Rota, or Coffee Club, as Pepys called it, was essentially a debating society for the dissemination of Republican opinions. It was preceded only, in the reign of Henry IV, by the club called La Cour de Bonne Compagnie, by Sir Walter Raleigh's Friday Street or Bread Street Club. The club at the Mermaid Tavern in Bread Street, of which Shakespeare, Beaumont, Fletcher, Raleigh, Selden, Don et al. Were members, and rare Ben Jonson's Devil Tavern Club between Middle Temple Gate and Temple Bar. The Rota derived its name from a plan which it was designed to promote for changing a certain number of members of Parliament annually by rotation. It was founded by James Harrington, who had painted it in fairest colors in his Oceana, that ideal commonwealth. Sir William Petty was one of its members. Around the table in a room every evening as full as it could be crammed, says Aubrey, sat Milton, ? And Marvell, Cyriac Skinner, Harrington, Neville, and their friends discussing abstract political questions. The Rota became famous for its literary strictures. Among these was the censure of the Rota upon Mr. Milton's book entitled The Ready and Easy Way to Establish a Free Commonwealth, 1660. Although it is doubtful if Milton was ever a visitor to this bustling coffee club. The Rota also censured Mr. Dryden's Conquest of Grenada, 1673. Early coffeehouse manners and customs. Among many of the early coffeehouse keepers, there was great anxiety that the coffeehouse, open to high and low, should be conducted under such restraints as might secure the better class of customers from annoyance. The following set of regulations, in somewhat halting rhyme, was displayed on the walls of several of the coffeehouses in the 17th century. The Rules and Orders of the Coffeehouse. Enter, sirs, freely, but first, if you please, peruse our civil orders, which are these. First, gentry, tradesmen, all are welcome hither, and may without affront sit down together. Preeminence of place none here should mind, but take the next fit seat that he can find. Nor need any, if finer persons come, rise up to assign to them his room. To limit men's expense we think not fair, but let him forfeit 12 pence that shall swear. He that shall any quarrel here begin shall give each man a dish to tone the sin. And so shall he, whose compliments extend so far to drink in coffee to his friend. Let noise of loud disputes be quite forborne. No maudlin lovers here in corners mourn, but all be brisk and talk, but not too much, on sacred things. Let none presume to touch. Nor profane scripture, nor saucily wrong affairs of state with an irreverent tongue. Let mirth be innocent, and each man see that all his jests without reflection be. To keep the house more quiet and from blame, we banish hence cards, dice, and every game. Nor can allow of wagers that exceed 5 shillings, which oft times much trouble breed. Let all that's lost or forfeited be spent in such good liquor as the house doth vent, and customers endeavor, to their powers, for to observe still seasonable hours. Lastly, let each man what he calls for pay, and so you're welcome to come every day. The early coffee houses were often up a flight of stairs, and consisted of a single large room with tables set apart for diverse topics. There is a reference to this in the prologue to a comedy of 1681, quoted by Malone. In a coffee house just now among the rabble, I bluntly asked, which is the treason table? This was the arrangement at Mann's and others favored by the wits, the literati, and men of fashionable instincts. In the distinctly business coffee houses, separate rooms were provided at a later time for mercantile transactions. The introduction of wooden partitions, wooden boxes as at a tavern, was also of somewhat later date. A print of 1674 shows 5 persons of different ranks in life, one of them smoking, sitting on chairs around a coffee house table, on which are small basins or dishes without saucers and tobacco pipes, while a coffee boy is serving coffee. In the beginning, only coffee was dispensed in the English coffee houses. Soon, chocolate, sherbet, and tea were added, but the places still maintained their status as social and temperance factors. Constantine Jennings, or George Constantine, of the Grecian advertised chocolate, sherbet, and tea at retail in 1664 through 1665. Also, free instruction in the part of preparing these liquors. Drams and cordial waters were to be had only at coffee houses newly set up, says Alfred the Younger, writing about 1689. While some few places added ale and beer as early as 1669, intoxicating liquors were not items of importance for many years. After the fire of 1666, many new coffee houses were opened that were not limited to a single room up a flight of stairs. Because the coffee house keepers overemphasized the sobering qualities of the coffee drink, they drew many undesirable characters from the taverns and alehouses after the 9 o'clock closing hour. These were hardly calculated to improve the reputation of the coffee houses, and indeed the decline of the coffee houses as a temperance institution would seem to trace back to this attitude of false pity for the victims of tavern vices, evils that many of the coffee houses later on embraced to their own undoing. The early institution was unique, its distinctive features being unlike those of any public house in England or on the continent. Later on, in the 18th century, when these distinctive features became obscured, the name coffee house became a misnomer. However, Robinson says, the close intercourse between the habitués of the coffee house, before it lost anything of its generous social traditions, and whilst the issue of the struggle for political liberty was as yet uncertain, was to lead to something more than a mere jumbling or huddling together of opposites. The diverse elements gradually united in the bonds of common sympathy, or were forcibly combined by persecution from without until there resulted a social, political, and moral force of almost irresistible strength. Coffee house keepers' tokens. The Great London Fire of 1666 destroyed some of the coffee houses, but prominent among those that survived was the Rainbow, whose proprietor, James Farr, issued one of the earliest coffee house tokens, doubtless in grateful memory of his escape. Farr's token shows an arched rainbow emerging from the clouds of the Great Fire, indicating that all was well with him and the rainbow still radiant. On the reverse, the medal was inscribed, "In Fleet Street, his halfpenny." A large number of these trade coins were put out by coffee house keepers and other tradesmen in the 17th century as evidence of an amount due, as stated thereon, by the issuer to the holder. Tokens originated because of the scarcity of small change. They were of brass, copper, pewter, and even leather gilded. They bore the name, address, and calling of the issuer, the nominal value of the piece, and some reference to his trade. They were readily redeemed on presentation at their face value. They were passable in the immediate neighborhood, seldom reaching farther than the next street. C.G. Williamson writes, "Tokens are essentially democratic. They would never have been issued but for the indifference of the government to a public need. And in them we have a remarkable instance of a people forcing a legislature to comply with demands at once reasonable and imperative. Taken as a whole series, they are homely and quaint, wanting in beauty, but not without a curious domestic art of their own." Robinson finds an exception to the general simplicity of the tokens issued by one of the exchange alley houses. The dies of these tokens are such as to have suggested the skilled workmanship of John Roetier. The most ornate has the head of a Turkish sultan at that time famed for his horrible deeds, ending in suicide. Its inscription runs, "Morat, ye great men did me call, Where'er I came, I conquered all. A number of the most interesting coffee housekeepers' tokens in the Beaufoy collection in the Guildhall Museum were photographed for this work and are shown herewith. It will be observed that many of the traders of 1660 through 1675 adopted as their trade sign a hand pouring coffee from a pot, invariably of the Turkish ewer pattern. Morat, Amurath, and Soliman were frequent coffee house signs in the 17th century. J. H. Byrne, in his Catalogue of Traders' Tokens, recites that in 1672, diverse persons who presumed to stamp, coin, exchange, and distribute farthings, halfpence, and pence of brass and copper were taken into custody in order to a severe prosecution, but upon submission their offences were forgiven, and it was not until the year 1675 that the private tokens ceased to pass current. A royal proclamation at the close of 1674 enjoined the prosecution of any who should utter base metals with private stamps, or hinder the vending of those halfpence and farthings which are provided for necessary exchange. After this, tokens were issued stamped Necessary Change. End of section 11. Section 12 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 10, The Coffee Houses of Old London, Part 2. Opposition to the Coffee House. It is easy to see why the coffee houses at once found favor among men of all intelligence in all classes. Until they came, the average Englishman had only the tavern as a place of common resort. But here was a public house offering a non-intoxicating beverage, and its appeal was instant and universal. As a meeting place for the exchange of ideas, it soon attained wide popularity. But not without opposition. The publicans and alehouse keepers, seeing business slip away from them, made strenuous propaganda against this new social center, and not a few attacks were launched against the coffee drink. Between the Restoration and the year 1675, of 8 tracts written upon the subject of the coffee houses, 4 have the words "character of a coffee house" as part of their titles. The authors appear eager to impart a knowledge of the town's latest novelty, with which many readers were unacquainted. One of these early pamphlets, 1662, was entitled The Coffee Scuffle, and professed to give a dialogue between a learned knight and a pitiful pedagogue, and contained an amusing account of a house where the Puritan element was still in the ascendant. A numerous company is present, and each little group being occupied with its own subject, the general effect is that of another Babel. While one is engaged in quoting the classics, another confides to his neighbors how much he admires Euclid. A third's for a lecture, a fourth a conjecture, a fifth for a penny in the pound. Theology is introduced. Masked balls and plays are condemned. Others again discuss the news and are deep in the store of Mercuries here to be found. One cries up philosophy. Pedantry is rife, and for the most part unchecked, when each prentice boy doth call for his coffee in Latin, and all are so prompt with their learned quotations that would make a poor vicar to tremble. The first noteworthy effort attacking the coffee drink was a satirical broadside that appeared in 1663. It was entitled, A Cup of Coffee, or Coffee in Its Colors. It said, For men and Christians to turn Turks, and think t'excuse the crime because 'tis in their drink, is more than magic. Pure English apes, ye may, for aught I know, would it be mode, learn to eat spiders too. The writer wonders that any man should prefer coffee to canary, and refers to the days of Beaumont, Fletcher, and Ben Jonson. He says, They drank pure nectar as the gods drink too, sublimed with rich canary. Shall then these less than coffee's self, these coffee men, these sons of nothing that can hardly make their broth for laughing now how the jest doth take, yet grin and give ye for the vine's pure blood a loathsome portion not yet understood, syrup of soot or essence of old shoes, dashed with diurnals and the books of news? The author of A Cup of Coffee, it will be seen, does not shrink from using epithets. The coffee man's granado discharged upon the maiden's complaint against coffee, a dialogue in verse, also appeared in 1663. The Character of a Coffee House, by an eye and ear witness, appeared in 1665. It was a 10-page pamphlet and proved to be excellent propaganda for coffee. It is so well done and contains so much local color that it is reproduced here, the Text Museum. The title page reads, "The Character of a Coffee House, wherein is contained a description of the persons usually frequenting it, with their discourse and humors, as also the admirable virtues of coffee, by an eye and ear witness. When coffee once was vended here, the Alcron shortly did appear, for our reformers were such widgeons, new liquors brought in new religions." Printed in the year 1665. The text and the arrangement of the body of the pamphlet are as follows. The character of a coffee house. The derivation of a coffee house. A coffee house, the learned hold, it is a place where coffee is sold. This derivation cannot fail us, for where ale's vended, that's an alehouse. This being granted to be true, 'tis meet that next the signs we show, both where and how to find this house, where men such cordial broth carouse. And if Culpepper wound some glory in turning the dispensatory from Latin into English, then why should not all good Englishmen give him much thanks who shows a cure for all diseases men endure? Signs. How to find it out. As you along the streets do trudge, to take the pains you must not grudge, to view the posts or broomsticks where the signs of liquors hanged are. And if you see the great Murat, with shash on's head instead of hat, or any sultan in his dress, or picture of a sultaness, or John's admired curled pate, or the great Mogul in's chair of state, or Constantine the Grecian, who 14 years was the only man that made coffee for the great Bashaw, although the man he never saw. Or if you see a coffee cup filled from a Turkish pot hung up within the clouds, and round it pipes, wax candles, stoppers, these are types, and certain signs with many more would be too long to write them o'er, which plainly do spectators tell that in that house they coffee sell. Some, wiser than the rest, no doubt, say they can by the smell find out. In at a door, say they, but thrust your nose, and if you scent burnt crust, be sure there's coffee sold that's good, for so by most 'tis understood. Now being entered there's no needing of compliments or gentle breeding, for you may seat you anywhere. There's no respect of persons there. When comes the coffee man to greet you, with welcome, sir, let me entreat you, to tell me what you'll please to have, for I'm your humble slave. But if you ask, what good does coffee? He'll answer, sir, don't think I scoff ye. If I affirm there's no disease, men have that drink it, but find ease. The virtues of coffee. Look, there's a man who takes the steam in at his nose as an extreme, worm in his pate and giddiness. Ask him, and he will say no less. There sitteth one whose drop-tick belly was hard as flint, now soft as jelly. There stands another, holds his head, o'er the coffee pot, was almost dead. Even now with rheum, ask him, he'll say, that all his rheum's now passed away. See, there's a man sits now demure and sober, was within this hour, quite drunk, and comes here frequently, for 'tis his daily malady. More, it has such reviving power, 'twill keep a man awake an hour. Nay, make his eyes wide open stare, both sermon time and all the prayer. Sir, should I tell you all the rest o' the cures 'tas done, 2 hours at least? In numbering them I needs must spend, scarce able then to make an end. Besides these virtues that's therein, for any kind of medicine, the Commonwealth Kingdom, I'd say, has mighty reason for to pray, that still Arabia may produce enough of berry for its use, for it has such strange magnetic force that it draws after great concourse of all degrees of persons, even from high to low, from morn till even, especially the sober party, and newsmongers do drink't most hearty. Here you're not thrust into a box, as taverns do to catch the fox, but as from the top of Paul's high steeple, the whole city's viewed, even so all people. May here be seen no secrets are, at the court for peace, or the camp for war. But straight they're here disclosed and known, men in this age so wise are grown. Now, sir, what profit may accrue by this to all good men, judge you, with all that he's loudly called upon for coffee, and then whip he's gone. The company. Here at a table sits, perplexed, a griping usurer, and next to him a gallant furioso, then nigh to him a virtuoso. A player then, full fine, sits down, and close to him a country clown. O' the other side sits some pragmatic, and next to him some sly fanatic. The several liquors. The gallant he for tea doth call, the usurer for naught at all. The pragmatic he doth entreat that they will fill him some beau cheat. The virtuoso he cries, hand me some coffee mixed with sugar candy. Fanaticus at last says, come, bring me some aromaticum. The player bawls for chocolate, all which the bumpkin, wondering at, cries, ho, my masters, what ye speak? Did ye call for drink in heathen Greek? Give me some good old ale or beer, or else I will not drink, I swear. Then, having charged their pipes around their discourse, they silence break, first the profound. And sage fanatique, sirs, what news? Troth, says the usurer, I ne'er use to tip my tongue with such discourse. 'Twere news to know how to disperse. A sum of money makes me sad. To get aught by its times are so bad. The other answers, truly, sir, you speak but truth, for all aver they ne'er were worse. Did you not hear what prodigies did late appear at Norwich, Ipswich, Grantham, Gotham? And though profane, ones do not 'em? Yet we, here the virtuoso stops the current of his speech with hopes. Quoth he, you will not take't amiss, I say all's lies that's news like this, for I have factors all about the realm so that no stars peep out, that are unusual, much less these strange and unheard of prodigies. You would relate, but they are toast to me in letters by first post, at which the Furioso swears, such chat as this offends his ears. It rather doth become this age to talk of bloodshed, fury, rage, and to drink stout healths in brim-filled noggins, to the downfall of the Hogan-Mogans. With that the player doffs his bonnet, and tunes his voice as if a sonnet were to be sung, then gently says, oh, what delight there is in plays! Sure, if we were but all in peace, this noise of wars and news would cease. All sorts of people then would club their pence to see a play that's good. You'll wonder all this while, perhaps, the curioso holds his chaps, but he doth in his thoughts devise how to the rest he may seem wise, yet able longer not to hold, his tedious tale too must be told. And thus begins, sirs, unto me, it reason seems that liberty of speech and words should be allowed, where men of differing judgments crowd, And that's a coffee house, for where should men discourse so free as there? Coffee and Commonwealth begin, both with one letter, both came in, together for a reformation, to makes a free and sober nation. But now, with that fanaticus, gives him a nod and speaks him thus: Hold, brother, I know your intent. That's no dispute convenient. For this same place truth seldom find. Acceptance here, they're more confined to taverns and to alehouse liquor, where men do vent their minds more quicker. If that may for a truth but pass, what's said in vino veritas. With that up starts the country clown, and stares about with threatening frown, as if he would even eat them all up, then bids the boy run quick and call up a constable, for he has reason to fear their Latin may be treason. But straight they all call what's to pay, late down, and march each several way. The company. At the other table sits a knight, and here a grave old man o'erwrite against his worship, then perhaps, that by and by a drawer claps, his bum close by them there down squats, a dealer in old shoes and hats, and here withouten any panic, fear, dread, or care, a bold mechanic. Their discourse. The knight, because he prates of matters far beyond their pates. The grave old man he makes a bustle, and his wise sentence in must justle. Up starts the apprentice boy, and he says boldly so, and so't must be. The dealer in old shoes to utter his saying too makes no small sputter. Then comes the pert mechanic blade, and contradicts what all have said. There by the fireside doth sit one freezing in an ague fit, another poking in't with the tongs, still ready to cough up his lungs. Here sitteth one that's melancholic, and there one singing in a frolic. Each one hath such a pretty gesture, at Smithfield fair would yield a tester. Boy, reach a pipe, cries he that shakes. The songster no tobacco takes. Says he who coughs, nor do I smoke. Then Monsieur Mopus turns his cloak off from his face, and with a grave, majestic beck his pipe doth crave. They load their guns and fall a-smoking, whilst he who coughs sits by choking, till he no longer can abide, and so removes from the fireside. Now all this while none calls to drink, which makes the coffee boy to think, much they his pots should so enclose, he cannot pass but tread on toes. With that as he the nectar fills, from pot to pot, some on't he spills upon the songster. Oh, cries he, pox, what dost do? Thou'st burnt my knee. No, says the boy, to make a bald and blind excuse, sir, 'twill not scald. With that the man lends him a cuff o'er the ear and whips away in snuff. The other two, their pipes being out, says, Monsieur Mopus, I much doubt, my friend I wait for will not come, but if he do, say I'm gone home. Then says the anguish man, I must come, according to my wonted custom, to give ye a visit, although now I dare not drink, and so adieu. The boy replies, Oh, sir, however, you're very welcome. We do never our candles, pipes, or fire grutch to daily customers and such. Their company, without expense, for that's sufficient recompense. Here at a table, all alone, sits, studying, a spruce youngster, one who doth concept himself fully witty, and's counted one of the wits of the city, till by him, with a stately grace, a Spanish Don himself doth place. Then, cap in hand, a brisk monsieur takes his seat and crowds as near as possibly that he can come. Then next a Dutchman takes his room. The wit's glib tongue begins to chatter. Thought utters more of noise than matter. Yet, 'cause they seem to mind his words, his lungs more battle still affords. At last says he to Don, I trow, You understand me? Signor, no. Says the other. Here the wit doth pause a little while, then opes his jaws, and says to Monsieur, You enjoy our tongue, I hope? Non, par ma foi, replies the Frenchman. Nor you, sir? Says he to the Dutchman. Nein, mine here. With that he's gone, and cries, Why should he stay where wit's not understood? There, in a place of his own choosing, alone some lover sits amusing, with arms across and eyes uplift, as if he were of sense bereft, till sometimes to himself he's speaking, then sighs as if his heart were breaking. Here in a corner sits a frantic, and there stands by a frisking antic, of all sorts some and all conditions, even vintners, surgeons, and physicians. The blind, the deaf, and aged cripple do here resort, and coffee tipple. Now here, perhaps, you may expect my muse some trophies should erect in high-flown verse for to set forth the noble praises of its worth. Truth is, old poets beat their brains to find out high and lofty strains, to praise the now too frequent use of bewitching grapes' strong juice. Some have strained hard for to exalt the liquor of our English malt. Nay, Don has almost cracked his nodal, enough to plod his cacao caudal. The German's mum, Tiags Uskobach, made him so well defend Trodach. Metheglin, which the Britons tope, hot brandy wine, the Hogan's hope, stout mead, which makes the rust to laugh, spiced punch in bowls, the Indians quaff. All these have had their pens to raise, them monuments of lasting praise. Only poor coffee seems to me no subject fit for poetry. At least 'tis one that none of mine is. So I do wave't, and here write, Finis. News from the coffee house in which is shown their several sorts of passions appeared in 1667. It was reprinted in 1672 as The Coffee House or Newsmonger's Hall. Several stanzas from these broadsides have been much quoted. They serve to throw additional light upon the manners of the time and upon the kind of conversation met with in any well-frequented coffee house of the 17th century, particularly under the Stuarts. They are finely descriptive of the company characteristics of the early coffee houses. The fifth stanza of the edition of 1667, inimical to the French, was omitted when the broadside was amended and reprinted in 1672, the year that England joined with France and again declared war on the Dutch. The following verses, with explanatory notes, are from Timms. News from the Coffee House. You that delight in wit and mirth, and long to hear such news as comes from all parts of the earth, Dutch, Danes, and Turks, and Jews, I'll send ye to a rendezvous where it is smoking new. Go hear it at a coffee house. It cannot but be true. There battles and sea fights are fought, and bloody plots displayed. They know more things than e'er was thought, or ever was betrayed. No money in the minting house is half so bright and new, and coming from a coffee house, it cannot but be true. Before the navies fall to work, they know who shall be winner. They there can tell ye what the Turk last Sunday had to dinner. Who last did cut De Ruyter's corns amongst his jovial crew, or who first gave the devil horns, which cannot but be true. A fisherman did boldly tell, and strongly did avouch, he caught a shoal of mackerel, that parlayed all in Dutch, and cried out, Ja, 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 mynheer! But as the draught they drew, they stunk for fear that monk was there, which cannot but be true. There's nothing done in all the world, from monarch to the mouse, but every day or night 'tis hurled into the coffee house. What Lilly or what Booker can by art not bring about, at coffee house you'll find a man can quickly find it out. They know who shall in times to come be either made or undone, from Great St. Peter's Street in Rome to Turnbull Street in London. They know all that is good or hurt, to damn ye or to save ye. There is the college and the court, the country, camp, and navy. So great a university, I think there ne'er was any, in which you may a scholar be, for spending of a penny. Here men do talk of everything with large and liberal lungs, like women at a gossiping, with double tire of tongues. They'll give a broadside presently, soon as you are in view, with stories that you'll wonder at, which they will swear are true. The drinking there of chocolate can make a fool a Sophie. 'Tis thought the Turkish Mahomet was first inspired with coffee, by which his powers did overflow the land of Palestine. Then let us to the coffee house go, 'tis cheaper far than wine. You shall know there what fashions are, how periwigs are curled, and for a penny you shall hear all novels in the world. Both old and young, and great and small, and rich and poor you'll see. Therefore let's to the coffee all, come all away with me. Fini. Robert Morton made a contribution to the controversy in Lines Appended to the Nature, Quality, and Most Excellent Virtues of Coffee in 1670. There was published in 1672 a broadside against coffee or the marriage of the Turk, verses that attained considerable fame because of their picturesque invective. They also stress the fact that Pasquale Roset's partner was a coachman and imitated the broken English of the Ragusan youth. A broadside against coffee, or the marriage of the Turk. Coffee, a kind of Turkish renegade, has late a match with Christian water made. At first between them happened a demur, yet joined they were, but not without great stir. Coffee was cold as earth, water as Thames, and stood in need of recommending flames. Coffee so brown as berry does appear, too swarthy for a nymph so fair, so clear. A coachman was the first here coffee made, and ever since the rest drive on the trade. Me no good English, and sure enough, he played the quack to salve his Stygian stuff. Verboon for de stomach, de cough, de pishtic, and I believe him, for it looks like physic. Coffee, a crust, is charked into a coal, the smell and taste of the mock china bowl, where huff and puff they labor out their lungs, lest dives like they should bewail their tongues. And yet they tell ye that it will not burn, though on the jury blisters you return, whose furious heat does make the water rise, and still through the alembics of your eyes. Dread and desire, ye fall to it snap by snap, as hungry dogs do scolding porridge lap. But to cure drunkards it has got great fame. Posset or porridge, wilt not do the same? Confusion huddles all into one scene, like Noah's ark, the clean and the unclean. But now, alas, the drench has credit got, and he's no gentleman that drinks it not, that such a dwarf should rise to such a stature. But custom is but a remove from nature. A little dish and a large coffee house, what is it but a mountain and a mouse? And so it came to pass that coffee history repeated itself in England. Many good people became convinced that coffee was a dangerous drink. The tirades against the beverage in that far-off time sound not unlike the advertising patter employed by some of our present-day coffee substitute manufacturers. It was even ridiculed by being referred to as ninny broth and turkey gruel. A brief description of the excellent virtues of that sober and wholesome drink called coffee appeared in 1674 and proved an able and dignified answer to the attacks that had preceded it. That same year, for the first time in history, the sexes divided in a coffee controversy, and there was issued the Woman's Petition Against Coffee, representing to public consideration the grand inconveniences accruing to their sex from the excessive use of the drying and enfeebling liquor, in which the ladies, who had not been accorded the freedom of the coffee houses in England, as was the custom in France, Germany, Italy, and other countries on the continent, complained that coffee made men as unfruitful as the deserts where that unhappy berry is said to be bought. Besides the more serious complaint that the whole race was in danger of extinction, it was urged that on a domestic message, a husband would stop by the way to drink a couple of cups of coffee. This pamphlet is believed to have precipitated the attempt at suppression by the Crown the following year, despite the prompt appearing in 1674 of the men's answer to the women's petition against coffee, vindicating their liquor from the undeserved aspersion lately cast upon them in their scandalous pamphlet. The 1674 broadside in defense of coffee was the first to be illustrated, and for all its air of pretentious grandeur and occasional bathos, it was not a bad rhyming advertisement for the persecuted drink. It was printed for Paul Greenwood and sold at the sign of the Coffee Mill and Tobacco Roll in Cloth Fair near West Smithfield, who selleth the best Arabian coffee powder and chocolate in cake or roll after the Spanish fashion, etc. The following extracts will serve to illustrate its epic character. When the sweet poison of the treacherous grape had acted on the world a general rape, drowning our very reason and our souls in such deep seas of large o'erflowing bowls, when foggy ale levying up mighty trains of muddy vapors had besieged our brains, then heaven, in pity, to effect our cure, first set amongst us this all-healing berry, at once to make us both sober and merry. Arabian coffee, a rich cordial, to purse and person beneficial, which of so many virtues doth partake, its country's called Felix for its sake. From the rich chambers of the rising sun, where arts and all good fashions first begun, where earth with choicest rarities is blessed, and dying phoenix builds her wondrous nest. Coffee arrives, that grave and wholesome liquor that heals the stomach, makes the genius quicker, relieves the memory, revives the sad. Do but this rare Arabian cordial use, and thou mayst all the doctor's slops refuse. Hush then, dull quacks, your mountebanking cease. Coffee's a speedier cure for each disease. How great its virtues are, we hence may think. The world's third part makes it their common drink. In brief, all you who health's rich treasures prize, and court not ruby noses or bleared eyes, but own sobriety to be your drift, and love at once good company and thrift. To wine no more make wit and coin a trophy, but come each night and frolic here in coffee. An 8-page folio, the last argument to be issued in defense of coffee before Charles II sought to follow in the footsteps of Cayer Bey and Cuprilli, was issued in the early part of 1675. It was entitled Coffee Houses Vindicated, in answer to the late published Character of a Coffee House, asserting from reason, experience, and good authors the excellent use and physical virtues of that liquor, with the grand convenience of such civil places of resort and ingenious conversation. The advantage of a coffee house compared with a public house is thus set forth. First, in regard to easy expense, being to wait for or meet a friend, a tavern reckoning soon breeds a purse consumption. In an alehouse you must gorge yourself with pot after pot, but here, for a penny or two, you may spend 2 or 3 hours, have the shelter of a house, the warmth of a fire, the diversion of company, and conveniency, if you please, of taking a pipe of tobacco, and all this without any grumbling or repining. Secondly, for sobriety, it is grown by the ill influences of I know not what hydropic stars, almost a general custom among us, that no bargain can be drove, or business concluded between man and man, but it must be transacted at some public house, where continual sippings would be apt to fly up into their brains, and render them drowsy and indisposed. Whereas, having now the opportunity of a coffee house, they repair thither, take each man a dish or two, so far from causing that it cures any dizziness or disturbant fumes, and so dispatching their business go out more sprightly about their affairs than before. Lastly, for diversion, where can young gentlemen or shopkeepers more innocently and advantageously spend an hour or two in the evening than at a coffee house, where they shall be sure to meet company, and by the custom of the house, not such as at other places, stingy and reserved to themselves, but free and communicative, where every man may modestly begin his story and propose to or answer another, as he thinks fit. So that, upon the whole matter, spite of the idle sarcasms and paltry reproaches thrown upon it, we may, with no less truth than plainness, give this brief character of a well-regulated coffee house, for our pen disdains to be an advocate of any sordid holes that assume that name to cloak the practice of debauchery, that it is the sanctuary of health, the nursery of temperance, the delight of frugality, and academy of civility, and free school of ingenuity. The alewives' complaint against the coffee houses, a dialogue between a victualler's wife and a coffeeman, at difference about spiriting away each other's trade, also was issued in 1675. As early as 1666 and again in 1672, we find the government planning to strike a blow at the coffee houses. By the year 1675, these seminaries of sedition were much frequented by persons of rank and substance who, suitable to our native genius, says Anderson, used great freedom therein with respect to the court's proceedings in these and like points, so contrary to the voice of the people. In 1672, Charles II, seemingly eager to emulate the Oriental intolerance that preceded him, determined to try his hand at suppression. Having been informed of the great inconveniences arising from the great number of persons that resort to coffee houses, the king desired the Lord Keeper and the judges to give their opinion in writing as to how far he might lawfully proceed against them. Roger North, in his Examen, gives the full story, and Disraeli, commenting on it, says, "It was not done without some apparent respect for the British Constitution. The courts affected not to act against the law, and the judges were summoned to a consultation, but the 5 who met could not agree in opinion. Sir William Coventry spoke against the proposed measure. He pointed out that the government obtained considerable revenue from coffee, that the king himself owed to these seemingly obnoxious places no small debt of gratitude in the matter of his own restoration, for they had been permitted in Cromwell's time, when the king's friends had used more liberty of speech than they dared to do at any other. He urged also that it might be rash to issue a command so likely to be disobeyed. At last, being hard-pressed for a reply, the judges gave such a halting opinion in favor of the king's policy as to remind us of the reluctant verdict wrung from the physicians and lawyers of Mecca on the occasion of coffee's first persecution. The English lawyers, in language which, for its civility and indefiniteness, says Robinson, would have been the envy of their Eastern brethren, declared that retailing coffee might be an innocent trade, as it might be exercised, but as it is used at present, in the nature of a common assembly, to discourse of matters of state, news, and great persons, as they are nurseries of idleness and pragmaticalness, and hinder the expense of our native provisions, they might be thought common nuisances. An attempt was made to mold public opinion to a favorable consideration of the attempt at suppression in The Grand Concern of England Explained, which was good propaganda for His Majesty's enterprise, but utterly failed to carry conviction to the lovers of liberty. After much backing and filling, the king, on December 23, 1675, issued a proclamation which in its title frankly stated its object: for the suppression of coffee houses. It is here given in a somewhat condensed form. By the king, a proclamation for the suppression of coffee houses. Charles R. Whereas it is most apparent that the multitude of coffee houses of late years, set up and kept within this kingdom, the Dominion of Wales, and town of Berwick upon Tweed, and the great resort of idle and disaffected persons to them, have produced very evil and dangerous effects, as well for that many tradesmen and others do herein misspend much of their time, which might and probably would be employed in and about their lawful calling and affairs. But also for that in such houses divers false, malicious, and scandalous reports are devised and spread abroad to the defamation of His Majesty's government, and to the disturbance of the peace and quiet of the realm? His Majesty hath thought fit and necessary that the said coffee houses be, for the future, put down and suppressed, and doth strictly charge and command all manner of persons that they or any of them do not presume from and after the 10th day of January next ensuing to keep any public coffee house, or to utter or sell by retail in his, her, or their house or houses, to be spent or consumed within the same, any coffee, chocolate, sherbet, or tea, as they will answer the contrary at their utmost perils. All licenses to be revoked. Given at our court at Whitehall this 3rd and 20th day of December, 1675, in the 27th year of our reign. God save the King. And then a remarkable thing happened. It is not usual for a royal proclamation issued on the 29th of one month to be recalled on the 8th day of the next, but this is the record established by Charles II. The proclamation was made on December 23, 1675, and issued December 29, 1675. It forbade the coffee houses to operate after January 10, 1676. But so intense was the feeling aroused that 11 days was sufficient time to convince the king that a blunder had been made. Men of all parties cried out against being deprived of their accustomed haunts. The dealers in coffee, tea, and chocolate demonstrated that the proclamation would greatly lessen His Majesty's revenues. Convulsion and discontent loomed large. The king heeded the warning, and on January 8, 1676, another proclamation was issued, by which the first proclamation was recalled. In order to save the king's face, it was solemnly recited that His Gracious Majesty, out of his princely consideration and royal compassion, would allow the retailers of coffee liquor to keep open until the 24th of the following June. But this was clearly only a royal subterfuge, as there was no further attempt at molestation, and it is extremely doubtful if any was contemplated at the time the second proclamation was promulgated. Than both which proclamations nothing could argue greater guilt nor greater weakness, says Anderson. Robinson remarks, a battle for freedom of speech was fought and won over this question at a time when parliaments were infrequent and when the liberty of the press did not exist. End of section 12. Section 13 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 10, The Coffee Houses of Old London, Part 3. Penny Universities. We read in 1677 that none dare venture into the coffee houses unless he be able to argue the question whether Parliament were dissolved or not. All through the years remaining in the 17th century and through most of the 18th century, the London coffee houses grew and prospered. As before stated, they were originally temperance institutions, very different from the taverns and alehouses. Within the walls of the coffee house there was always much noise, much clatter, much bustle, but decency was never outraged. At prices ranging from 1 or 2 pence per dish, the demand grew so great that coffee house keepers were obliged to make the drink in pots holding 8 or 10 gallons. The 17th century coffee houses were sometimes referred to as the penny universities because they were great schools of conversation, and the entrance fee was only a penny. 2 pence was the usual price of a dish of coffee or tea, this charge also covering newspapers and lights. It was the custom for the frequenter to lay his penny on the bar on entering or leaving. Admission to the exchange of sparkling wit and brilliant conversation was within the reach of all. So great a university, I think there ne'er was any, in which you may a schoolar be, for spending of a penny. Regular customers, we are told, had particular seats and special attention from the fair lady at the bar and the tea and coffee boys. It is believed that the modern custom of tipping and the word tip originated in the coffee houses, where frequently hung brass-bound boxes into which customers were expected to drop coins for the servants. The boxes were inscribed "to ensure promptness," and from the initial letters of these words came tip. The National Review says, before 1715 the number of coffee houses in London was reckoned at 2,000. Dufour, who wrote in 1683, declares, upon information received from several persons who had stayed in London, that there were 3,000 of these places. However, 2,000 is probably nearer the fact. In that critical time in English history, when the people, tired of the misgovernment of the latter Stuarts, were most in need of a forum where questions of great moment could be discussed, the coffee house became a sanctuary. Here matters of supreme political import were threshed out and decided for the good of Englishmen for all time. And because many of these questions were so well fought out then, there was no need to fight them out later. England's great struggle for political liberty was really fought and won in the coffee house. To the end of the reign of Charles II, coffee was looked upon by the government rather as a new check upon license than an added luxury. After the Revolution, the London coffee merchants were obliged to petition the House of Lords against new import duties, and it was not until the year 1692 that the government, for the greater encouragement and advancement of trade and the greater importation of the said respective goods or merchandises, discharged 1/2 of the obnoxious tariff. Weird coffee substitutes. Shortly after the Great Fire, coffee substitutes began to appear. First came a liquor made with betony, for the sake of those who could not accustom themselves to the bitter taste of coffee. Betony is an herb belonging to the mint family, and its root was formerly employed in medicine as an emetic or purgative. In 1719, when coffee was 7 shillings a pound, came Bochet, later known as saloup, a decoction of sassafras and sugar that became such a favorite among those who could not afford tea or coffee that there were many saloup stalls in the streets of London. It was also sold at Reed's Coffee House in Fleet Street. The coffee men overreached themselves. The coffee house keepers had become so powerful a force in the community in 1729 that they lost all sense of proportion, and we find them seriously proposing to usurp the functions of the newspapers. The vainglorious coffee men requested the government to hand over to them a journalistic monopoly, the argument being that the newspapers of the day were choked with advertisements, filled with foolish stories gathered by all too enterprising news writers, and that the only way for the government to escape further excesses occasioned by the freedom of the press, and to rid itself of those pests of society, the unlicensed news vendors, was for it to entrust the coffee men as the chief supporters of liberty with the publication of a coffee house gazette. Information for the journal was to be supplied by the habitués of the houses themselves, written down on brass slates or ivory tablets, and called for twice daily by the gazette's representatives. All the profits were to go to the coffee men, including the expected increase of custom. Needless to say, this amazing proposal of the coffee house masters to have the public write its own newspapers met with the scorn and the derision it invited, and nothing ever came of it. The increasing demand for coffee caused the government tardily to seek to stimulate interest in the cultivation of the plant in British colonial possessions. It was tried out in Jamaica in 1730. By 1732, the experiment gave such promise that Parliament for encouraging the growth of coffee in His Majesty's plantations in America, reduced the inland duty on coffee coming from there, but of none other, from 2 shillings to 1 shilling 6 pence per pound. It seems that the French at Martinico, Hispaniola, and at the Ile de Bourbon near Madagascar had somewhat the start of the English in the new product, as had also the Dutch at Suriname, yet none had hitherto been found to equal coffee from Arabia, whence all the rest of the world had theirs. Thus, writes Adam Anderson in 1787, somewhat ungraciously seeking to damn England's business rivals with faint praise. Java coffee was even then in the lead, and the seeds of Bourbon Santos were multiplying rapidly in Brazilian soil. The British East India Company, however, was much more interested in tea than in coffee. Having lost out to the French and Dutch on the little brown berry of Arabia, the company engaged in so lively a propaganda for the cup that cheers that, whereas the annual tea imports from 1700 to 1710 averaged 8,000 pounds, in 1721 more than 1,000,000 pounds of tea were brought in. In 1757 some 4,000,000 pounds were imported. And when the coffee house finally succumbed, tea, and not coffee, was firmly entrenched as the national drink of the English people. A movement in 1873 to revive the coffee house in the form of a coffee palace designed to replace the public house as a place of resort for working men caused the Edinburgh Castle to be opened in London. The movement attained considerable success throughout the British Isles and even spread to the United States. Evolution of the club. Every profession, trade, class, and party had its favorite coffee house. The bitter black drink called coffee, as Mr. Pepys described the beverage, brought together all sorts and conditions of men, and out of their mixed association there developed groups of patrons favoring particular houses and giving them character. It is easy to trace the transition of the group into a clique that later became a club, continuing for a time to meet at the coffee house or the chocolate house, but eventually demanding a house of its own. Decline and fall of the coffee house. Starting as a forum for the commoner, the coffee house soon became the plaything of the leisure class, and when the club was evolved, the coffee house began to retrograde to the level of the tavern. And so the 18th century, which saw the coffee house at the height of its power and popularity, witnessed also its decline and fall. It is said there were as many clubs at the end of the century as there were coffee houses at the beginning. For a time, when the habit of reading newspapers descended the social ladder, the coffee house acquired a new lease of life. Sir Walter Besant observes, "They were then frequented by men who came, not to talk, but to read. The smaller tradesmen and the better class of mechanic now came to the coffee house, called for a cup of coffee, and with it the daily paper, which they could not afford to take in. Every coffee house took 3 or 4 papers. There seems to have been in this latter phase of the once social institution no general conversation. The coffee house as a place of resort and conversation gradually declined. One can hardly say why, except that all human institutions do decay. Perhaps manners declined. The leaders in literature ceased to be seen there. The city clerk began to crowd in. The tavern and the club drew men from the coffee house. A few houses survived until the early years of the 19th century, but the social side had disappeared. As tea and coffee entered the homes, and the exclusive clubhouse succeeded the democratic coffee forum, the coffee houses became taverns or chop houses, or, convinced that they had outlived their usefulness, just ceased to be. Pen pictures of coffee house life. From the writings of Addison in The Spectator, Steele in The Tatler, Mackay in his Journey Through England, Macaulay in his history, and others, it is possible to draw a fairly accurate pen picture of life in the old London coffee house. In the 17th century, the coffee room usually opened off the street. At first, only tables and chairs were spread about on a sanded floor. Later, this arrangement was succeeded by the boxes or booths, such as appear in the Rowlandson caricatures, the picture of the interior of Lloyd's, etc. The walls were decorated with handbills and posters advertising the quack medicines, pills, tinctures, salves, and electuaries of the period, all of which might be purchased at the bar near the entrance, presided over by a prototype of the modern English barmaid. There were also bills of the play, auction notices, etc., depending upon the character of the place. Then, as now, the barmaids were made much of by patrons. Tom Brown refers to them as charming Phyllises who invite you by their amorous glances into their smoky territories. Messages were left and letters received at the bar for regular customers. Stella was instructed to address her letters to Swift under cover to Addison at the St. James's Coffee House. Says Macaulay, foreigners remarked that it was the coffee house which specially distinguished London from all other cities, that the coffee house was the Londoner's home, and that those who wished to find a gentleman commonly asked not whether he lived in Fleet Street or Chancery Lane, but whether he frequented the Grecian or the Rainbow. So every man of the upper or middle classes went daily to his coffee house to learn the news and to discuss it. The better class houses were the meeting places of the most substantial men in the community. Every coffee house had its orator, who became to his admirers a kind of fourth estate of the realm. Macaulay gives us the following picture of the coffee house of 1685. Nobody was excluded from these places who laid down his penny at the bar. Yet every rank and profession and every shade of religious and political opinion had its own headquarters. There were houses near St. James's Park, where fops congregated, their heads and shoulders covered with black or flaxen wigs, not less ample than those which are now worn by the Chancellor and the Speaker of the House of Commons. The atmosphere was like that of a perfumer's shop. Tobacco, in any form than that of richly scented snuff, was held in abomination. If any clown, ignorant of the usages of the house, called for a pipe, the sneers of the whole assembly and the short answers of the waiters soon convinced him that he had better go somewhere else. Nor, indeed, would he have far to go, for in general the coffee houses reeked with tobacco like a guardroom. Nowhere was the smoking more constant than at Will's. That celebrated house, situated between Covent Garden and Bow Street, was sacred to polite letters. There the talk was about poetical justice and the unities of place and time. Under no roof was a greater variety of figures to be seen. There were earls in stars and garters, clergymen in cassocks and bands, pert Templars, sheepish lads from universities, translators and index makers in ragged coats of frieze. The great press was to get near the chair where John Dryden sat. In winter, that chair was always in the warmest nook by the fire. In summer, it stood in the balcony. To bow to the laureate and to hear his opinion of Racine's last tragedy or of Bossuet's treatise on epic poetry was thought a privilege. A pinch from his snuff-box was an honor sufficient to turn the head of a young enthusiast. There were coffee houses where the first medical men might be consulted. Dr. John Radcliffe, who in the year 1685 rose to the largest practice in London, came daily, at the hour when the exchange was full, from his house in Bow Street, then a fashionable part of the capital, to Garraway's, and was to be found surrounded by surgeons and apothecaries at a particular table. There were Puritan coffee houses where no oath was heard, and where lank-haired men discussed election and reprobation through their noses. Jew coffee houses where dark-eyed money-changers from Venice and Amsterdam greeted each other, and Popish coffee houses, where, as good Protestants believed, Jesuits planned over their cups another great fire and cast silver bullets to shoot the king. Ned Ward gives us this picture of the coffee house of the 17th century. He's describing Old Man's Scotland Yard. We now ascended a pair of stairs, which brought us into an old-fashioned room where a gaudy crowd of odoriferous Tom Essences were walking backwards and forwards, with their hats in their hands, not daring to convert them to their intended use, lest it should put the foretops of their wigs into some disorder. We squeezed through till we got to the end of the room, where, at a small table, we sat down, and observed that it was as great a rarity to hear anybody call for a dish of politician's porridge, or any other liquor, as it is to hear a beau call for a pipe of tobacco. Their whole exercise being to charge and discharge their nostrils and keep the curls of their periwigs in their proper order. The clashing of their snush-box lids, in opening and shutting, made more noise than their tongues. Bows and cringes of the newest mode were exchanged twixt friend and friend with wonderful exactness. They made a humming like so many hornets in a country chimney, not with their talking, but with their whispering over their new minuets and bories, with the hands in their pockets, if only freed from their snush-box. We now begin to be thoughtful of a pipe of tobacco, whereupon we ventured to call for some instruments of evaporation, which were accordingly brought us, but with such a kind of unwillingness as if they would much rather been rid of our company, for their tables were so very neat, and shined with rubbing like the upper leathers of an alderman's shoes, and as brown as the top of a country housewife's cupboard. The floor was as clean swept as a Sir Courtly's dining room, which made us look round to see if there were no orders hung up to impose the forfeiture of so much mop money upon any person that should spit out of the chimney corner. Notwithstanding, we wanted an example to encourage us in our porterly rudeness. We ordered them to light the wax candle, by which we ignified our pipes and blew about our whiffs, at which several Sir Foplins drew their faces into as many peevish wrinkles as the beau at the Bow Street Coffee House, near Covent Garden, did when the gentleman in masquerade came in amongst them, with his oyster-barrel muff and turnip buttons, to ridicule their fopperies. In A Brief and Merry History of Great Britain, we read, "There is a prodigious number of coffee houses in London, after the manner I have seen some in Constantinople. These coffee houses are the constant rendezvous for men of business as well as the idle people. Besides coffee, there are many other liquors, which people cannot well relish at first. They smoke tobacco, game, and read papers of intelligence. Here they treat of matters of state, make leagues with foreign princes, break them again, and transact affairs of the last consequence to the whole world. They represent these coffee houses as the most agreeable things in London, and they are, in my opinion, very proper places to find people that a man has business with, or to pass away the time a little more agreeably than he can do at home. But in other respects they are loathsome, full of smoke, like a guard-room, and as much crowded. I believe 'tis these places that furnish the inhabitants with slander, for there one hears exact account of everything done in town, as if it were but a village. At those coffee houses near the courts, called White's, St. James's, Williams's, the conversation turns chiefly upon the equipages, essence, horse matches, toupees, modes, and mortgages. The cocoa tree upon bribery and corruption, evil ministers, errors and mistakes in government. The Scotch coffee houses towards Charing Cross on places and pensions. The tilt yard and young man's on affronts, honor, satisfaction, duels, and rencontres. I was informed that the latter happens so frequently in this part of the town that a surgeon and a solicitor are kept constantly in waiting, the one to dress and heal such wounds as may be given, and the other in case of death to bring off the survivor with a verdict of se defendendo or manslaughter. In those coffee houses about the Temple the subjects are generally on causes, costs, demurrers, rejoinders, and exceptions. Daniel's, the Welsh coffee house in Fleet Street on births, pedigrees and descents. Child's and the chapter upon glebes, tithes, advowsons, rectories, and lectureships. North's undue elections, false polling, scrutinies, etc. Hamlin's infant baptism, lay ordination, free will, election, and reprobation. Batson's the prices of pepper, indigo, and saltpeter. And all those about the exchange where the merchants meet to transact their affairs are in a perpetual hurry about stock jobbing, lying, cheating, tricking widows and orphans, and committing spoil and rapine on the public. In the 18th century, beer and wine were commonly sold at the coffee houses in addition to tea and chocolate. Daniel Defoe, writing of his visit to Shrewsbury in 1724, says, "I found there the most coffee houses around the town hall that I ever saw in any town. But when you come into them, they are but ale houses, only they think that the name coffee house gives a better air." Speaking of the coffee houses of the city, Besant says, "Rich merchants alone ventured to enter certain of the coffee houses, where they transacted business more privately and more expeditiously than on the exchange. There were coffee houses where officers of the army alone were found, where the city shopkeeper met his chums, where actors congregated, where only divines, only lawyers, only physicians, only wits, and those who came to hear them were found. In all alike the visitor put down his penny and went in, taking his own seat if he was an habitué. He called for a cup of tea or coffee and paid his 2d for it. He could call also, if he pleased, for a cordial. He was expected to talk with his neighbor, whether he knew him or not. Men went to certain coffee houses in order to meet the well-known poets and writers who were to be found there, as Pope went in search of Dryden. The daily papers and the pamphlets of the day were taken in. Some of the coffee houses, but not the more respectable, allowed the use of tobacco. Mackay, in his Journey Through England, 1724, says, "We rise by 9, and those that frequent great men's levees find entertainment at them till 11, or, as in Holland, go to tea-tables about 12. The beau monde assemble in several coffee or chocolate houses, the best of which are the Cocoa Tree and White's chocolate houses, St. James's, the Smyrna, Mrs. Rochefort's, and the British coffee houses, and all these so near one another that in less than an hour you can see the company of them all. We are carried to these places in chairs or sedans, which are here very cheap, a guinea a week or a shilling per hour, and your chairman serve you for porters to run on errands, as your gondoliers do at Venice. If it be fine weather, we take a turn into the park till 2, when we go to dinner, and if it be dirty, you are entertained at Piquet or Bassett at White's, or you may talk politics at the Smyrna or St. James's. I must not forget to tell you that the parties have their different places, where, however, a stranger is always well received. But a Whig will no more go to the Cocoa Tree than a Tory will be seen at the coffee house, St. James's. The Scots go generally to the British, and a mixture of all sorts go to the Smyrna. There are other little coffee houses much frequented in this neighborhood, young man's for officers, old man's for stock jobbers, paymasters, and courtiers, and little man's for sharpers. I never was so confounded in my life as when I entered into this last. I saw 2 or 3 tables full at faro, and was surrounded by a set of sharp faces that I was afraid would have devoured me with their eyes. I was glad to drop 2 or 3 half-crowns at faro to get off with a clear skin, and was overjoyed I so got rid of them. At 2 we generally go to dinner. Ordinaries are not so common here as abroad, yet the French have set up 2 or 3 good ones for the convenience of foreigners in Suffolk Street, where one is tolerably well served. But the general way here is to make a party at the coffee house, to go to dine at the tavern, where we sit till 6, when we go to the play, except you are invited to the table of some great man, which strangers are always courted to and nobly entertained. Mackay writes that in all the coffee houses you have not only the foreign prints, but several English ones with foreign occurrences, besides papers of morality and party disputes. After the play, writes Defoe, the best company generally go to Tom's and Will's coffee houses, near adjoining, where there is playing at piquet and the best of conversation till midnight. Here you will see blue and green ribbons, and stars sitting familiarly and talking with the same freedom as if they had left their equality and degrees of distance at home. Before entering the coffee house, everyone was recommended by the tattler to prepare his body with 3 dishes of bohea and to purge his brains with 2 pinches of snuff. Men had their coffee houses as now they have their clubs, sometimes contented with 1, sometimes belonging to 3 or 4. Johnson, for instance, was connected with St. James's, Turk's Head, the Bedford, Peel's, besides the taverns which he frequented. Addison and Steele used Buttons. Swift, Buttons, the Smyrna, and St. James's. Dryden, Will's. Pope, Will's and Buttons. Goldsmith, the St. James and the Chapter. Fielding, the Bedford. Hogarth, the Bedford and Slaughter's. Sheridan, the Piazza. Thurlow, Nando's. End of section 13. Section 14 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 10. The Coffee Houses of Old London, Part 4. Some famous coffee houses. Among the famous English coffee houses of the 17th, 18th century period were St. James's, Will's, Garraway's, White's, Slaughter's, the Grecian, Buttons, Lloyd's, Tom's, and Don Saltero's. St. James's was a Whig house frequented by members of Parliament, with a fair sprinkling of literary stars. Garraway's catered to the gentry of the period, many of whom naturally had Tory proclivities. One of the notable coffee houses of Queen Anne's reign was Buttons. Here, Addison could be found almost every afternoon and evening, along with Steele, Devenant, Carey, Phillips, and other kindred minds. Pope was a member of the same coffee house club for a year, but his inborn irascibility eventually led him to drop out of it. At Buttons, a lion's head, designed by Hogarth after the Lion of Venice, a proper emblem of knowledge and action being all head and paws, was set up to receive letters and papers for the Guardian. The Tatler and the Spectator were born in the coffee house, and probably English prose would never have received the impetus given it by the essays of Addison and Steele had it not been for coffee house associations. Pope's famous Rape of the Lock grew out of coffee house gossip. The poem itself contains one charming passage on coffee. Another frequenter of the coffee houses of London, when he had the money to do so, was Daniel Defoe, whose Robinson Crusoe was the precursor of the English novel. Henry Fielding, one of the greatest of all English novelists, loved the life of the more bohemian coffee houses, and was, in fact, induced to write his first great novel, Joseph Andrews, through coffee house criticisms of Richardson's Pamela. Other frequenters of the coffee houses of the period were Thomas Gray and Richard Brinsley Sheridan. Garrick was often to be seen at Tom's in Birchin Lane, where also Chatterton might have been found on many an evening before his untimely death. The London Pleasure Gardens. The second half of the 18th century was covered by the reigns of the Georges. The coffee houses were still an important factor in London life, but were influenced somewhat by the development of gardens in which were served tea, chocolate, and other drinks, as well as coffee. At the coffee houses themselves, while coffee remained the favorite beverage, the proprietors, in the hope of increasing their patronage, began to serve wine, ale, and other liquors. This seemed to have been the first step toward the decay of the coffee house. The coffee houses, however, continued to be the centers of intellectual life. When Samuel Johnson and David Garrick came together to London, literature was temporarily in a bad way, and the hack writers of the time dwelt in Grub Street. It was not until after Johnson had met with some success and had established the first of his coffeehouse clubs at the Turk's Head that literature again became a fashionable profession. This really famous literary club met at the Turk's Head from 1763 to 1783. Among the most notable members were Johnson, the arbiter of English prose, Oliver Goldsmith, Boswell the biographer, Burke the orator, Garrick the actor, and Sir Joshua Reynolds the painter. Among the latter members were Gibbon, the historian, and Adam Smith, the political economist. Certain it is that during the sway of the English coffeehouse, and at least partly through its influence, England produced a better prose literature, as embodied alike in her essays, literary criticisms, and novels, than she ever had produced before. The advent of the pleasure garden brought coffee out into the open in England, and one of the reasons why gardens, such as Ranelagh and Vauxhall, began to be more frequented than the coffee houses was that they were popular resorts for women as well as for men. All kinds of beverages were served in them, and soon the women began to favor tea as an afternoon drink. At least the great development in the use of tea dates from this period, and many of these resorts called themselves tea gardens. The use of coffee by this time, however, was well established in the homes as a breakfast and dinner beverage, and such consumption more than made up for any loss sustained through the gradual decadence of the coffeehouse. Yet signs of the change in national taste that arrived with the Georges were not wanting, for the active propaganda of the British East India Company was fairly well launched during Queen Anne's reign. The London pleasure gardens of the 18th century were unique. At one time, there was a mighty maze of them. Their season extended from April or May to August or September. At first, there was no charge for admission, but Warwick Roth tells us that visitors usually purchased cheesecakes, syllabubs, tea, coffee, and ale. The four best-known London gardens were Vauxhall, Marylebone, Cooper's, where the charge for admission subsequently was fixed at not less than a shilling, and Ranelagh, where the charge of half a crown included the elegant regale of tea, coffee, and bread and butter. The pleasure gardens provided walks, rooms for dancing, skittle grounds, bowling greens, variety entertainments, and promenade concerts, and not a few places were given over to fashionable gambling and racing. The Vauxhall Gardens, one of the most favored resorts of pleasure-seeking Londoners, were located in the Surrey side of the Thames, a short distance east of Vauxhall Bridge. They were originally known as the New Spring Gardens, 1661, to distinguish them from the Old Spring Gardens at Charing Cross. They became famous in the reign of Charles II. Vauxhall was celebrated for its walks, lit with thousands of lamps, its musical and other performances, suppers, and fireworks. High and low were to be found there, and the drinking of tea and coffee in the arbors was a feature. The illustration shows the garden brightly illuminated by lanterns and lamps on some festival occasion. Coffee and tea were served in the arbors. The Ranelagh, a place of public entertainment, erected at Chelsea in 1742, was a kind of Vauxhall undercover. The principal room, known as the Rotunda, was circular in shape, 150 feet in diameter, and had an orchestra in the center and tiers of boxes all around. Promenading and taking refreshments in the boxes were the principal divertissements. Except on gala nights of masquerades and fireworks, only tea, coffee, bread, and butter were to be had at Ranelagh. In the group of gardens connected with mineral springs was the Dog and Duck, St. George's Spa, which became at last a tea garden and a dancing saloon of doubtful repute. Still another division, recognized by Roth, consisted mainly of tea gardens, among them Highbury Barn, the Canonbury House, Hornsey and Copenhagen House, Bagnigge Wells, and White Conduit House. The two last named were the classic tea gardens of the period. Both were provided with long rooms in case of rain and for indoor promenades with organ music. Then there were the Adam and Eve tea gardens, with arbors for tea drinking parties, which subsequently became the Adam and Eve Tavern and Coffee House. Well known were the Bayswater Tea Gardens and the Jew's Harp House and Tea Gardens. All these were provided with neat, genteel boxes let into the hedges and alcoves for tea and coffee drinkers. Locating the notable coffee houses. Garraway's, 3 Change Alley, Cornhill, was a place for great mercantile transactions. Thomas Garraway, the original proprietor, was a tobacconist and coffee man who claimed to be the first that sold tea in England, although not at this address. The latter Garraway's was long famous as a sandwich and drinking room for sherry, pale ale, and punch, in addition to tea and coffee. It is said that the sandwich maker was occupied 2 hours in cutting and arranging the sandwiches for the day's consumption. After the Great Fire of 1666, Garraway's moved into the same place in Exchange Alley where Elford had been before the fire. Here he claimed to have the oldest coffee house in London, but the ground on which Bowman's had stood was occupied later by the Virginia and the Jamaica coffee houses. The latter was damaged by the fire of 1748, which consumed Garraway's and Elford's. Will's, the predecessor of Button's, first had the title of the Red Cow, then of the Rose. It was kept by William Irwin and was on the north side of Russell Street at the corner of Bow Street. It was Dryden who made Will's Coffee House the great resort of the wits of his time, Pope and Spence. The room in which the poet was accustomed to sit was on the first floor, and his place was the place of honor by the fireside in the winter, and at the corner of the balcony looking over the street in fine weather. He called the two places his winter and his summer seat. This was called the dining room floor. The company did not sit in boxes as subsequently, but at various tables which were dispersed through the room. Smoking was permitted in the public room. It was then so much in vogue that it does not seem to have been considered a nuisance. Here, as in other similar places of meeting, the visitors divided themselves into parties, and we are told by Ward that the young beaux and wits, who seldom approached the principal table, thought it a great honor to have a pinch out of Dryden's snuff-box. After Dryden's death, Will's was transferred to a house opposite and became Button's, over against Thomas's in Covent Garden. Thither also Addison transferred much company from Thomas's. Here Swift first saw Addison. Hither also came Steele, Arbuthnot, and many other wits of the time. Button's continued in vogue until Addison's death and Steele's retirement into Wales, after which the coffee drinkers went to the Bedford, dinner parties to the Shakespeare. Button's was subsequently known as the Caledonian. Slaughter's, famous as the resort of painters and sculptors in the 18th century, was situated at the upper end of the west side of St. Martin's Lane. Its first landlord was Thomas Slaughter, 1692. A second Slaughter's, New Slaughter's, was established in the same street in 1760, when the original Slaughter's adopted the name of Old Slaughter's. It was torn down in 1843 through 1844. Among the notables who frequented it were Hogarth, young Gainsborough, Cipriani, Haydn, Roubiliac, Hudson, who painted the dilettante portraits, Mardell, the mezzotinto scraper, Luke Sullivan, the engraver, Gardel, the portrait painter, and Perry, the Welsh harper. Tom's, in Birchin Lane, Cornhill, though in the main a mercantile resort, acquired some celebrity from having been frequented by Garrick. Tom's was also frequented by Chatterton as a place of the best resort. Then there was Tom's in Devereux Court, Strand, and Tom's at 17 Great Russell Street, Covent Garden, opposite Button's, a celebrated resort during the reign of Queen Anne and for more than a century after. The Grecian, Devereux Court, Strand, was originally kept by one Constantine, a Greek. From this house, Steele proposed to date his learned articles in the Tatler. It is mentioned in number 1 of the Spectator, and it was much frequented by Goldsmith. The Grecian was Foote's morning lounge. In 1843, the premises became the Grecian Chambers with a bust of Lord Devereux, Earl of Essex, over the door. Lloyd's Royal Exchange, celebrated for its priority of shipping intelligence and its marine insurance, originated with Edward Lloyd, who, about 1688, kept a coffee house in Tower Street, later in Lombard Street, corner of Abchurch Lane. It was a modest place for refreshment for seafarers and merchants. As a matter of convenience, Edward Lloyd prepared ship's lists for the guidance of the frequenters of the coffee house. These lists, which were written by hand, contained, according to Andrew Scott, an account of vessels which the underwriters who met there were likely to have offered them for insurance. Such was the beginning of two institutions that have since exercised a dominant influence on the sea-carrying trade of the whole world. The Royal Exchange Lloyd's, the greatest insurance institution in the world, and Lloyd's Register of Shipping. Lloyd's now has 1,400 agents in all parts of the world. It receives as many as 100,000 telegrams a year. It records through its intelligence service the daily movements of 11,000 vessels. In the beginning, one of the apartments in the exchange was fitted up as Lloyd's coffee room. Edward Lloyd died in 1712. Subsequently, the coffee house was in Pope's Head Alley, where it was called New Lloyd's Coffee House. But on September 14, 1784, it was removed to the northwest corner of the Royal Exchange, where it remained until the partial destruction of that building by fire. In rebuilding the exchange, there were provided the subscribers' or underwriters' room, the merchant's room, and the captain's room. The City, 2nd edition, 1848, contains the following description of this most famous rendezvous of eminent merchants, ship owners, underwriters, insurance, stock, and exchange brokers. Here is obtained the earliest news of the arrival and sailing of vessels, losses at sea, captures, recaptures, engagements, and other shipping intelligence, and proprietors of ships and freights are insured by the underwriters. The rooms are in the Venetian style with Roman enrichments. At the entrance of the room are exhibited the shipping lists received from Lloyd's agents at home and abroad, and affording particulars of departures or arrivals of vessels, wrecks, salvage, or sale of property saved, etc. To the right and left are Lloyd's books, two enormous ledgers. Right hand, ships spoken with or arrived at their destined ports. Left hand, records of wrecks, fires, or severe collisions, written in a fine Roman hand in double lines. To assist the underwriters in their calculations, at the end of the room is an anemometer, which registers the state of the wind day and night. Attached is a rain gauge. The British, Cockspur Street, long a house of call for Scotchmen, was fortunate in its landladies. In 1759 it was kept by the sister of Bishop Douglas, so well known for his works against Lauder and Bower, which may explain its Scottish fame. At another period it was kept by Mrs. Anderson, described in Mackenzie's Life of Home as a woman of uncommon talents and the most agreeable conversation. Don Saltero's, 18 Cheney Walk, Chelsea, was opened by a barber named Salter in 1695. Sir Hans Sloane contributed, of his own collection, some of the refuse, gimcracks, that were to be found in Salter's museum. Vice Admiral Munden, who had been long on the coast of Spain, where he had acquired a fondness for Spanish titles, named the keeper of the house Don Saltero, and his coffee house and museum Don Saltero's. Squire's was in Fulwood's Rents, Holborn, running up to Gray's Inn. It was one of the receiving houses of The Spectator. In number 269, The Spectator accepts Sir Roger de Coverley's invitation to smoke a pipe with him over a dish of coffee at Squire's. As I love the old man, I take delight in complying with everything that is agreeable to him, and accordingly waited on him to the coffee house, where his venerable figure drew upon us the eyes of the whole room. He had no sooner seated himself at the upper end of the high table, but he called for a clean pipe, a paper of tobacco, a dish of coffee, a wax candle, and the Supplement, a periodical paper of that time, with such an air of cheerfulness and good humor that all the boys in the coffee room, who seemed to take pleasure in serving him, were at once employed on his several errands, insomuch that nobody else could come at a dish of tea until the knight had got all his conveniences about him. Such was the coffee room in the Spectator's day. The Cocoa Tree was originally a coffee house on the south side of Pall Mall. When there grew up a need for places of resort of a more elegant and refined character, chocolate houses came into vogue, and the Cocoa Tree was the most famous of these. It was converted into a club in 1746. White's Chocolate House, established by Francis White about 1693 in St. James's Street, originally open to anyone as a coffee house, soon became a private club composed of the most fashionable exquisites of the town and court. In its coffee house days, the entrance was 6 pence, as compared with the average penny fee of the other coffee houses. Escott refers to White's as being the one specimen of the class to which it belongs, of a place at which, beneath almost the same roof, and always bearing the same name, whether as coffee house or club, the same class of persons has congregated during more than 200 years. Among hundreds of other coffee houses that flourished during the 17th and 18th centuries, the following more notable ones are deserving of mention. Baker's, 58 Change Alley, for nearly half a century noted for its chops and steaks broiled in the coffee room and eaten hot from the gridiron. The Baltic, in Threadneedle Street, the rendezvous of brokers and merchants connected with the Russian trade. The Bedford, under the piazza in Covent Garden, crowded every night with men of parts and signalized for many years as the emporium of wit, the seat of criticism, and the standard of taste. The Chapter, in Paternoster Row, frequented by Chatterton and Goldsmith. Child's, in St. Paul's Churchyard, one of the Spectator's houses, and much frequented by the clergy and fellows of the Royal Society. Dick's, in Fleet Street, frequented by Cowper, and the scene of Rousseau's Comedietta, entitled The Coffee House. St. James's, in St. James's Street, frequented by Swift, Goldsmith, and Garrick. Jerusalem and Cowper's Court, Cornhill, frequented by merchants and captains connected with the commerce of China, India, and Australia. Jonathan's in Change Alley, described by the Tatler as the general mart of stock jobbers. The London in Ludgate Hill, noted for its publishers' sales of stock and copyrights. Mann's in Scotland Yard, which took its name from the proprietor, Alexander Mann, and was sometimes known as Old Man's or the Royal, to distinguish it from Young Man's, Little Man's, New Man's, etc., minor establishments in the neighborhood. Nando's in Fleet Street, the favorite haunt of Lord Thurlow and many professional loungers, attracted by the fame of the punch and the charms of the landlady. New England and North and South American, in Threadneedle Street, having on its subscription list representatives of Barings, Rothschilds, and other wealthy establishments. Peel's in Fleet Street, having a portrait of Dr. Johnson said to have been painted by Sir Joshua Reynolds. The Percy in Oxford Street, the inspiration for the Percy Anecdotes. The Piazza in Covent Garden, where Macklin fitted up a large coffee room or theatre for oratory, and Fielding and Foote poked fun at him. The Rainbow in Fleet Street, the second coffee house opened in London, having its token money. The Smyrna in Pall Mall, a place to talk politics and frequented by Pryor and Swift. Tom King's, one of the old night houses of the Covent Garden Market, well known to all gentlemen to whom beds are unknown. The Turk's Head, Change Alley, which also had its tokens. The Turk's Head in the Strand, which was a favorite supping house for Dr. Johnson and Boswell. The Folly, a coffee house on a houseboat on the Thames, which became quite notorious during Queen Anne's reign. End of section 14.
Section 15 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Van Middlesworth. All About Coffee by William Ukers. History of the Early Parisian Coffee Houses. Chapter 11. History of the Early Parisian Coffee Houses. The introduction of coffee into Paris by Thévenot in 1657. How Soliman Aga established the custom of coffee drinking at the court of Louis XIV. Opening the first coffee houses. How the French adaptation of the Oriental coffee house first appeared in the real French café of François Procope. The important part played by the coffee houses in the development of French literature and the stage. Their association with the Revolution and the founding of the Republic. Quaint customs and patrons. Historic Parisian cafés. If we are to accept the authority of Jean Laroque, quote, before the year 1669, coffee had scarcely been seen in Paris except at M. Thévenot's and at the homes of some of his friends, nor had it been heard of except in the writings of travelers. Unquote. As noted in Chapter 5, Jean de Thévenot brought coffee into Paris in 1657. One account says that a decoction, supposed to have been coffee, was sold by a Levantine in the Petit Châtelet under the name of Cahove or Cahouet during the reign of Louis XIII, but this lacks confirmation. Louis XIV is said to have been served with coffee for the first time in 1664. Soon after the arrival in July 1669 of the Turkish ambassador Soliman Aga, it became noised abroad that he had brought with him for his own use and that of his retinue great quantities of coffee. He, quote, treated several persons with it, both in the court and the city, unquote. At length, quote, many accustomed themselves to it with sugar, and others who found benefit by it could not leave it off, unquote. Within 6 months, all Paris was talking about the sumptuous coffee functions of the ambassador from Mohammed IV to the court of Louis XIV. Isaac Disraeli best describes them in his Curiosities of Literature. On bended knee, the black slaves of the ambassador, arrayed in the most gorgeous oriental costumes, served the choicest mocha coffee in tiny cups of eggshell porcelain, hot, strong, and fragrant, poured out in saucers of gold and silver, placed on embroidered silk doilies fringed with gold bullion, to the grand dames who fluttered their fans with many grimaces, bending their piquant faces, be-rouged, be-powdered, and be-patched, over the new and steaming beverage. It was in 1669 or 1672 that Madame de Sévigné, Marie de Rabutin-Chantal, 1626-96, the celebrated French letter writer, is said to have made that famous prophecy, quote, there are two things Frenchmen will never swallow, coffee and Racine's poetry, unquote, sometimes abbreviated into, quote, Racine and coffee shall pass, unquote. What Madame really said, according to one authority, was that Racine was writing for Champmeslé, the actress, and not for posterity. Again, of coffee she said, quote, sans dégoûter comme d'un indigne favori, unquote. People will become disgusted with it, as with an unworthy favorite. Larousse says the double judgment was wrongly attributed to Madame de Sévigné. The celebrated aphorism, like many others, was forged later. Madame de Sévigné said, quote, Racine made his comedies for the Champmeslé, not for the ages to come, unquote. This was in 1672. 4 years later, she said to her daughter, quote, you have done well to quit coffee. Mademoiselle de Mer has also given it up, unquote. However it may have been, the amiable letter writer was destined to live to see Frenchmen yielding at once to the lure of coffee and to the poetical artifices of the greatest dramatic craftsman of the day. While it is recorded that coffee made slow progress with the court of Louis XIV, the next king, Louis XV, to please his mistress du Barry, gave it a tremendous vogue. It is related that he spent $15,000 a year for coffee for his daughters. Meanwhile, in 1672, one Pascal, an Armenian, first sold coffee publicly in Paris. Pascal, who, according to one account, was brought to Paris by Soliman Aga, offered the beverage for sale from a tent, which was also a kind of booth, in the fair of Saint-Germain, supplemented by the services of Turkish waiter-boys who peddled it among the crowds from small cups on trays. The fair was held during the first 2 months of spring in a large open plot just inside the walls of Paris and near the Latin Quarter. As Pascal's waiter-boys circulated through the crowds on those chilly days, the fragrant odor of freshly made coffee brought many ready sales of the steaming beverage, and soon visitors to the fair learned to look for the, quote, little black, unquote, cupful of cheer, or petit noir, a name that still endures. When the fair closed, Pascal opened a small coffee shop on the Quai de l'École near the Pont Neuf. But his frequenters were more of a type who preferred the beers and wines of the day, and coffee languished. Pascal continued, however, to send his waiter boys with their large coffee jugs that were heated by lamps through the streets of Paris and from door to door. Their cheery cry of "Café, café" became a welcome call to many a Parisian, who later missed his petit noir when Pascal gave up and moved on to London, where coffee drinking was then in high favor. Lacking favor at court, coffee's progress was slow. The French smart set clung to its light wines and beers. In 1672, Maliban, another Armenian, opened a coffee house in the Rue Bussy next to the Metz tennis court near Saint-Germain's-Abbé. He supplied tobacco also to his customers. Later he went to Holland, leaving his servant and partner Gregory, a Parisian, in charge. Gregory moved to the Rue Mazarine to be near the Comédie Française. He was succeeded in the business by Macarat, another Parisian, who later returned to Ispahan, leaving the coffee house to one Le Gantois of Liège. About this period, there was a cripple boy from Candia known as Le Candiot, who began to cry, "Coffee!" in the streets of Paris. He carried with him a coffee pot of generous size, a chafing dish, cups, and all other implements necessary to his trade. He sold his coffee from door to door at 2 sous per dish, sugar included. A Levantine named Joseph also sold coffee in the streets and later had several coffee shops of his own. Stephen, from Aleppo, next opened a coffee house on Pont au Change, moving, when his business prospered, to more pretentious quarters in the Rue Saint-André, facing Saint-Michel's Bridge. All these and others were essentially the Oriental style of coffee house of the lower order, and they appealed principally to the poorer classes and to foreigners. Quote, "Gentlemen and people of fashion," unquote, did not care to be seen in this type of public house. But when the French merchants began to set up, first at Saint-Germain's-Fair, quote, spacious apartments in an elegant manner, ornamented with tapestries, large mirrors, pictures, marble tables, branches for candles, magnificent lustres, and serving coffee, tea, chocolate, and other refreshments, unquote, they were soon crowded with people of fashion and men of letters. In this way, coffee drinking in public acquired a badge of respectability. Presently, there were some 300 coffee houses in Paris. The principal coffee men, in addition to plying their trade in the city, maintained coffee rooms in Saint-Germain's and St. Lawrence's fairs. These were frequented by women as well as men. The progenitor of the real Parisian café. It was not until 1689 that there appeared in Paris a real French adaptation of the Oriental coffee house. This was the Café de Procope, opened by François Procope, Procopio Coltelli, or Cotelli, who came from Florence or Palermo. Procope was a lemonadier, lemonade vendor, who had a royal license to sell spices, ices, barley water, lemonade, and other such refreshments. He early added coffee to the list and attracted a large and distinguished patronage. Procope, a keen-witted merchant, made his appeal to a higher class of patrons than did Pascal and those who first followed him. He established his café directly opposite the newly opened Comédie Française, in the street then known as the Rue des Fossés Saint-Germain, but now the Rue de l'Ancienne Comédie. A writer of the period has left this description of the place. Quote, the Café de Procope was also called the Antre, Cavern de Procope, because it was very dark even in full day, and ill-lighted in the evenings, and because you often saw there a set of lank, sallow poets who had somewhat the air of apparitions, unquote. Because of its location, the Café de Procope became the gathering place of many noted French actors, authors, dramatists, and musicians of the 18th century. It was a veritable literary salon. Voltaire was a constant patron, and until the close of the historic café, after an existence of more than 2 centuries, his marble table and chair were among the precious relics of the coffee house. His favorite drink is said to have been a mixture of coffee and chocolate. Rousseau, author and philosopher, Beaumarchais, dramatist and financier, Diderot, the encyclopedist, Saint-Foy, the Abbé de Voissonnon, de Beaulois, author of Siege of Calais, Lemierre, author of Artaxerxes, Crébillon, Piron, Lachaussee, Fontenelle, Condorcet, and a host of lesser lights in the French arts were habitués of François Procope's modest coffee saloon near the Comédie Française. Naturally, the name of Benjamin Franklin, recognized in Europe as one of the world's foremost thinkers in the days of the American Revolution, was often spoken over the coffee cups of Café de Procope. And when the distinguished American died in 1790, this French coffee house went into deep mourning, quote, for the great friend of republicanism, unquote. The walls, inside and out, were swathed in black bunting, and the statesmanship and scientific attainments of Franklin were acclaimed by all frequenters. The Café de Procope looms large in the annals of the French Revolution. During the turbulent days of 1789, one could find at the tables, drinking coffee or stronger beverages, and engage in debate over the burning questions of the hour, such characters as Marat, Robespierre, Danton, Ibert, and Desmoulins. Napoleon Bonaparte, then a poor artillery officer seeking a commission, was also there. He busied himself largely in playing chess, a favorite recreation of the early Parisian coffee house patrons. It is related that François Procope once compelled young Bonaparte to leave his hat for security while he sought money to pay his coffee score. After the Revolution, the Café de Procope lost its literary prestige and sank to the level of an ordinary restaurant. During the last half of the 19th century, Paul Verlaine, Bohemian, poet, and leader of the Symbolists, made the Café de Procope his haunt, and for a time it regained some of its lost popularity. The Restaurant Procope still survives at 13 Rue de l'Ancienne Comédie. History records that, with the opening of the Café de Procope, coffee became firmly established in Paris. In the reign of Louis XV, there were 600 cafés in Paris. At the close of the 18th century, there were more than 800. By 1843, the number had increased to more than 3,000. The development of the cafés. Coffee's vogue spread rapidly, and many cabarets and famous eating houses began to add it to their menus. Among these was the Tour d'Argent, Silver Tower, which had been opened on the Quai de la Tournelle in 1582 and speedily became Paris's most fashionable restaurant. It still is one of the chief attractions for the épicure, retaining the reputation for its cooking that drew a host of world leaders, from Napoleon to Edward VII, to its quaint interior. Another tavern that took up coffee after Procope was the Royal Drummer, which Jean Rampeneau established at the Quartier de Pocheron and which followed Magny's. His hostelry rightly belongs to the tavern class, although coffee had a prominent place on its menu. It became notorious for excesses and low-class vice during the reign of Louis XV, who was a frequent visitor. Low and high were to be found in Rampeneau's cellar, particularly when some especially wild revelry was in prospect. Marie Antoinette once declared she had her most enjoyable time at a wild farandole in the Royal Drummer. Rampeneau was taken to its heart by fashionable Paris, and his name was used as a trademark on furniture, clothes, and food. The popularity of Rampeneau's Royal Drummer is attested by an inscription on an early print showing the interior of the café. Translated, it reads, "The pleasures of ease untroubled to taste, the leisure of home to enjoy without haste. Perhaps a few hours at Magny's to waste. Ah, that was the old-fashioned way. Today all our laborers, everyone knows, go running away ere the working hours close. And why? They must be at Monsieur Rampeneau. Behold the new style of café." When coffee houses began to crop up rapidly in Paris, the majority centered in the Palais Royal. Quote, "that garden spot of beauty, enclosed on 3 sides by 3 tiers of galleries," unquote, which Richelieu had erected in 1636 under the name of Palais Cardinal in the reign of Louis XIII. It became known as the Palais Royal in 1643, and soon after the opening of the Café de Procope, it began to blossom out with many attractive coffee stalls or rooms sprinkled among the other shops that occupied the galleries overlooking the gardens. Life in the early coffee houses. Diderot tells, in 1760, in his Rameau's Nephew, of the life and frequenters of one of the Palais Royal coffee houses, the Regency, Café de la Régence. In all weathers, wet or fine, it is my practice to go toward 5 o'clock in the evening to take a turn at the Palais Royal. If the weather is too cold or too wet, I take shelter at the Regency Coffee House. There I amuse myself by looking on while they play chess. Nowhere in the world do they play chess as skillfully as in Paris, and nowhere in Paris as they do in this coffee house. 'Tis here you see Legal the profound, Philidor the subtle, Maillot the solid. Here you see the most outstanding moves and listen to the sorriest talk. For if a man be at once a wit and a great chess player, like Legal, he may also be a great chess player and a sad simpleton, like Joubert and Maillot. The beginnings of the Regency Coffee House are associated with the legend that Lefebvre, a Parisian, began peddling coffee in the streets of Paris about the time Procope opened his café in 1689. The story has it that Lefebvre later opened a café near the Palais Royal, selling it in 1718 to one Leclerc, who named it the Café de la Régence in honor of the Regent of Orléans, a name that still endures on a broad sign over its doors. The nobility had their rendezvous there after having paid their court to the regent. To name the patrons of the Café de la Régence in its long career would be to outline a history of French literature for more than 2 centuries. There was Philidor, the, quote, greatest theoretician of the 18th century, better known for his chess than his music, unquote. Robespierre of the Revolution, who once played chess with a girl, disguised as a boy, for the life of her lover. Napoleon, who was then noted more for his chess than his empire-building propensities. And Gambetta, whose loud voice, generally raised in debate, disturbed one chess player so much that he protested because he could not follow his game. Voltaire, Alfred de Musset, Victor Hugo, Théophile Gautier, J.J. Rousseau, the Duke of Richelieu, Marshal Saxe, Buffon, Rivarol, Fontenelle, Franklin, and Henry Murger are names still associated with the memories of this historic café. Marmontel and Philidor played there at their favorite game of chess. Diderot tells in his memoirs that his wife gave him every day 9 sous to get his coffee there. It was in this establishment that he worked on his encyclopedia. Chess is today still in favor at the Régence, although the players are not, as were the earlier patrons, obliged to pay by the hour for their tables, with extra charges for candles placed by their chessboards. The present Café de la Régence is in the Rue Saint-Honoré, but retains in large measure its aspect of the olden days. Michele, the historian, has given us a rhapsodic pen picture of the Parisian cafés under the Regency. Paris became one vast café. Conversation in French was at its zenith. There were less eloquence and rhetoric than in '89. With the exception of Rousseau, there was no orator to cite. The intangible flow of wit was as spontaneous as possible. For this sparkling outburst, there is no doubt that honor should be ascribed in part to the auspicious revolution of the times, to the great event that created new customs and even modified human temperament, the advent of coffee. Its effect was immeasurable, not being weakened and neutralized as it is today by the brutalizing influence of tobacco. They took snuff, but did not smoke. The cabaret was dethroned, the ignoble cabaret where, during the reign of Louis XIV, the youth of the city rioted amid wine casks in the company of light women. The night was less thronged with chariots. Fewer lords found a resting place in the gutter. The elegant shop where conversations flowed, a salon rather than a shop, changed and ennobled its customs. The reign of coffee is that of temperance. Coffee, the beverage of sobriety, a powerful mental stimulant which, unlike spirituous liquors, increases clearness and lucidity. Coffee, which suppresses the vague, heavy fantasies of the imagination, which from the perception of reality brings forth the sparkle and sunlight of truth. Coffee anti-erotic. The 3 ages of coffee are those of modern thought. They mark the serious moments of the brilliant epoch of the soul. Arabian coffee is the pioneer, even before 1700. The beautiful ladies that you see in the fashionable rooms of the Bonnard, sipping from their tiny cups, they are enjoying the aromas of the finest coffees of Arabia. And of what are they chatting? Of the Seraglio, of Chardin, of the Sultana's coiffure, of the 1001 Nights, 1704. They compare the ennui of Versailles with the paradise of the Orient. Very soon, in 1710 to 1720, commences the reign of Indian coffee, abundant, popular, comparatively cheap. Bourbon, our Indian island where coffee was transplanted, suddenly realizes unheard of happiness. This coffee of volcanic lands acts as an explosive on the Regency and the new spirit of things. This sudden cheer, this laughter of the old world, these overwhelming flashes of wit, of which the sparkling verse of Voltaire, the Parisian letters, gives us a faint idea. Even the most brilliant books have not succeeded in catching on the wing this airy chatter which comes, goes, flies elusively. This is that spirit of ethereal nature which, in the 1001 Nights, the enchanter confines in his bottle. But what phial would have withstood that pressure? The lava of Bourbon, like the Arabian sand, was unequal to the demand. The regent recognized this and had coffee transported to the fertile soils of the Antilles. The strong coffee of Santo Domingo, full, coarse, nourishing, as well as stimulating, sustained the adult population of that period, the strong age of the encyclopedia. It was drunk by Buffon, Diderot, Rousseau, added its glow to glowing souls, its light to the penetrating vision of the prophets gathered in the cave of Procope, who saw at the bottom of the black beverage the future rays of '89. Danton, the terrible Danton, took several cups of coffee before mounting the tribune. Quote, "The horse must have its oats," unquote, he said. The vogue of coffee popularized the use of sugar, which was then bought by the ounce at the apothecary shop. Dufour says that in Paris they used to put so much sugar in the coffee that, quote, "it was nothing but a syrup of blackened water," unquote. The ladies were wont to have their carriages stop in front of the Paris cafes and to have their coffee served to them by the porter on saucers of silver. Every year saw new cafes opened. When they became so numerous and competition grew so keen, it was necessary to invent new attractions for customers. Then was born the Café Chantant, where songs, monologues, dances, little plays, and farces, not always in the best taste, were provided to amuse the frequenters. Many of these cafés chantants were in the open air along the Champs-Élysées. In bad weather, Paris provided the pleasure seeker with the El Dorado, Alcazar d'Hiver, Scala, Gaieté, Concert du 19e siècle, Folie Bobinot, Rambuteau, Concert Européen, and countless other meeting places where one could be served with a cup of coffee. As in London, certain cafes were noted for particular followings, like the military, students, artists, merchants. The politicians had their favorite resorts. Says Salvandi, "These were senates in miniature. Here mighty political questions were discussed. Here peace and war were decided upon. Here generals were brought to the bar of justice. Distinguished orators were victoriously refuted, ministers heckled upon their ignorance, their incapacity, their perfidy, their corruption. The café is in reality a French institution. In them we find all these agitations and movements of men, the like of which is unknown in the English tavern. No government can go against the sentiment of the cafés. The revolution took place because they were for the revolution. Napoleon reigned because they were for glory. The Restoration was shattered because they understood the Charter in a different manner." In 1700 appeared the Portefeuille Galant, containing conversations of the cafés. The Palais Royal coffee houses were centers of activity in the days preceding and following the Revolution. A picture of them in the July days of 1789 has been left by Arthur Young, who was visiting Paris at that time. The coffee houses present yet more singular and astounding spectacles. They are not only crowded within, but other expectant crowds are at the doors and windows, listening à Georges Déployé, who from chairs or tables harangue each his little audience. The eagerness with which they are heard, and the thunder of applause they receive for every sentiment of more than common heartiness or violence against the government cannot easily be imagined. The Palais Royal teemed with excited Frenchmen on the fateful Sunday of July 12, 1789. The moment was a tense one when, coming out of the Café Foy, Camille Desmoulins, a youthful journalist, mounted a table and began the harangue that precipitated the first overt act of the French Revolution. Blazing with a white-hot frenzy, he so played upon the passions of the mob that at the conclusion of his speech he and his followers, quote, "marched away from the café on their errand of revolution," unquote. The Bastille fell 2 days later. As if abashed by its reputation as the starting point of the mob spirit of the Revolution, Café Foy became in after years a sedate gathering place of artists and literati. Up to its close, it was distinguished among other famous Parisian cafés for its exclusiveness and strictly enforced rule of no smoking. Even from the first, the Parisian cafés catered to all classes of society, and, unlike the London coffee houses, they retained this distinctive characteristic. A number of them early added other liquid and substantial refreshments, many becoming out-and-out restaurants. Coffee house customs and patrons. Coffee's effect on Parisians is thus described by a writer of the latter part of the 18th century. I think I may safely assert that it is to the establishment of so many cafés in Paris that is due the urbanity and mildness discernible upon most faces. Before they existed, nearly everybody passed his time at the cabaret, where even business matters were discussed. Since their establishment, people assemble to hear what is going on, drinking and playing only in moderation, and the consequence is that they are more civil and polite, at least in appearance. Montesquieu's satirical pen pictured in his Persian letters the earliest cafés as follows. In some of these houses they talk news, in others they play draughts. There is one where they prepare the coffee in such a manner that it inspires the drinkers of it with wit. At least, of all those who frequent it, there is not one person in 4 who does not think he has more wit after he has entered that house. But what offends me of these wits is that they do not make themselves useful to their country. Montesquieu encountered a geometrician outside a coffee house on the Pont Neuf and accompanied him inside. He describes the incident in this manner. I observed that our geometrician was received there with the utmost officiousness, and that the coffee house boys paid him much more respect than 2 musketeers who were in the corner of the room. As for him, he seemed as if he thought himself in an agreeable place, for he unwrinkled his brows a little and laughed, as if he had not the least tincture of geometrician in him. He was offended at every start of wit, as a tender eye is by too strong a light. At last I saw an old man enter, pale and thin, whom I knew to be a coffee-house politician before he sat down. He was not one of those who are never to be intimidated by disasters, but always prophesy of victories and success. He was one of those timorous wretches who are always boding ill. Café Momus and Café Rotonde figure conspicuously in the record of French bohemianism. The Momus stood near the right bank of the river Seine in Rue du Prêtre Saint-Germain, and was known as the home of the Bohemians. The Rotonde stood on the left bank at the corner of the Rue de l'École Médecine and the Rue Hautefeuille. Alexandre Chan has given us a glimpse of Bohemian life in the early cafés. He lays his scene in the Café Rotonde and tells how a number of poor students were wont to make 1 cup of coffee last the coterie a full evening by using it to flavor and to color the 1 glass of water shared in common. He says, every evening, the first comer at the waiter's inquiry, quote, "What will you take, sir?" unquote, never failed to reply, quote, "Nothing just at present. I am waiting for a friend," unquote. The friend arrived to be assailed by the brutal question, quote, "Have you any money?" unquote. He would make a despairing gesture in the negative, and then add, loud enough to be heard by the dame de comptoir, quote, "By Jove, no, only fancy. I left my purse on the console table with gilt feet, in the purest Louis XV style. Ah, what a thing to be so forgetful." He would sit down, and the waiter would wipe the table as if he had something to do. A third would come, who was sometimes able to reply, quote, "Yes, I have 10 sous," unquote. Quote, "Good," unquote, we would reply. Quote, "Order a cup of coffee, a glass, and a water bottle. Pay and give 2 sous to the waiter to secure his silence," unquote. This would be done. Others would come and take their places beside us, repeating to the waiter the same chorus. Quote, "We are with this gentleman," unquote. Frequently, we would be 8 or 9 sitting at the same table and only 1 customer. Whilst smoking and reading the papers, we would, however, pass the glass and bottle. When the water began to run short, as on a ship in distress, one of us would have the impudence to call out, quote, "Waiter, some water," unquote. The master of the establishment, who understood our situation, had no doubt given orders for us to be left alone, and made his fortune without our help. He was a good fellow and an intelligent one, having subscribed to all the scientific journals of Europe, which brought him the custom of foreign students. Another café perpetuating the best traditions of the Latin Quarter was the Vachette, which survived until the death of Jean Moreau in 1911. The Vachette is usually cited by antiquarians as a model of circumspection as compared with the scores of cafés in the Quarter that were given up to debaucheries. One writer puts it, quote, "The Vachette traditions leaned more on scholarship than sensuality," unquote. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, the Parisian café was truly a coffee house, but as many of the patrons began to while away most of their waking hours in them, the proprietors added other beverages and food to hold their patronage. Consequently, we find listed among the cafés in Paris some houses that are more accurately described as restaurants, although they may have started their careers as coffee houses. Historic Parisian cafés. Some of the historic cafés are still thriving in their original locations, although the majority have now passed into oblivion. Glimpses of the more famous houses are to be found in the novels, poetry, and essays written by the French literati who patronized them. These first-hand accounts give insights that are sometimes stirring, often amusing, and frequently revolting, such as the assassination of Saint-Fargeant in Février's low-vaulted cellar café in the Palais Royal. There is Magny's, originally the haunt of such literary men as Gautier, Taine, Saint-Victor, Turgenieff, de Goncourt, Sully, Renan, Edmond. In recent years, the old Magny was razed, and on its site was built the modern restaurant of the same name, but in a style that has no resemblance to its predecessor. Even the name of the street has been changed, from Rue Contrescarpe to the Rue Mazet. Maillot, de Very, Beauvilliers, Massey's, Café Chartres, the Trois Frères Provençaux, and the du Grand Commune, all situated in the Palais Royal, are cafés that figured conspicuously in the French Revolution and are closely identified with the French stage and literature. Maillot's and Massey's were the trysting places of the Royalists in the days preceding the outbreak, but welcomed the revolutionists after they came in power. The Chartres was notorious as the gathering place of young aristocrats who escaped the guillotine, and, thus made bold, often called their like from adjoining cafés to partake in some of their plans for restoration of the empire. The Trois Frères Provençaux, well known for its excellent and costly dinners, is mentioned by Balzac, Lord Lytton, and Alfred de Musset in some of their novels. The Café du Grand Commune appears in Rousseau's Confessions in connection with the play Du Vin du Village. Among the most famous of the cafés on the Rue Saint-Honoré were Vinoise, patronized by Robespierre and his companions of the Revolution, and perhaps the scene of the inhuman murder of Berthier and its revolting aftermath. The Manipeau, which has gone down in café history as the scene of the banquet to Archibald Alison, the 22-year-old historian, and Voisin's Café, around which still cling traditions of such literary lights as Zola, Alphonse Daudet, and Jules de Goncourt. Perhaps the Boulevard des Italiens had, and still has, more fashionable cafés than any other section of the French capital. The Tortoni, opened in the early days of the empire by Valloni, an Italian lemonade vendor, was the most popular of the boulevard cafés, and was generally thronged with fashionables from all parts of Europe. Here, Louis Blanc, historian of the Revolution, spent many hours in the early days of his fame. Talleyrand, Rossini, the musician, Alfred Stevens, and Edouard Manet, artists, are some of the names still linked with the traditions of the Tortoni. Farther down the boulevard were the Café Riche, Maison Dorée, Café Anglaise, and the Café de Paris. The Riche and the Dorée, standing side by side, were both high-priced and noted for their revelries. The Anglaise, which came into existence after the snuffing out of the empire, was also distinguished for its high prices, but in return gave an excellent dinner and fine wines. It is told that even during the siege of Paris, the Anglaise offered its patrons, quote, such luxuries as ass, mule, peas, fried potatoes, and champagne, unquote. Probably the Café de Paris, which came into existence in 1822 in the former home of the Russian Prince Demidov, was the most richly equipped and elegantly conducted of any café in Paris in the 19th century. Alfred de Musset, a frequenter, said, quote, you could not open its doors for less than 15 francs, unquote. The Café Littéraire, opened on Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle late in the 19th century, made a direct appeal to literary men for patronage, printing this footnote on its menu, quote, "Every customer spending a franc in this establishment is entitled to one volume of any work to be selected from our vast collection." Unquote. The names of Parisian cafés once more or less famous are legion. Some of them are the Café Laurent, which Rousseau was forced to leave after writing an especially bitter satire; the English café, in which the eccentric Lord Wharton made merry with his Whig habitués; the Dutch café, the haunt of Jacobites; Terre's, in the Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, which Thackeray described in the Ballad of Bouillabaisse; Mare's, in the Boulevard Saint-Denis, which dates back beyond 1850; the Café Madrid, in the Boulevard Montmartre, of which Cajat, the Spanish lyric poet, was an attraction; the Café de la Paix, in the Boulevard des Capucines, the resort of Second Empire imperialists and their spies; the Café Durand, in the Place de la Madeleine, which started on a plane with the high-priced Riche and ended its career early in the 20th century; the Rocher de Cancale, memorable for its feasts and high-living patrons from all over Europe; the Café Garbois, near the Rue de St. Petersburg, where Manet, the Impressionist, after many vicissitudes, won fame for his paintings and held court for many years; the Chat Noir, on the Rue Victor Massé at Montmartre, a blend of café and concert hall, which has since been imitated widely, both in name and feature. End of section 15.
Section 16 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. Chapter 12. Introduction of Coffee into North America. Captain John Smith, founder of the colony of Virginia, is the first to bring to North America a knowledge of coffee in 1607. The coffee grinder on the Mayflower. Coffee drinking in 1668. William Penn's coffee purchase in 1683. Coffee in colonial New England. The psychology of the Boston Tea Party, and why the United States became a nation of coffee drinkers instead of tea drinkers, like England. The first coffee license to Dorothy Jones in 1670. The first coffee house in New England. Notable coffee houses of Old Boston. A skyscraper coffee house. Undoubtedly, the first to bring a knowledge of coffee to North America was Captain John Smith, who founded the colony of Virginia at Jamestown in 1607. Captain Smith became familiar with coffee in his travels in Turkey. Although the Dutch also had early knowledge of coffee, it does not appear that the Dutch West India Company brought any of it to the first permanent settlement on Manhattan Island in 1624, nor is there any record of coffee in the cargo of the Mayflower, 1620, although it included a wooden mortar and pestle, later used to make coffee powder. In the period when New York was New Amsterdam and under Dutch occupancy, 1624 through 1664, it is possible that coffee may have been imported from Holland, where it was being sold on the Amsterdam market as early as 1640, and where regular supplies of the green bean were being received from Mocha in 1663. But positive proof is lacking. The Dutch appear to have brought tea across the Atlantic from Holland before coffee. The English may have introduced the coffee drink into the New York colony between 1664 and 1673. The earliest reference to coffee in America is 1668, at which time a beverage made from the roasted beans and flavored with sugar or honey and cinnamon was being drunk in New York. Coffee first appears in the official records of the New England colony in 1670. In 1683, the year following William Penn's settlement on the Delaware, we find him buying supplies of coffee in the New York market and paying for them at a rate of 18 shillings and 9 pence per pound. Coffee houses patterned after the English and continental prototypes were soon established in all the colonies. Those of New York and Philadelphia are described in separate chapters. The Boston houses are described at the end of this chapter.
Norfolk, Chicago, St. Louis, and New Orleans also had them. Conrad Leonard's coffee house at 320 Market Street, St. Louis, was famous for its coffee and coffee cake from 1844 to 1905, when it became a bakery and lunchroom, removing in 1919 to 8th and Pine Streets. In the pioneer days of the Great West, coffee and tea were hard to get, and instead of them, teas were often made from garden herbs, spicewood, sassafras roots, and other shrubs, taken from the thickets. In 1839, in the city of Chicago, one of the minor taverns was known as the Lake Street Coffee House. It was situated at the corner of Lake and Wells Street. A number of hotels, which in the English sense might more appropriately be called inns, met a demand for modest accommodation. 2 coffee houses were listed in the Chicago directories for 1843 and 1845, the Washington Coffee House, 83 Lake Street, and the Exchange Coffee House, Clark Street, between LaSalle and South Water Streets. The old-time coffee houses of New Orleans were situated within the original area of the city, the section bounded by the river, Canal Street, Esplanade Avenue, and Rampart Street. In the early days, most of the big business of the city was transacted in the coffee houses. The brûlot, coffee with orange juice, orange peel and sugar, with cognac burned and mixed in it, originated in the New Orleans coffee house and led to its gradual evolution into the saloon. How the United States became a nation of coffee drinkers. Coffee, tea, and chocolate were introduced into North America almost simultaneously in the latter part of the 17th century. In the first half of the 18th century, tea had made such progress in England, thanks to the propaganda of the British East India Company, that, being moved to extend its use in the colonies, the directors turned their eyes first in the direction of North America. Here, however, King George spoiled their well-laid plans by his unfortunate Stamp Act of 1765, which caused the colonists to raise the cry of "no taxation without representation." Although the act was repealed in 1766, the right to tax was asserted, and in 1767 was again used, duties being laid on paints, oils, lead, glass, and tea. Once more the colonists resisted, and by refusing to import any goods of English make, so distressed the English manufacturers that Parliament repealed every tax save that on tea. Despite the growing fondness for the beverage in America, the colonists preferred to get their tea elsewhere to sacrificing their principles and buying it from England. A brisk trade in smuggling tea from Holland was started. In a panic at the loss of the most promising of its colonial markets, the British East India Company appealed to Parliament for aid and was permitted to export tea, a privilege it had never before enjoyed. Cargoes were sent on consignment to selected commissioners in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston. The story of the subsequent happenings properly belongs in a book on tea. It is sufficient here to refer to the climax of the agitation against the fateful tea tax, because it is undoubtedly responsible for our becoming a nation of coffee drinkers instead of one of tea drinkers, like England. The Boston Tea Party of 1773, when citizens of Boston, disguised as Indians, boarded the English ships lying in Boston harbor and threw their tea cargoes into the bay, cast the die for coffee, for there and then originated a subtle prejudice against the cup that cheers, which 150 years have failed entirely to overcome. Meanwhile, the change wrought in our social customs by this act, and those of like nature following it, in the New York, Pennsylvania, and Charleston colonies, caused coffee to be crowned king of the American breakfast table and the sovereign drink of the American people. Coffee in colonial New England. The history of coffee in colonial New England is so closely interwoven with the story of the inns and taverns that it is difficult to distinguish the genuine coffee house, as it was known in England, from the public house where lodgings and liquors were to be had. The coffee drink had strong competition from the heady wines, the liqueurs, and imported teas, and consequently it did not attain the vogue among the colonial New Englanders that it did among Londoners of the late 17th and early 18th centuries. Although New England had its coffee houses, These were actually taverns where coffee was only one of the beverages served to patrons. They were, says Robinson, generally meeting places of those who were conservative in their views regarding church and state, being friends of the ruling administration. Such persons were termed courtiers by their adversaries, the dissenters and republicans. Most of the coffee houses were established in Boston, the metropolis of the Massachusetts colony and the social center of New England, while Plymouth, Salem, Chelsea, and Providence had taverns that served coffee. They did not achieve the name and fame of some of the more celebrated coffee houses in Boston. It is not definitely known when the first coffee was brought in, but it is reasonable to suppose that it came as part of the household supplies of some settler, probably between 1660 and 1670, who had become acquainted with it before leaving England. Or it may have been introduced by some English officer who in London had made the rounds of the more celebrated coffee houses of the latter half of the 17th century. The first coffee license. According to early town records of Boston, Dorothy Jones was the first to be licensed to sell coffee and cuccialetto, the latter being the 17th century spelling for chocolate or cocoa. This license is dated 1670, and is said to be the first written reference to coffee in the Massachusetts colony. It is not stated whether Dorothy Jones was a vendor of the coffee drink or of coffee powder, as ground coffee was known in the early days. There is some question as to whether Dorothy Jones was the first to sell coffee as a beverage in Boston. Londoners had known and drunk coffee for 18 years before Dorothy Jones got her coffee license. British government officials were frequently taking ship from London to the Massachusetts colony, and it is likely that they brought tidings and samples of the coffee the English gentry had lately taken up. No doubt they also told about the new-style coffee houses that were becoming popular in all parts of London, and it may be assumed that their tales caused the landlords of the inns and taverns of colonial Boston to add coffee to their list of beverages. New England's first coffee house. The name coffee house did not come into use in New England until late in the 17th century. Early colonial records do not make it clear whether the London Coffee House or the Guthridge Coffee House was the first to be opened in Boston with that distinctive title. In all likelihood, the London is entitled to the honor, for Samuel Gardner Drake, in his History and Antiquities of the City of Boston, published in 1854, says that Benjamin Harris sold books there in 1689. Drake seems to be the only historian of early Boston to mention the London Coffee House. Granting that the London Coffee House was the first in Boston, then the Guthridge Coffee House was the second. The latter stood on the north side of State Street, between Exchange and Washington Streets, and was named after Robert Guthridge, who took out an innkeeper's license in 1691. 27 years later, his widow, Mary Guthridge, petitioned the town for a renewal of her late husband's permit to keep a public coffee house. The British Coffee House, which became the American Coffee House when the Crown officers and all things British became obnoxious to the colonists, also began its career about the time Guthridge took out his license. It took on the site that is now 66 State Street and became one of the most widely known coffee houses in colonial New England. Of course, there were several inns and taverns in existence in Boston long before coffee and coffee houses came to the New England metropolis. Some of these taverns took up coffee when it became fashionable in the colony and served it to those patrons who did not care for the stronger drinks. The earliest known inn was set up by Samuel Cole in Washington Street, midway between Faneuil Hall and State Street. Cole was licensed as a comfit maker in 1634, 4 years after the founding of Boston, and 2 years later his inn was the temporary abiding place of the Indian chief Miantanamo and his Red Warriors, who came to visit Governor Vane. In the following year, the Earl of Marlborough found that Cole's Inn was so exceedingly well governed and afforded so desirable privacy that he refused the hospitality of Governor Winthrop at the governor's mansion. Another popular inn of the day was the Red Lion, which was opened in 1637, by Nicholas Upshaw, the Quaker, who later was hanged for trying to bribe a jailer to pass some food into the jail to two Quakeresses who were starving within. Ship Tavern, erected in 1650 at the corner of North and Clark Streets, then on the waterfront, was a haunt of British government officials. The father of Governor Hutchinson was the first landlord, to be succeeded in 1663 by John Viau. Here lived the 4 commissioners who were sent to these shores by King Charles II to settle the disputes then beginning between the colonies and England. Another lodging and eating place for the gentlemen of quality in the first days of Boston was the Blue Anchor in Cornhill, which was conducted in 1664 by Robert Turner. Here gathered members of the government, visiting officials, jurists, and the clergy, summoned into synod by the Massachusetts General Court. It is assumed that the clergy confined their drinking to coffee and other moderate beverages, leaving the wines and liquors to their confrères. Some notable Boston coffee houses. In the last quarter of the 17th century, quite a number of taverns and inns sprang up. Among the most notable that have obtained recognition in Boston's historical records were the King's Head, at the corner of Fleet and North Streets, the Indian Queen, on a passageway leading from Washington Street to Hawley Street, the Sun in Faneuil Hall Square, and the Green Dragon, which became one of the most celebrated coffee-house taverns. The King's Head, opened in 1691, early became a rendezvous of crown officers and the citizens in the higher strata of colonial society. The Indian Queen also became a favorite resort of the crown officers from Province House. Started by Nathaniel Bishop about 1673, it stood for more than 140 years as the Indian Queen, and then was replaced by the Washington Coffee House, which became noted throughout New England as the starting place for the Roxbury Hourlies, the stage coaches that ran every hour from Boston to nearby Roxbury. The Sun Tavern lived a longer life than any other Boston inn. Started in 1690 in Faneuil Hall Square, it was still standing in 1902, according to Henry R. Blaney. But it has since been raised to make way for a modern skyscraper. New England's most famous coffee house. The Green Dragon, the last of the inns that were popular at the close of the 17th century, was the most celebrated of Boston's coffee-house taverns. It stood on Union Street, in the heart of the town's business center, for 135 years, from 1697 to 1832, and figured in practically all the important local and national events during its long career. Red-coated British soldiers, colonial governors, bewigged crown officers, earls and dukes, citizens of high estate, plotting revolutionists of lesser degree, conspirators in the Boston Tea Party, patriots and generals of the Revolution, all these were wont to gather at the Green Dragon to discuss their various interests over their cups of coffee and stronger drinks. In the words of Daniel Webster, the famous coffee-house tavern was the headquarters of the Revolution. It was here that Warren, John Adams, James Otis, and Paul Revere met as a Ways and Means Committee to secure freedom for the American colonies. Here too came members of the Grand Lodge of Masons to hold their meetings under the guidance of Warren, who was the first Grand Master of the first Masonic Lodge in Boston. The site of the old tavern, now occupied by a business block, is still the property of St. Andrew's Lodge of Freemasons. This old tavern was a 2-story brick structure with a sharply pitched roof. Over its entrance hung a sign bearing the figure of a green dragon. Patrons of the Green Dragon and the British Coffee House were decidedly opposed in their views on the questions of the day. While the Green Dragon was the gathering place of the patriotic colonials, the British was the rendezvous of the loyalists, and frequent were the encounters between the patrons of these two celebrated taverns. It was in the British coffee house that James Otis was so badly pummeled after being lured there by political enemies that he never regained his former brilliancy as an orator. It was there in 1750 that some British redcoats staged the first theatrical entertainment given in Boston, playing Otway's Orphan. There the first organization of citizens to take the name of a club, formed the Merchants' Club in 1751. The membership included officers of the king, colonial governors and lesser officials, military and naval leaders, and members of the bar, with a sprinkling of high-ranking citizens who were staunch friends of the crown. However, the British became so generally disliked that as soon as the king's troop evacuated Boston in the Revolution, the name of the coffee house was changed to the American. The Bunch of Grapes, that Francis Holmes presided over as early as 1712, was another hotbed of politicians. Like the Green Dragon over the way, its patrons included unconditional freedom seekers, many coming from the British coffee houses when things became too hot for them in that Tory atmosphere. The Bunch of Grapes became the center of a stirring celebration in 1776, when a delegate from Philadelphia read the Declaration of Independence from the balcony of the inn to the crowd assembled in the street below. So enthusiastic did the Bostonians become that in the excitement that followed, the inn was nearly destroyed when one enthusiast built a bonfire too close to its walls. Another anecdote told of the Bunch of Grapes concerns Sir William Phips, governor of Massachusetts from 1692 through 1694, who was noted for his irascibility. He had his favorite chair and window in the inn, and in the account of the period it is written that on any fine afternoon his glowering countenance could be seen at the window by the passers-by on State Street. After the beginning of the 18th century, the title of coffee house was applied to a number of hostelries opened in Boston. One of these was the Crown, which was opened in the first house on Long Wharf in 1711 by Jonathan Belcher, who later became governor of Massachusetts, and still later of New Jersey. The first landlord of the Crown was Thomas Selby, who by trade was a periwig maker, but probably found the selling of strong drink and coffee more profitable. Selby's coffee house was also used as an auction room. The Crown stood until 1780, when it was destroyed in a fire that swept the Long Wharf. On its site now stands the Fidelity Trust Company at 148 State Street. Another early Boston coffee house on State Street was the Royal Exchange. How long it had been standing before it was first mentioned in colonial records in 1711 is unknown. It occupied an ancient two-story building and was kept in 1711 by Benjamin Johns. This coffee house became the starting place for stagecoaches running between Boston and New York, the first one leaving September 7, 1772. In the Columbian Sentinel of January 1, 1800, appeared an advertisement in which it was said, "New York and Providence Mail Stage leaves Major Hatch's Royal Exchange Coffee House in State Street every morning at 8 o'clock." In the latter half of the 18th century, the North End Coffee House was celebrated as the highest-class coffee house in Boston. It occupied the three-storied brick mansion, which had been built about 1740 by Edward Hutchinson, brother of the noted governor. It stood on the west side of North Street, between Sun Court and Fleet Street, and was one of the most pretentious of its kind. An 18th-century writer, in describing this coffee-house mansion, made much of the fact that it had 45 windows and was valued at $4,500, a large sum for those days. During the Revolution, Captain David Porter, father of Admiral David D. Porter, was the landlord, and under him it became celebrated throughout the city as a high-grade eating place. The advertisements of the North End Coffee House featured its dinners and suppers, small and retired rooms for small company, oyster suppers in the nicest manner. A skyscraper coffee house. The Boston coffee house period reached its height in 1808, when the doors of the Exchange Coffee House were thrown open after 3 years of building. This structure, situated on Congress Street near State Street, was the skyscraper of its day, and probably was the most ambitious coffee house project the world has known. Built of stone, marble, and brick, it stood 7 stories high and cost $500,000. Charles Bulfinch, America's most noted architect of that period, was the designer. Like Lloyd's Coffee House in London, The Exchange was the center of marine intelligence, and its public rooms were thronged all day and evening with mariners, naval officers, ship and insurance brokers, who had come to talk shop or to consult the records of ship arrivals and departures, manifests, charters, and other marine papers. The first floor of the Exchange was devoted to trading. On the next floor was the large dining room, where many sumptuous banquets were given, notably the one to President Monroe in July 1817, which was attended by former President John Adams, and by many generals, commodores, governors, and judges. The other floors were given over to living and sleeping rooms, of which there were more than 200. The Exchange Coffee House was destroyed by fire in 1818, and on its site was erected another, bearing the same name, but having slight resemblance to its predecessor. End of section 16.
Section 17 of All About Coffee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All About Coffee by William Ukers. History of Coffee in Old New York. The burghers of New Amsterdam began to substitute coffee for must, or beer, at breakfast in 1668. William Penn makes his first purchase of coffee in the Green Bean from New York merchants in 1683. The King Arms, the first coffee house. The historic merchants, sometimes called the birthplace of our Union. The coffee house as a civic forum. The Exchange, Whitehall, Burns, Tontine, and other celebrated coffee houses. The Vauxhall and Ranelagh pleasure gardens. The Dutch founders of New York seem to have introduced tea into New Amsterdam before they brought in coffee. This was somewhere about the middle of the 17th century. We find it recorded that about 1668, the burghers succumbed to coffee. Coffee made its way slowly, first in the homes, where it replaced the must or beer at breakfast. Chocolate came about the same time, but was more of a luxury than tea or coffee. After the surrender of New York to the British in 1674, English manners and customs were rapidly introduced. First tea and later coffee were favorite beverages in the homes. By 1683, New York had become so central a market for the green bean that William Penn, as soon as he found himself comfortably settled in the Pennsylvania colony, sent over to New York for his coffee supplies. It was not long before a social need arose that only the London style of coffee house could fill. The coffee houses of early New York, like their prototypes in London, Paris, and other Old World capitals, were the centers of the business, political, and to some extent of the social life of the city. But they never became the forcing beds of literature that the French and English houses were, principally because the colonists had no professional writers of note. There is one outstanding feature of the early American coffee houses, particularly of those opened in New York, that is not distinctive of the European houses. The colonists sometimes held court trials in the long or assembly room of the early coffee houses, and often held their General Assembly and council meetings there. The coffee house as a civic forum. The early coffee house was an important factor in New York life. What the perpetuation of this public gathering place meant to the citizens is shown by a complaint, evidently designed to revive the declining fortunes of the historic Merchants Coffee House, in the New York Journal of October 19, 1775, which in part said, "To the inhabitants of New York, it gives me concern in this time of public difficulty and danger to find we have in this city no place of daily general meeting, where we might hear and communicate intelligence from every quarter, and freely confer with one another on every matter that concerns us. Such a place of general meeting is of very great advantage in many respects, especially at such a time as this. Besides the satisfaction it affords and the sociable disposition it has a tendency to keep up among us, which was never more wanted than at this time. To answer all these and many other good and useful purposes, coffee houses have been universally deemed the most convenient places of resort because at a small expense of time or money, persons wanted may be found and spoke with, appointments may be made, current news heard, and whatever it most concerns us to know. In all cities, therefore, and large towns that I have seen in the British dominions, sufficient encouragement has been given to support one or more coffee houses in a genteel manner. How comes it, then, that New York, the most central and one of the largest and most prosperous cities in British America, cannot support one coffee house? It is a scandal to the city and its inhabitants to be destitute of such a convenience for want of due encouragement. A coffee house indeed there is, a very good and comfortable one, extremely well tended and accommodated, but is frequented by an inconsiderable number of people, and I have observed with surprise that but a small part of those who do frequent it contribute anything at all to the expense of it, but come in and go out without calling for or paying anything to the house. In all the coffee houses in London it is customary for every one that comes in to call for at least a dish of coffee, or leave the value of one, which is but reasonable, because when the keepers of these houses have been at the expense of setting them up and providing all necessaries for the accommodation of company, every one that comes to receive the benefit of these conveniences ought to contribute something towards the expense of them. A friend to the city. New York's first coffee house. Some chroniclers of New York's early days are confident that the first coffee house in America was opened in New York, but the earliest authenticated record they have presented is that on November 1, 1696, John Hutchins bought a lot on Broadway between Trinity Churchyard and what is now Cedar Street, and there built a house, naming it the King's Arms. Against this record, Boston can present the statement in Samuel Gardner Drake's History and Antiquities of the City of Boston that Benj Harris sold books at the London Coffee House in 1689. The King's Arms was built of wood and had a front of yellow brick, said to have been brought from Holland. The building was 2 stories high, and on the roof was an observatory, arranged with seats and commanding a fine view of the bay, the river, and the city. Here the coffee house visitors frequently sat in the afternoons. It is not shown in the illustration. The sides of the main room on the lower floor were lined with booths which for the sake of greater privacy were screened with green curtains. There a patron could sip his coffee or a more stimulating drink and look over his mail in the same exclusiveness affected by the Londoner of the time. The rooms on the second floor were used for special meetings of merchants, colonial magistrates, and overseers, or similar public and private business. The meeting room, as above described, seems to have been one of the chief features distinguishing a coffee house from a tavern. Although both types of houses had rooms for guests and served meals, the coffee house was used for business purposes by permanent customers, while the tavern was patronized more by transients. Men met at the coffee house daily to carry on business, and went to the tavern for convivial purposes or lodging. Before the front door hung the sign of "The Lion and the Unicorn Fighting for the Crown." For many years the King's Arms was the only coffee house in the city, or at least no other seems of sufficient importance to have been mentioned in colonial records. For this reason it was more frequently designated as the coffee house than the King's Arms. Contemporary records of the arrest of John Hutchins of the King's Arms and of Roger Baker for speaking disrespectfully of King George mention the King's Head, of which Baker was proprietor. But it is generally believed that this public house was a tavern and not rightfully to be considered as a coffee house. The White Lion, mentioned about 1700, was also a tavern or inn. The New Coffee House. Under date of September 22, 1709, the Journal of the General Assembly of the Colony of New York refers to a conference held in the New Coffee House. About this date, the business section of the city had begun to drift eastward from Broadway to the waterfront, and from this fact it is assumed that the name New Coffee House indicates that the King's Arms had been removed from its original location near Cedar Street, or that it may have lost favor and have been superseded in popularity by a newer coffee house. The journal does not give the location of the new coffee house. However the case may be, the name of the King's Arms does not again appear in the records until 1763, and then it had more the character of a tavern or roadhouse. The public records from 1709 up to 1729 are silent in regard to coffee houses in New York. In 1725, the pioneer newspaper in the city, the New York Gazette, came into existence, and 4 years later, 1729, there appeared in it an advertisement stating that a competent bookkeeper may be heard of at the coffee house. In 1730, another advertisement in the same journal tells of a sale of land by public vendue, auction, to be held at the Exchange Coffee House. The Exchange Coffee House. By reason of its name, the Exchange Coffee House is thought to have been located at the foot of Broad Street, abutting the seawall and near the Long Bridge of that day. At that time, this section was the business center of the city, and here was a trading exchange. That the Exchange Coffee House was the only one of its kind in New York in 1732 is inferred from the announcement in that year of a meeting of the Conference Committee of the Council and Assembly at the coffee house. In seeming confirmation of this conclusion is the advertisement in 1733 in the New York Gazette requesting the return of lost sleeve buttons to Mr. Todd, next door to the coffee house. The records of the day show that a Robert Todd kept the famous Black Horse Tavern, which was located in this part of the city. Again we hear of the Exchange Coffee House in 1737, and apparently in the same location, where it is mentioned in an account of the Negro Plot as being next door to the Fighting Cock's Tavern by the Long Bridge, at the foot of Broad Street. Also in the same year, it is named as the place of public vendue of land situated on Broadway. By this time, the Exchange Coffee House had virtually become the city's official auction room, as well as the place to buy and to drink coffee. Commodities of many kinds were also bought and sold there, both within the house and on the sidewalk before it. The Merchant's Coffee House. In the year 1750, the Exchange Coffee House had begun to lose its long-held prestige, and its name was changed to the Gentleman's Exchange Coffee House and Tavern. A year later it had migrated to Broadway under the name of the Gentleman's Coffee House and Tavern. In 1753 it was moved again to Hunter's Quay, which was situated on what is now Front Street, somewhere between the present Old Slip and Wall Street. The famous old coffee house seems to have gone out of existence about this time, its passing hastened, no doubt, by the newer enterprise, the Merchant's Coffee House, which was to become the most celebrated in New York, and according to some writers, the most historic in America. It is not certain just when the Merchant's Coffee House was first opened. As near as can be determined, Daniel Bloom, a mariner, in 1737 bought the Jamaica Pilot Boat Tavern from John Dunks and named it the Merchant's Coffee House. The building was situated on the northwest corner of the present Wall Street and Water, then Queen Street, and Bloom was its landlord until his death, soon after the year 1750. He was succeeded by Captain James Ackland, who shortly sold it to Luke Room. The later disposed of the building in 1758 to Dr. Charles Arding. The doctor leased it to Mrs. Mary Ferrari, who continued as its proprietor until she moved in 1772 to the newer building diagonally across the street, built by William Brownjohn, on the southeast corner of Wall and Water Streets. Mrs. Ferrari took with her the patronage and the name of the Merchant's Coffee House, and the old building was not used again as a coffee house. The building housing the original Merchant's Coffee House was a 2-story structure with a balcony on the roof, which was typical of the middle 18th century architecture in New York. On the first floor were the coffee bar and booths described in connection with the King's Arms Coffee House. The second floor had the typical long room for public assembly. During Bloom's proprietorship, the Merchants' Coffee House had a long, hard struggle to win the patronage away from the Exchange Coffee House, which was flourishing at that time. But being located near the meal market, where the merchants were wont to gather for trading purposes, it gradually became the meeting place of the city, at the expense of the Exchange Coffee House farther down the waterfront. Widow Ferrari presided over the original Merchants' Coffee House for 14 years, until she moved across the street. She was a keen businesswoman. Just before she was ready to open the new coffee house, she announced to her old patrons that she would give a housewarming, at which arrack, punch, wine, cold ham, tongue, and other delicacies of the day would be served. The event was duly noted in the newspapers, one stating that the agreeable situation and the elegance of the new house had occasioned a great resort of company to it. Mrs. Ferrari continued in charge until May 1, 1776, when Cornelius Bradford became proprietor and sought to build up the patronage that had dwindled somewhat during the stirring days immediately preceding the Revolution. In his announcement of the change of ownership, he said, "Interesting intelligence will be carefully collected, and the greatest attention will be given to the arrival of vessels when trade and navigation shall resume their former channels." He referred to the complete embargo of trade to Europe, which the colonists were enduring. When the American troops withdrew from the city during the Revolution, Bradford went also to Rhinebeck on the Hudson. During the British occupation, the Merchants' Coffee House was a place of great activity. As before, it was the center of trading, and under the British regime, it became also the place where the prize ships were sold. The Chamber of Commerce resumed its sessions in the Upper Long Room in 1779, having been suspended since 1775. The Chamber paid £50 rent per annum for the use of the room to Mrs. Smith, the landlady at the time. In 1781, John Statchen, then proprietor of the Queen's Head Tavern, became landlord of the Merchants' Coffee House, and he promised in a public announcement to pay attention not only as a coffee house, but as a tavern in the truest, and to distinguish the same as a city tavern and coffee house, with constant and best attendance. Breakfast from 7 to 11, soups and relishes from 11 to 1:30, tea, coffee, etc. in the afternoon, as in England. But when he began charging 6d. for receiving and dispatching letters by man-o'-war to England, he brought a storm about his ears, and was forced to give up the practice. He continued in charge until peace came, and Cornelius Bradford came with it to resume proprietorship of the coffee house. Bradford changed the name to the New York Coffee House, but the public continued to call it by its original name, and the landlord soon gave in. He kept a marine list, giving the names of vessels arriving and departing, recording their ports of sailing. He also opened a register of returning citizens, where any gentleman now resident in the city, his advertisement stated, may insert their names and place of residence. This seems to have been the first attempt at a city directory. By his energy, Bradford soon made the Merchants' Coffee House again the business center of the city. When he died in 1786, he was mourned as one of the leading citizens. His funeral was held at the coffee house, over which he had presided so well. The Merchants' Coffee House continued to be the principal public gathering place until it was destroyed by fire in 1804. During its existence, it had figured prominently in many of the local and national historic events, too numerous to record here in detail. Some of the famous events were the reading of the order to the citizens in 1765, warning them to stop rioting against the Stamp Act, the debates on the subject of not accepting consignments of goods from Great Britain, the demonstration by the Sons of Liberty, sometimes called the Liberty Boys, made before Captain Lockyer of the tea ship Nancy, which had been turned away from Boston and sought to land its cargo in New York in 1774. The General Meeting of Citizens on May 19, 1774, to discuss a means of communicating with the Massachusetts colony to obtain coordinated effort in resisting England's oppression, out of which came the letter suggesting a Congress of Deputies from the colonies and calling for a virtuous and spirited union. The mass meeting of citizens in the days immediately following the battles at Concord and Lexington in Massachusetts, and the forming of the Committee of 100 to administer the public business, making the Merchants' Coffee House virtually the seat of government. When the American Army held this city in 1776, the coffee house became the resort of Army and Navy officers. Its accumulating glory came on April 23, 1789, when Washington, the recently elected first president of the United States, was officially greeted at the coffee house by the governor of the state, the mayor of the city, and the lesser municipal officers. As a meeting place for societies and lodges, the Merchants' Coffee House was long distinguished. In addition to the purely commercial organizations that gathered in its long room, these bodies regularly met there in their early days. The Society of Arts, Agriculture and Economy, Knights of Corsica, New York Committee of Correspondence, New York Marine Society, Chamber of Commerce of the State of New York, Lodge 169, Free and Accepted Masons, Whig Society, Society of the New York Hospital, St. Andrew's Society, Society of the Cincinnati, Society of the Sons of St. Patrick, Society for Promoting the Manumission of Slaves, Society for the Relief of Distressed Debtors, Black Friars Society, Independent Rangers, and Federal Republican. Here also came the men who in 1784 formed the Bank of New York, the first financial institution in the city, and here was held in 1790 the first public sale of stocks by sworn brokers. Here, too, was held the organization meeting of subscribers to the Tontine Coffee House, which in a few years was to prove a worthy rival. Some lesser-known coffee houses. Before taking up the story of the famous Tontine Coffee House, it should be noted that the Merchants' Coffee House had some prior measure of competition. For 4 years, the Exchange Coffee Room sought to cater to the wants of the merchants around the foot of Broad Street. It was located in the Royal Exchange, which had been erected in 1752 in place of the Old Exchange, and until 1754 had been used as a store. Then William Keene and Alexander Lightfoot got control and started their coffee room, with a ballroom attached. The partnership split up in 1756. Lightfoot continuing operations until he died the next year, when his widow tried to carry it on. In 1758, it had reverted into its original character of a mercantile establishment. Then there was the Whitehall Coffee House, which 2 men named Rogers and Humphrey opened in 1762, with the announcement that a correspondence is settled in London and Bristol to remit by every opportunity all the public prints and pamphlets as soon as published, and there will be a weekly supply of New York, Boston, and other American newspapers. This enterprise had a short life. The early records of the city infrequently mention the Burns Coffee House, sometimes calling it a tavern. It is likely that the place was more an inn than a coffee house. It was kept for a number of years by George Burns, near the Battery, and was located in the historic old Delancey House, which afterwards became the City Hotel. Burns remained the proprietor until 1762, when it was taken over by a Mrs. Steele, who gave it the name of the King's Arms. Edward Barden became the landlord in 1768. In later years, it became known as the Atlantic Garden House. Trader Benedict Arnold is said to have lodged in the old tavern after deserting to the enemy. The Bank Coffee House belonged to a later generation and had few of the characteristics of the earlier coffee houses. It was opened in 1814 by William Niblo, of Niblo's Garden fame, and stood at the corner of William and Pine Streets, at the rear of the Bank of New York. The coffee house endured for probably 10 years, and became the gathering place of a coterie of prominent merchants who formed a sort of club. the Bank Coffee House became celebrated for its dinners and dinner parties. Fraunce's Tavern, best known as the place where Washington bade farewell to his army officers, was, as its name states, a tavern, and cannot be properly classed as a coffee house. While coffee was served and there was a long room for gatherings, little if any business was done there by merchants. It was largely a meeting place for citizens bent on a good time. Then there was the New England and Quebec Coffee House, which was also a tavern. The Tontine Coffee House. The last of the celebrated coffee houses of New York bore the name Tontine Coffee House. For several years after the burning of the Merchants' Coffee House in 1804, it was the only one of note in the city. Feeling that there should have a more commodious coffee house for carrying on their various business enterprises, some 150 merchants organized in 1791 the Tontine Coffee House. This enterprise was based on the plan introduced into France in 1653 by Lorenzo Tonti, with slight variations. According to the New York Tontine plan, each holder's share reverted automatically to the surviving shareholders in the association, instead of to his heirs. There were 157 original shareholders and 203 shares of stock valued at £200 each. The directors bought the house and lot on the northwest corner of Wall and Water Streets, where the original Merchants' Coffee House stood, paying £1,970. They next acquired the adjoining lots on Wall and Water Street, paying £2,510 for the former and £1,000 for the latter. The cornerstone of the new coffee house was laid June 5, 1792, and a year later to the day, 120 gentlemen sat down to a banquet in the completed coffee house to celebrate the event of the year before. John Hyde was the first landlord. The house had cost $43,000. A contemporary account of how the Tontine Coffee House looked in 1794 is supplied by an Englishman visiting New York at the time. The Tontine Tavern and Coffee House is a handsome large brick building. You ascend 6 or 8 steps under a portico into a large public room, which is the Stock Exchange of New York, where all bargains are made. Here are 2 books kept, as at Lloyd's, in London, of every ship's arrival and clearance. This house was built for the accommodation of the merchants by Tontine shares of £200 each. It is kept by Mr. Hyde, formerly a woolen draper in London. You can lodge and board there at a common table, and you pay 10 shillings currency a day, whether you dine out or not. The stock market made its headquarters in the Tontine Coffee House in 1817, and the early organization was elaborated and became the New York Stock and Exchange Board. It was removed in 1827 to the Merchants' Exchange Building, where it remained until the place was destroyed by fire in 1835. It was stipulated in the original articles of the Tontine Association that the house was to be kept and used as a coffee house, and this agreement was adhered to up to the year 1834, when, by permission of the Court of Chancery, the premises were let for general business office purposes. This change was due to the competition offered by the Merchants' Exchange, a short distance up Wall Street, which had been opened soon after the completion of the Tontine Coffee House building. As the city grew, the business office quarters of the original Tontine Coffee House became inadequate, and about the year 1850, a new 5-story building, costing some $60,000, succeeded it. By this time, the building had lost its old coffee house characteristics. This new Tontine structure is said to have been the first real office building in New York City. Today, the site is occupied by a large modern office building, which still retains the name of Tontine. It was owned by John B. and Charles A. O'Donoghue, well-known New York coffee merchants, until 1920, when it was sold for $1 million to the Federal Sugar Refining Company. The Tontine Coffee House did not figure so prominently in the historic events of the nation and city as did its neighbor, the Merchants' Coffee House. However, it became the mecca for visitors from all parts of the country who did not consider their sojourn in the city complete until they had at least inspected what was then one of the most pretentious buildings in New York. Chroniclers of the Tontine Coffee House always say that most of the leaders of the nation, together with distinguished visitors from abroad, had foregathered in the large room of the old coffee house at some time during their careers. It was on the walls of the Tontine Coffee House that bulletins were posted on Hamilton's struggle for life after the fatal duel forced on him by Aaron Burr. The changing of the Tontine Coffee House into a purely mercantile building marked the end of the coffee house era in New York. Exchanges and office buildings had come into existence to take the place of the business features of the coffee houses. Clubs were organized to take care of the social functions, and restaurants and hotels had sprung up to cater to the needs for beverages and food. New York's pleasure gardens. There was a fairly successful attempt made to introduce the London pleasure garden idea into New York. First, tea gardens were added to several of the taverns already provided with ballrooms. Then, on the outskirts of the city, were opened the Vauxhall and the Ranelagh Gardens, so named after their famous London prototype. The first Vauxhall Garden, there were 3 of this name, was on Greenwich Street, between Warren and Chambers Streets. It fronted on the North River, affording a beautiful view up the Hudson. Starting as the Bowling Green Garden, it changed to Vauxhall in 1750. Ranelagh was on Broadway, between Duane and Worth Streets, on the site where later the New York Hospital was erected. From advertisements of the period 1765 to 69, we learn that there were band concerts twice a week at the Ranelagh. The gardens were for breakfasting as well as the evening entertainment of ladies and gentlemen. There was a commodious hall and the garden for dancing. Ranelagh lasted 20 years. Coffee, tea, and hot rolls could be had in the pleasure gardens at any hour of the day. Fireworks were featured at both Ranelagh and Vauxhall Gardens. The second Vauxhall was near the intersection of the present Mulberry and Grand Streets in 1798. The third was on Bowery Road, near Astor Place, in 1803. The Astor Library was built upon its site in 1853. William Niblo, previously proprietor of the Bank Coffee House in Pine Street, opened in 1828 a pleasure garden that he named Sans Souci, on the site of a circus building called the Stadium at Broadway and Prince Street. In the center of the garden remained the stadium, which was devoted to theatrical performances of a gay and attractive character. Later he built a more pretentious theater that fronted on Broadway. The interior of the garden was spacious and adorned with shrubbery and walks, lighted with festoons of lamps. It was generally known as Niblo's Garden. Among other well-known pleasure gardens of Old New York were Contois, later the New York Garden, and Cherry Gardens on Old Cherry Hill. End of section 17. Read by Rachel Costello.